Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving fast, there's a freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is. Pardon me. I don't know if it's nervous energy or whatever, but I'm not coughing before the music suddenly stops and I appear on the screen. But then as soon as the music stops and I appear on the screen, I suddenly start in a fit of cough. Maybe nervous energy, but there you are. You think we'll be used to each other by now. So welcome back, dear friends. Another session, you know already, is already scheduled as part of your day, So surrender to it, and thank you for your company. It's not anything that we take for granted around here. We're always grateful for your viewership anytime you do decide to spend time with us. So that was the Holy Holy song, the dulcet tones of our cousins from the southeast, the dulcet tones of our cousins from the southeast. But the wayward ways of our cousins from the north, he is the best. Dogara, other northern Christian leaders, pick presidential candidates to support after dumping Tinubu. So you are not going to get $1 million. You are not even going to get a penny for guessing who the presidential candidates are. For guessing who the presidential candidate that they have picked is. Blood is thicker than water, especially in the northern parts of Nigeria. So blood thicker than water, he is the best. Dogara, other northern Christian leaders, pick presidential candidates to support after dropping Tinubu. So there it is right there. Don't expect our support if you work against Atiku. Ex-minister Oyelesi, others tell PDP candidates. So consequences if Buhari, if not Buhari, consequences if Atiku becomes the president is what you can impugn from that. Punishments will be dished out just as soon as he's taking his oath of office. Don't expect our support if you work against Atiku. Ex-minister Oyelesi. Others tell PDP candidates. So smoke signals in the direction of Wike and his band of rebels. Groups tag Atiku's presidential bid as a waste of time. So it's the Ohaneze Indigbo in this instance, but why do they give that consideration? We'll find out shortly. Group tags Atiku's presidential bid a waste of time. The group being the Southeastern social-cultural group Ohaneze Indigbo. Fayose reveals only man that could truly challenge Tinubu, but who that man is, there is not too many that you can pick from. So it's either going to be Atiku or Tinubu, I suspect. Certainly not going to be Kwakwanso, I don't imagine. But who that man is, you'll find out shortly. Fayose reveals only man that could have truly challenged Tinubu. So that could have truly is to tell you that the man is not in the race. So then that widens the field even more. So who that man is, just hang around and you find out shortly. Presidential candidate Atiku wasting his, it's pretty much the same headline. Reaping, presidential candidate Atiku wasting his time reaping what he did to ex-president Jonathan in 2015. Ohaneze Indigbo, so they've come out now to own that headline. So we abandon one and read the other. Presidency reveals details of 625 billion shared to Akwa Ibom, Delta River, 6 other oil-producing states in 2 years. So if you've ever wondered where Wike has been finding the money that is been thrown around to buy favors and bully people, there it is right there. It's the 13% oil derivation, 625 billion. But is that even enough? Because that gives you an estimate of how much the country has been earning. If you are taking 13% to refer that, then you can use that to project as to degrees of some accuracy what the country may have been earning over the period of time that that money covers. Presidency releases details of 625 billion shared to Akwa Ibom, Delta River, 6 other oil-producing states in 2 years. So that tells you then. So from that to another. So now we've all been clamoring that Sowore necessarily has to move in this direction, and it looks as though he's heeding to advice. Our alliance with PRB is for liberation, not like Obasanjo, Babangida's allies, who destroyed Nigeria. This is the African Action Congress. So I wasn't aware that an alliance has been formed between the AAC and the PRP. But if that alliance has been formed, all right, okay. Okay, there's a video clip actually that I will bring you in the course of this, because it looks as though matters are fast evolving. But necessarily, this is what Sowore has to do in order to really make something of what he has created. Our alliance with PRP is for liberation, not like Obasanjo, Babangida's allies who destroyed Nigeria, African Action Congress. So AAC now to form some sort of relationship with PRP, the oldest party in Nigeria, by the way. But what are the details of that? Just hang around and you find out shortly. You are seeking attention Focus on whereabouts of your imported wife. Atiku presidential campaign group slams Oshiomhole. So, you know, as soon as Oshiomhole married that girl, you knew that people will be using it as a cane to flog him. It's just the most ludicrous. And I'll share the screen for those of you who don't know who Adams Oshiomhole is. I will share the screen when I'm reading it out. Then you can see what money can buy you if you're looking for a bride. So I'll share the screen, and then you make the decision if this is a love relationship or a pretty girl marrying a billionaire. You are seeking attention. Focus on whereabouts of your imported wife. Atiku presidential campaign group slams Oshiomhole. So there it is. So now, this now breaking news. This is the power of the media space and the power of pressure. And this some regret that they didn't just quietly do this guy away, but the noise within the Nigerian space has ricocheted to the point that it has forced movement in Aso Rock. Nigerian student Mohammed released from prison after power-drunk First Lady Aisha Buhari withdraws case. So what case was there in the first place for it to have been withdrawn? A young boy calling an errant woman fat, and that, of course, then his life at risk. Nigerian student Mohammed released from prison after power-drunk First Lady Aisha Buhari withdraws case. So they have pictures of the guy just newly out of the prison facilities, wherever that prison is, looking all worn and traumatized. Dogara Group backs Atiku rejects Tinubu's Muslim ticket. So I think we've had too many of that, so sadly some of them will go. Tinubu dropped as Dogara, so that yet another round of that. We'll land on this one especially because let me just give you the headline, and then let me leave you to make of it what you are, what you are intending to. Governor Buni of Yobe State bags Niger Republic's National Honor Award. So this is not the first time that all those bordering states that borders onto Niger Republic, all of the topmost, and by the way, the highest national honor in Niger Republic has already been conferred on Buhari. Half of that country has been named after him. Mayor Malabuni, who state borders onto Niger Republic, he's been given one of the highest awards in that country. And I think the Zamfara state, all of the state governors that border onto Niger Republic, they are continuously getting awards from that country. So now, what will be the basis of this? We invite conversations around that. Governor Buni of Yobe State bags Niger Republic's National Honor Award. So there it is right there, because of course, he is more of that than more of us. Somebody like Mia Malabuni, he has a natural affinity, a natural loyalty, and a natural kinship with the people of Niger Republic than somebody like myself from Oyo-Alafin, and rightly so. Those are his kith and kins. I am a foreigner to him. He is a foreigner to me, and the people in Benin and Togo are my kith and kin. So I don't know quite the pretense that we're one people. We're certainly any and many things, one people, not one of them. So there it is right there. A rich and diverse menu, as always, is the expectation on the One Man Went to More platform. A rich and diverse menu. So lean back. I don't know why I'm doing that. So I can be a bit silly sometimes, you know. But there it is. So a rich and diverse menu, as always, is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just hold your hands up and surrender to the place, and stay with us for however long the session lasts. But the session only lasts for as many panelists as we have. So we do need people to be on the panel, otherwise we don't have a session. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard in order then to ensure that we have a rich and engaging conversation. So if nobody clicks on that hyperlink, then of course, I just read out the talking points and I'll end it there. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you have a good speaking voice, a decent knowledge of the Nigerian space, and you are able to engage in conversation at a high functioning level, then you're exactly the sort of person that should be clicking on that hyperlink. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join us in the studio, and click on the like button as well. Please do that as a matter of routine. As you're logging on to the session, even if you log on before we come on, just click on the like button. Then you know you've already done that. So if you are driving, if you are in the kitchen mooching around, if you are on the couch reading a newspaper whilst you're listening, and you cannot be bothered to know that you've already done that, so do that as a matter of routine. So click on like, click on subscribe, come join us of all right. Somebody is saying something in the comment section that caught my eye. George Blue Shell is saying, one man, don't you know that 2 serving governors from the Niger Republic came to Kano to campaign for Buhari? Yes, we saw that. We saw that. It was quite alarming. It was quite a thing. And that is to say then they swept in people from that space to come and vote in Nigerian elections and swept them back home again. So there it is. So click on the like button, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the studio. And then, of course, you know, we are promoting the Buy the Coffee thing. And we've had 100% so far. Every single day since we have started that initiative, at least one person has nodded in the direction of the platform by buying cups of coffee. So you be that person in this instance. Click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. Go there and go wild. So go there and go wild, but especially click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard so we can have a conversation. So as you set about doing all that, let us rather have another mini musical intermission. And then when we come back from that, we dive straight into the throes of it. So here it is, another musical intermission. Pardon me. So that was your Sunday Wendy song. So on Sunday Wendy, as guys, I bring you this. He is the best. Dogara, other Northern Christian leaders pick presidential candidate to support after dumping Tinubu. So let's find out. Former Speaker of the House of Representatives Yakubu Dogara and other Northern Christian leaders in his camp who rejected the Muslim ticket of the All Progressive Congress APC have revealed the candidate they will support for the 2023 presidential elections. The leaders, under the aegis of the Northern Leaders Consultative Forum, have declared support for the People's Democratic Party PDP candidate Atiku Abubakar. Correspondents understand they revealed their decision on Friday at a media press conference in Abuja. The adoption follows the presentation of a report by its Technical Criteria Committee, which was presented by former Kogi State Deputy Governor Simon Achaba. The leaders had rejected the decision by the APC candidate Bola Tinubu to pick former Borno State Governor Kashim Shettima as his running mate and promised to reveal another candidate/party to support after due consultation. However, on Friday, they said after evaluating all the presidential candidates contesting the 2023 polls, they realized the PDP candidate is the best. They added that the decision of the APC to field a Muslim ticket is a sign that the party is about to become dead and buried. So if you pause there for a moment, if they are, by the way, it is Northerners who are predominantly Muslim that are telling us that they are recoiling from the idea of a Muslim ticket. But if they are recoiling from the idea of a Muslim ticket, then Peter Obi, of course, is a Christian and his running mate is a Muslim. So that is the perfect counterbalance. So not another Muslim or Atiku Abubakar. The report was put to a voice vote by Dogara and was unanimously adopted by the members. It is evident that the All Progressive Congress APC is heading for implosion and extinction. Hence, it cannot be the party for now and in the future because of its rejection to embrace inclusiveness in a diverse country like Nigeria. After the 2023 elections, APC may be dead and buried as a political party, the report reads. Whilst the duo, NNPP and Labour Party, may emerge as strong contenders in the political arena in the future, from all indications, PDP appears to be the best option to adopt and support. All it takes is to sustain and tackle some of the problems and challenges this country is facing. Certainly, with proper consultations and inclusive appointments, which is mindful of the federal character principle, with a sincere consideration of diverse issues such as religious affiliation, geographical location, and ethnic identity, which many believe will enhance justice, fairness, and equity. After a careful evaluation of all the issues highlighted above, we hereby recommend the adoption of the PDP to all lovers of democracy in Nigeria for the 2023 presidential election. So there it is right there. Power must be retained in the North. But anybody that claims to be surprised that they are saying power must be retained in the North, that the Arewa consult, because that's what that means. Forget all of the grammar, and I'm sure you're not dumb enough not to realize that is what they are saying. You know, if you don't know that that is what's just been said, you need to check yourself to Yaba West. You know, that's what they are saying. What they are saying is power must be retained in the North. That is what the Arewa Consultative Forum is saying, ably aided by Dogara, who claims to be a Christian and to be offended that Tinubu is doing Muslim ticket. But he's then gone to Atiku Abubakar, a full-blown Muslim, more Muslim than Tinubu, but Peter Obi is there. So they're telling you that power must be retained in the North. But if you are claiming that you're surprised that the Arewa Consultative Forum are adopting Atiku, then really you need to take a cold shower and have some sleep. So there it is right there. The Malams show their spurs. The Malams show their spurs. Don't expect our support if you work against Atiku, ex-minister Oyelisi. Others tell PDP candidates. So there it is right there. The consequences against Yemsen Wike and his band of merry men. A former minister of Mines and Steel, Elder Wole Oyelese, and prominent leaders of the People's Democratic Party in Oyo State have pledged to work against any member who refuses to support the presidential candidate of the party in 2023, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. So there it is right there. Just from that opening, pardon me. So there it is right there. Just from that opening salvo, you already know where that stance is pointed at, firmly at the State House in Oyo State, of course, which all body language and pronouncement is against Atiku. A former minister of Mines and Steel, Elder Wole Oyelese, and prominent leaders of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Oyo State have pledged to work against any member who refuses to support the presidential candidate of the party in 2023, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. The PDP leaders made this disclosure during the meeting and inauguration of over 400 support groups for Atiku on Thursday. Oyelese, Engineer Femi Babalola, and other prominent PDP leaders from the 33 local government areas of the state were in attendance. Oyelese was speaking after he was appointed and inaugurated as a grand patron of all Atiku support groups in the state, insisted the group would work for Atiku. The former minister, however, threatened that the group would not support any of the party's candidates who refused to support Atiku. He said that the sole aim of all support groups is to ensure victory for the PDP presidential candidate in 2023. Oyelese said, and I want to say this, the groups will also work for other candidates of the PDP in Oyo State, right from House of Assembly, House of Reps, Senate, and Governor, if they also work for the presidential candidate of the party. So there it is right there. A clear warning to Tinubu, not to Tinubu, but to Makinde, a clear warning to Makinde of what forebodes for the future, the near future, February 2023. You are out of office unless you bow to daddy. But who is the daddy? Groups tag Atiku's presidential bid as a waste of time. So actually, I've got that in a clearer space. So let me see if I can quickly spot that and then give it to you from there instead. All right. Okay, let me give it to you from here instead, because it's always a neater read on Sahara Reporters. I was going to give it to you from Ripple, but it's always a cleaner read from Sahara Reporter. PDP presidential candidate Atiku wasting his time reaping what he did to ex-President Jonathan in 2015, Ohaneze Ndigbo. The Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization Ohaneze Ndigbo has said the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is wasting his time. The Secretary General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, Okechukwu Izugozoro, in a statement on Friday, said Atiku was reaping the fruit of what he did to former President Goodluck Jonathan in 2015. Nemesis has caught up with Atiku Abubakar after he treacherously rounded and hijacked some governors in 2015 to provide an opposition against the re-election of President Goodluck Jonathan by forming alliances with the then ACN, led by Bola Tinubu, CPC by Muhammad Buhari, ANPP led by Ogbonnaya Onu, a faction of ABGA led by Rochas Okorocha, and the then new PDP, which he led. He was able to lead former Governor Chibuike Amechi of Rivers State, former Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso of Kano, former Governor Aliyu Wamako of Sokoto, former Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed of Kwara, and former Governor Murtala Nyako of Adamawa against their own party, the PDP. Now nature has finally caught up against him and is reaping the reward. Let him stop wasting his time and resources. Isegozoro said. That's quite a name, actually, Isegozoro. Isegozoro also alleged that God was using the G5 governors led by Yemsin Wike to deal with Atiku over what he did to Jonathan. Ndigbo comments the G5 governors led by Governor Yemsin Wike for their opposition to Atiku Abubakar's presidency in the 2023 elections. Whatever Atiku has sowed in 2015, he's now reaping in 2023. He and the same gang members that destroyed Jonathan's chances in 2015 have also undermined the PDP zoning formula that favors the Southeast, he said. He, however, said Wike and other members of the G5 to save the nation from the... He, however, told Wike and other members of the G5 to save the nation from imminent danger ahead of the 2023 election. So saving the nation, of course, what does that mean? That doesn't especially tilt in Peter Obi's direction in any way, because, of course, what the G5 are doing favors the APC. 2023, Fayose reveals only man that could have truly challenged Tinubu. So what name does it come up with? Let's find out. As the 2023 election approaches, no, it's not even the proper Fayose. As the 2023 election approaches, Isaac Fayose, younger brother of the executive governor Ayodele Fayose, on Friday, said only Governor Yemson Wike of Rivers State could have given Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress APC, a run for his money. Correspondents report that Wike came second behind Alhaji Atiku Abubakar in the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential primary election held in May. Aminu Tambuwal, governor of Sokoto State, who was also a presidential aspirant, stepped down for Atiku at the last minute. Tambuwal's last-minute withdrawal from the race is believed to have helped to secure victory for the former vice president. Tambuwal, at the venue of the election, urged his supporters to cast their votes for Atiku Abubakar. Atiku ended up defeating 12 other aspirants, including Wike, to emerge the party's flag bearer. Governor Wike na better cruise. Only him could have given Tinubu a real competition for the 2023 presidential election, Fayose wrote on his known Facebook page, with an accompanying video of Wike giving out his suit and hat after complaining of heat in a public event. So, yes, I do have that video clip, so I'll play you that at the end of the session. Let me see if I can just grab it here. Oh, well, if he allows me to grab it, that is. Oh, goodness me. Oh, God. Okay. I don't think he will allow me to grab it, but you've already seen Wike in action, so you know what his antecedents are. Oh, sorry. Water. Presidency releases details of 625 billion shared to Akwa Ibom, Delta, Rivers, 6 other oil-producing states in 2 years. So now let's find out the money that Wike has been flashing around. The presidency has revealed that a total sum of 625 billion, 43 million. The presidency has revealed that a total sum of 625 billion and 43 million was paid to 9 oil-producing states in the country as refund for 13% oil derivation, subsidy, and Sure P from 1999 to 2021. The payment approved by President Muhammad Buhari were effected between 2021 and 2022. So this is that's a windfall, by the way. So what is telling us then is that the culmination of all of the owings from 1991 till date were paid in tranches from 2021 to 2022. So that's a windfall. So the 13% derivations from 1999 till date were paid in one fell swoop. So that is arming people with money. But even where is that money coming from? And they tell us that the country has no money. And I'm pretty sure I'm not misreading that. So that's quite a thing. So let's take that from the top again. The presidency has revealed that a total sum of 625 billion was paid to 9 oil-producing states in the country as refund for 13% oil derivation, subsidy, and Sure P from 1999 to date. The payments approved by President Buhari were effected between 2021 and 2022. In a statement, the senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, listed the states to have received the refunds dating from 1999 to 2021 to include Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, Imo, Ondo, and Rivers State. He stated that Abia State received 1.1 billion, Akwa Ibom 15 billion, Bayelsa 1.6 billion. But listen to this, no, that's actually million. Cross Rivers are 432 million, Delta 14.8 billion. Others include Edo, which received 2.2 billion, Imo 2.9 billion, Ondo 3.7 billion, and River State 12.8 billion. So there it is right there. The money that Wike, I wonder if they are weaponizing Wike with money. The presidential spokesman noted that the states were paid in 8 installments between October 2, 2021 and January 11, 2022, whilst the 9th of the 12 installments remains outstanding. The statement reads, 9 oil-producing states received a total of 625 billion 13% derivation subsidy entropy refunds from the federation account in the last 2 years, 2021 to 2022. The states that received the refunds dating from 1999 to 2021 are then as listed. Data obtained from the Federation Accounts Department, Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, shows that a total of 477 billion was released to the 9 states as refund of the 13% derivation fund on withdrawal from excess crude account without deduction, etc., etc. So there it is, a windfall. So it goes on to give you a breakdown, which we've already broken down. So there it is right there, a windfall, yum yum for the boys, yum yum for the boys. So if you've ever wondered where Wike is getting all the monies that is flashing around, there it is right there, 13% or derivation. And by the way, you can use those figures to project as to the actual worth of the Nigerian economy within that two-year period. So that gives you a good snap. Or does it? It doesn't, does it really? Because it dates back to 1999. Our alliance with PRP is for liberation, not like Obasanjo, Babangida's allies who destroyed Nigeria, African Action Congress. So I never knew that this alliance was taking place, and I have a mini video clip to play to you at the end of the readout. But let's read it out first. At the end of all of the readouts, not this particular one. The African Action Congress, AAC, has welcomed the announcement of support. The African Action Congress, AAC, has welcomed the announcement of support of the People's Redemption Party, PRP, for its AAC's presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore in the 2023 general election. So I thought the PRP had their own candidate. If I'm not mistaken, that's Kola Abiola's party. The PRP had declared its support for the AAC in the 2023 general elections as alliance talks between the two parties reached a climax. The AAC on Friday, in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Femi Adeyeye, expressed excitement over the alliance, noting that the AAC/PRP alliance would not be like alliances involving former heads of state, Olusegun Obasanjo and Ibrahim Babangida, which destroyed the country. According to the AAC, this announcement was made at the Northeast Retreat event of the PRP in Gombe, where the PRP chairman, Comrade Abdul Majib Y. Daudu, noted that only PRP and AAC distinguished themselves from other parties in genuinely fighting for the liberation of the exploited and oppressed working people and youth in Nigeria. Representing the AAC at the event were the Bauchi State Chairman Umar Yakubu, Bobo Benson of Gombe, and the Deputy National Chairman Northeast, John Nicodemus. Adeyeye noted that the formal agreements to the alliance were already underway. We want to assure Nigerians that more alliances with the AAC are being discussed, and the greatest of all which is the alliance amongst the oppressed, and in particular the 133 million of us living in multi-dimensional poverty, the thousands who have been displaced internally, those who cannot live in their ancestral community due to insecurity, farmers who cannot, so they just, this is just this Aluta tirade. So they go into an Aluta tirade. But really, the alliance between the AAC and the PRP, that is certainly a direction of travel that Sowore must pursue aggressively. So that's a direction of travel that Sowore must pursue aggressively. So I beg your pardon. Let me just do something. There's all these spams that come into the comment section. I hope you're not clicking on it. When it says find sex and everything, that's just a virus waiting to capture your computer and steal all your cryptos. So capture. So yes, that alliance between the AAC and the PRP is one long-awaited, certainly not that particular alliance, but parties like AAC, they have to look for similar bedfellows that share ideological philosophies with them and form a bigger mass. Otherwise, they'll forever remain just a noise-making space. So there is a progression right there. We never thought Sowore could work with others, but at last it can. Let me share the screen with you for this next readout. And also, let me repost the hyperlink to the StreamYard because we do want the screen populated. Otherwise, we would not be able to have a conversation. So if you feel inclined to join in the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and then come join us on the screen. So let me share the screen for this next readout. I'll share the screen for this next readout. It's only really the picture is part of the narrative. That's why I'm sharing the screen. So let me share the screen for the next readout. All right. So yes, you are seeking attention. Focus on whereabouts of your imported wife. Atiku Presidential Campaign Group slams Oshiomhole. So that is Oshiomhole, of course, and his Cape Verde wife. Look at that. They talk about the beauty and the beast. But even the beast, is that even a compliment to this couple? So you can certainly spot the beauty, but can you spot the beast? Look at that. Look at who Adams Oshiomhole proposed to be his wife. This is a love marriage. They are telling you they fell in love. These two on your screen, they are claiming they fell in love. Look at that. Unbelievable. You are seeking attention. Focus on whereabouts of your imported wife. Atiku Presidential Campaign Group slams Oshiomhole. The Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization has said that the former national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Adams Oshiomhole, should focus on the whereabouts of his imported wife, Lara Fortes. Fortes married Oshiomhole in 2015, but she has not been seen around him in recent months, fueling rumors on the state of the marriage. The issue came to the fore on Thursday, December the 1st, after Oshiomhole accused the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku, of failing the simplest test of being a unifier. The former APC national chairman added that Nigerians cannot trust Atiku because it's a serial divorcee, correspondence report. Oshiomhole said, Atiku cannot even manage his household. It's a serial divorcee, yet he's going everywhere preaching unity. The Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization was reacting to the comment on Friday, December the 2nd, said that Oshiomhole is not in any position to Oshiomhole is not in any position to preach about matrimonial competence and sanctimony, as he has not explained the whereabouts of his imported wife to Nigerians. Oshiomhole needs to focus on the whereabouts of his wife and his party if he knows what is good for him. It is important for Oshiomhole to note that Nigerians have moved beyond Tinubu, as they have already attained consensus across the political, ethnic, and religious divides to vote for Atiku Abubakar. Atiku is a pan-Nigerian and unifier that will rescue our nation from the shambolic rule of divisive, insensitive, and corrupt APC. Of course, Nigerians have come to a consensus that our nation needs a visionary leader like Atiku Abubakar, and certainly not a bat with its inadequacies, species inconsistency, and aversion to light. So they're using bat as the actual bird. The actual is a bat a bird or a mammal? I think a bat might well be a mammal. So they are using a bat as that is Adon as that's the Yoruba word for a bat as the actual mammal, and then pointing its inadequacies to point in the direction of Tinubu. This can only explain why the attention-seeking Oshiomhole, who was disgraced out of office, continues to make unfounded comments and fictitious claims against others just to draw undue attention to himself. Nigerians expect Adams Oshiomhole to note that the presidential campaign addresses serious issues and is not a platform for throwing tantrums and irresponsible commentaries. In any case, Nigerians will not be surprised to see Adams Oshiomhole turning around at Atiku's inevitable victory and inauguration on May the 29th, 2023, to condemn Tinubu. So there it is right there, the ebb and flow of politics. So I need to share the screen necessarily for this next readout as well. The little boy that Aisha Buhari changed to the yes. So thank you, Alexander Akache. Yes, it is a mammal. I did think that it's not a bird, a bat is a mammal. So the little boy that Aisha Buhari changed to her bedpost, she has now released him due to public pressure. So the little boy changed to Aisha Buhari's bedpost has been released. And there is the boy now looking gaunt and forlorn. So if you've ever wondered what looking gaunt and forlorn looks like, that is what it looks like. Traumatized. Nigerian student Mohammed released from prison after power-drunk First Lady Aisha Buhari withdrew case. Aminu Adamu Mohammed, a student of the Federal University Dutse, Jigawa State, arrested over a tweet on Nigerian First Lady Aisha Buhari, has finally regained his freedom. Correspondents gathered that Mohammed was freed on Friday evening. The guy has an exam, by the way, on Monday, so necessarily, if they not released him by today, then they would have ruined his life. You know, he has exams on Monday. Correspondents earlier reported that Aisha Buhari had withdrawn the case she ordered the police to institute against the 23-year-old student. Mohammed, a final year student of the Department of Environmental Management and Toxicology, had on June 2022 posted on Twitter that Mrs. Buhari had suddenly added weight. She didn't suddenly add weight, actually, because we could see the gradual progression. She was all skin and bones when they were swearing in 2015, skin and bones. And now she looks like a sumo wrestler. But there it is. Mohammed, a final year student in the Department of Environmental Management and Toxicology, had in June 2022 posted on Twitter that Mrs. Buhari had suddenly added weight after taking part in plundering the nation's meager resources as the masses endured hardship under her husband's regime. The wife of the president, known for frivolous trips to Dubai. The wife of the president is known for frivolous trips to Dubai. The tweet, which was posted in Hausa language, says jabba 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 jabba, or whatever it is that the Hausa version is. The tweet, which was accompanied by a photograph of Mrs. Buhari, loosely translates as "Mama has eaten poor people's money and is now full." According to his friends, he made the post because he was frustrated about the prolonged strike by universities across the country. The strike started in February 2022 and ended in October after 8 months. However, on November the 8th, the 23-year-old was picked up by security operatives on campus and was reportedly beaten up following his arrest around noon. Mohammed was secretly arraigned by the police in court on Tuesday. The arrest and subsequent arraignment have sparked outrage on social media as many people have heavily criticized the First Lady, describing her action as an abuse of power. Announcing the withdrawal of the case against Mohammed on Friday, Prosecution counsel Fidelis Ogbobe had said Mrs. Buhari took the action following the intervention of well-meaning Nigerians. Ogbobe relied on Section 108, subsection 2A of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act to move the application for the withdrawal of the case. Ruling on the matter, so this actually went to court. Just look at this. So this is an abuse of the judicial. It is vague and spurious and frivolous litigation. That in itself is a crime because it's an abuse of the judicial process. Somebody calls you fat and then you, anyway. Announcing the withdrawal of the case against Mohammed on Friday, prosecution counsel Fidelis Ogbobe had said Mrs. Buhari took the action following the intervention of well-meaning Nigerians. Ogbobe relied on Section 108, subsection 2(8) of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act to move the application for the withdrawal of the case. Ruling on the matter, Justice Yusuf Halilu of the Federal Capital Territory Court commended Mrs. Buhari for forgiving the student. It's a parallel universe. It is a parallel universe, but there is the boy. Hopefully he's able to pass his exams, but you'll not be surprised if you have it's forgivable if it doesn't. Does that image on your screen look like somebody that is ready to sit an exam on Monday? So there it is right there. The ruination of a young man's life for calling a fat lady a fat lady. So that is it, the ruination of a young man's life. Dogara's group back article, so we've done all that already. So let's see, do we have any more? Are we coming to the room? Tinubu dropped as Dogara Northern Elders choose from Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, and Atiku. Well, they didn't choose from, they just chose Atiku. That's just what they did. And that's why, by the way, you know that that interactive session that the Arewa group was organizing to have a look at the candidates. Kwakwanso never bothered because he told us already that it was organized by Atiku, only really as a space to endorse him. And that seems to be what has played out. So this now the final readout, and then hopefully there are people around to have a conversation with. Governor Buni of Yobe State, Governor Buni, sorry, water again. Governor Buni of Yobe State bags Niger Republic's National Honor Award. So there it is right there. Governor Buni, he gets award from his own home country. The president of Niger Republic, Mohamed Bazoum, has approved the country's National Honor Award to Governor Mia Malabuni of Yobe State. Actually, let me see where Yobe State is. And let me see if it actually, so just pardon me, because I just need to satisfy myself on this. Let's see, map. Okay, let's look for map of Nigeria. Or let's look for map of Africa. Africa. Yes. Yes, of course. So Yobe State borders onto Niger Republic. So of course, in fact, the longest border between Nigeria and any other country is with Yobe State. So let me just see. Let me just check one thing as well. Map of Nigeria. Now let's do map of Nigeria. Let's do map of Nigeria, and we see. Yes. So you can see, of course. So Borno, actually, let me show you this. So these people, they have no reason to have any affinity with you and I. No reason at all. You know, let me show you this. And then you see, just from this map, you see where the problem is with Nigeria. So there is the Nigerian map right there. And at the tip end then, so the longest border we have with any nation is Niger Republic. So Katsina cascades into Niger, Jigawa cascades into Niger, and then the longest border of any of the composing states of Nigeria that shares a border with Niger Republic is Yobe State. And then Borno also cascades into Niger. So, you know, yes, do we even have a longer border with Chad? So if you look at that now, who do we in Yoruba land share borders with? We share borders with Benin Republic, and that's it. And then we go into the sea from there. And then, of course, yes. So the affinity of somebody from here in Yobe State, you can see where my cursor is more likely to be where you see that's slightly grayed out, and then that's the brown bit. You can see the Nigerian map. So the affinity from somebody that is where my cursor, that comes from where my cursor is circulating around here, the affinity, the sense of kinship, their cousins and relatives are more likely to be people from where this brown bit is, which is Niger Republic, than where I am from, which is all the way down here in Oyo-Alafin. So if anything is happening, somebody from Yobe State is more likely to reach to protect somebody from Niger Republic, because you can see now. So that's Yobe State, that's Niger Republic, and follow my cursor all the way through, follow it all the way through, and there I am right there in Oyo-Alafin. Absolutely nothing to do with each other categorically or in any sense. They have no sense that you are related to them, and you, in fairness, have no sense that they are related to you. But they keep telling you that you're both from the same country. That's the fallacy that we call Nigeria. So that's the fallacious relationship that we pretend that holds together. So Governor Buni of Yobe bags Niger Republic's National Honor Award. The president of Niger Republic, Mohamed Bazoum, has approved the country's National Honor Award to Governor Mia Malabuni of Yobe State. A letter conveying the award was presented to Buni by Bukari Sani Chibau, Deputy National, and blah, 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 ECOWAS Parliament. This was contained in a statement by okay, let me just take that again. The president of Niger Republic, Mohamed Bazoum, has approved the country's National Honor Award to Governor Mia Malabuni of Yobe State. A letter conveying the award was presented to Buni by Bukari Sani Chabao, Deputy National, and second Deputy Speaker, ECOWAS Parliament. This was contained in a statement by Mr. Boni's Director General, Press and Media, Maman Mohammed, in Damaturu on Friday. Mr. Bukari said the president approved the award in appreciation of the governor's contribution to building relationship between Nigeria and Niger Republic. So it's just unbelievable. It was in recognition of Governor Buni's active contributions to strengthening a strong bilateral economic and social relationship between Niger and Nigeria, he said. According to the official, the award was also in conformity with the provision of Niger Republic's constitution. The governor expressed appreciation to Mr. Bazoum, the government and people of Niger Republic for the honor and recognition. He pledged his continued support and commitment to building stronger relationships between the two countries. Nigeria and Niger are brothers. We all have the roles to play in strengthening peace, coexistence, mutual understanding between the government and people of the two countries, Mr. Buni said. The governor added that the award would spur him to do more to improve on the extant bond between the two nations. The award came after Mr. Buni received Nigeria's national honor of Commander of the Order of Nigeria CON in October. So there it is right there. Buni are getting awards from his own home country. So Man of Prestige, we see you, and the mighty Ajan Lekoko, we see you. So let's kick it off with you then, Man of Prestige, if you are ready to go. Are you ready to go, Man of Prestige?
Yes, sir. Good evening, my man. I'm ready.
Good evening. Good to have you. So to it then, and immediately to it. Dogara and by extension the Arewa Consultative Forum, they not surprisingly have packed their support with Atiku Abubakar. What says you to that?
Well, I'm not surprised by the Arewa. So let me get this straight. The Christian Coalition and the Arewa Youth combined to make this decision, or just the Christians Association part?
Well, it's saying the well. I'm not sure if there was any combining or no combining, but
Mhm.
certainly what they say. Well, they've done it anyway. I'm not quite sure how they have done it, but that seems to be what's the case.
Wow, am I
The
surprised?
Arewa consultative. You remember that the Arewa consultative forum, they had gone through this process of you remember that they had gone through this process of inviting all of the runners and riders in the elections to come and present themselves. And what they are telling us is that after that presentation, they have now come to a decision that the person that best fits the Nigerian Malays is Atiku Abubakar. And then Dogara, of course, and his group, they've also moved to Atiku because by his understanding, Atiku is the best man for the job.
Okay, one man. Am I surprised? Yes or no? Let me go with the no first. Because I was thinking because of the political space we have right now, but like you said, everything is gonna, this is probably gonna be the most tribalistic election we're gonna have in a long time because of what's going on in Nigerian space. But I thought they could have said, okay, we're gonna support the southern candidate. Now that I was leading towards Tinubu, neither Tinubu or Obi, I was thinking they're gonna try to go to that space and we're gonna support the southern candidate. Remember that was the pre-election, everybody was clamoring for that. Even APC, they went with a southern candidate. So I thought that sentiment would have prevailed, but that's the only area I'm surprised. I'm The reason why I'm not surprised, knowing how tribalistic we can be, I can't even believe it that the Northerners, because I've been watching the political space, what's been going on recently. It seems that they're clamoring for a northern candidate. And most movements they are doing right now, I don't know what's going to happen in APC, but it seems they are, they are leaning towards Atiku. That's the way I'm seeing it because of what I've been happening. A lot of them be converging towards Atiku. And as you were stated previously, some of the people in over there, like somebody stated a while ago, secretly they've been converging with Atiku. So that's the one I wasn't surprised about. But I can't believe it.
But how are they able to pull it off? Because it'll be it will require a real big explanation for them to declare Atiku the president. Because we have historical data of the Nigerian political space, and all of those historical data they've told us that the margin of victory is usually round about 2 to 3 million thereabout. That's roughly where the margin of victory is in Nigeria. So if Obi takes the southeast, which is traditionally the PDP space, and then Oyo State goes away from him, Tinubu takes the whole of the southwest. How are they able to rig to present us Atiku as a president? Because that would take some rigging. Even
Right.
Mahmoud,
Okay. Let me take.
even Mahmoud Yakubu will struggle with that, and it's the best rigger we have in Nigeria.
Well, let me tell you, because of what just developed, I believe the Northerners are united. I mean, it's unequivocal. You can't tell me. I mean, all those governors may be hiding, say we support APC or this or this. I believe they're pretty much united. I don't know about the North Central. Maybe Benue Plateau, and Benue Plateau and Plateau State. Maybe Kogi State, Kwara State, and other places may be aligning with more of the Northerners. They are probably united. This is why I feel like Atiku had not been doing anything. Do you know that? Atiku just relax. Like the president, he doesn't even care. He's not campaigning. You hardly see him, and he doesn't want to reconcile with the 5G or whatever they call it. So we've been saying, remember one man you said it. Something must be giving this guy confidence to feel like I don't have to unite them. I don't have anything to do with them. They can do whatever they want to do. So there has to be some hidden agenda that have been giving this man this impetus to be behaving like this. So it doesn't surprise me when it comes to that area. But I was thinking they're going to kind of have what we call a rethinking. That's okay. Like they stated before the APC said, we're going to give it to the South. I was thinking they're going to align themselves in that way. But I'm really surprised when it comes to that. So this election, it's going to be, I don't know how it's going to, I don't know how it's going to play out. But going back to the question you just asked, if they're going to align with Atiku, what is their permutation that they're going to get the president and give it to Atiku? if they are looking at it this way, maybe they say, I don't know what's going to happen with the Pankwaso because, I can see, so you can understand. We have a guy from the northern, I think it was Pankwaso, somebody, a spokesman for the Pankwaso. He was on VA, platform yesterday. He spoke very eloquently and everything, And I've heard it from other people too, from the northern space, that Pankwaso is making a heavyweight in that area, particularly in Kano. They believe he's going to carry Kano by at least 50 to 60%. And somewhere in the northwest and north central, maybe Castina, he's going to have a very large vote in Kaduna. I don't know he didn't say who is going to win Kaduna, but in that area, northwest and north central, not the place around Bono where Shetima come from, but he's going to have a very large vote. But at the end, if we decide to party with Atiku, I don't know how that's going to play. So anyway, let me go back to my point I'm trying to make. Maybe that's what's giving them this confidence. If they win a lot of the northwest and northeast, maybe they can get 25%, in the south or east or whatever. I don't know about east, or maybe somewhere. I don't even know if they can get anywhere in the west. They're not going to do that much in Lagos, in my own opinion. It's going to be Tinubu, and Obi is going to come second. So I don't know what's going to left of PDP in that area. So that's what they're hoping, if they can win the majority, because they have the largest population, as we are made to believe. So that's what we have right now. We have to go with what we have right now. So if they win the majority of the state over there, if we win majority of the state, depending on what happened to Kwankwaso or whether Kwankwaso is going to align with them, but one man, don't be surprised. At the end, Kwankwaso align with him. I'm not going to be surprised.
With Atiku.
Yes.
Yes, that would be the game changer. That would be the game changer.
Yeah, because we are in the south, we are very naive. We don't know what's going on. Even if I can come here and say I'm supporting AP, I'm supporting Tinubu and something like that. We don't really know what their hidden agenda is. So going back to my point about the permutation, maybe they believe, like I'm saying, if they win the majority of the state, we're going to give them more number and win 25% here and there, maybe somewhere in the south. I don't know about the southeast. They may have 25%. Maybe in Imo, some of them, I don't know what state, but they can get 25%. Somewhere, because south is a PDP stronghold, even in the south side. So with the combination of the getting about 24 states and the highest number of votes, that will make Atiku president. I'm thinking that's going to be their permutation, because we don't know what's going on. But I believe, like one man, I told you that if this happens, forget Nigeria, in my own opinion, okay? Because I don't know. It just sometimes, I just get annoyed when it comes to Nigeria. I'm trying to reconcile, do something in Nigeria right now. I'm going home next week, so hopefully things will be better. But it doesn't look like that.
All right. You still have the floor, man of prestige.
Yeah.
But I want to sample opinions on that main topic. So let me sample Ola's opinion as well. Okay. Take a moment to have a look in the private chat, man of prestige, as we hear from Ola. So Ola, are you there?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm here.
Are you driving? You sound like
no, I'm not driving. I'm at home.
All right, brilliant. So to that space, then the endorsement of our article by the Dogara group and cascading into Arewa Consultative Forum, that obviously not a surprise to anybody.
No, it is never a surprise to me, because the Nigeria politics and is what we'll be trying to avoid, and the truth we don't want to face. See, we play identity politics. Sometimes it takes some people that really understand that. Does it mean that even if my ethnic person is there, is he going to benefit me in such or social something? So, but these guys, they love power, and who is the person that is going to guarantee them that power for now is Atiku, because basically he is from their region, because there's still this kind of affinity that will make people be comfortable with the people from their region. So, but do I think Dogara and whatever stand they are taking will be significant enough? I'm not too sure, because I'm not that experienced to that level. So I'm not too sure that it's going to work, even though they are trying to side to take that side. Because when we look at it from the point of APC. So will APC now, because two things, you have identity politics, at the same time you have party politics. So is APC the ruling party, and I can call them the most brutal in the history of Nigeria, that will not even more brutish than Obasanjo, that will tell you that this 2003 election is going to be do or die or whatever way they said the other time. APC, they are so brutal. So will they now allow that to happen is another thing, knowing quite well that the devil within your party may still be better than that angel that you don't really know at all. So to me, yeah, what Dogara is doing, there may cause some kind of upset, but it's not as if I'm too sure that it's going to be significant enough for them to come closer, even to don't let me use the word closer, for them to actually win Tinubu. Who knows? Like we keep saying, even maybe
he's actually fully left the APC to join PDP, Dogara.
I know, because when you look at the total equation, is there any difference between APC and PDP in reality?
No. That's a different philosophical question. But in terms of the politics, it's actually politically left the APC to join PDP.
I know. It left to join PDP, but to whose benefit? So what we determine this, for example, is this: it depends on the group that are even more desperate for power than the other. To me, Dogara may be at some kind of disadvantaged position, and maybe that's why he's pegging his thing, or maybe Atiku has promised him something that he believes is probably the promises he's getting from Atiku may be more beneficial compared to what he can get from Tinubu-led.
Do you not think it's just a matter of vindictiveness? Because the vice presidential slot for APC was all set to be a slug out between Dogara and Babachir Lawan. But then Tinubu abandoned both of them and went for Kashim Shettima. So do you not think it's more a matter of bitterness and vindictiveness as well as tribe and ethnicity? Yeah.
Of course, yes. That's the matter, because it's they are all fighting for relevance. They are fighting for something substantial that will sustain their political their political career. So that's what it is. But now, even that raises another question. Now, the question now is for Tinubu to pick Shettima is even ahead of them, is typically telling us that perhaps Shettima has a better electoral value. So if Shettima has electoral value, not that what Dogara is doing is not going to cause some kind of a shift. But what I personally think is it may not be enough. It may not be enough to actually upstage this Atiku and Tinubu and this ticket. Because the way I'm looking at this thing personally, because it depends. In the north, as long as Shettima can use his own electoral value to capture his own region, that's fine. That means where they are going to slug it out now will now be northwest. Then who is Ganduje going to support? Because Kano is very critical in this type of election too. So if Ganduje, for example, because I don't think presently that anybody want to dare Ganduje in that aspect now, because if Ganduje could do what he did to Emir Sanusi, for example, you don't really want to step on that guy's toes. And I think many people will actually have to watch where the dance to. Yeah, it makes sense, but I don't think it's significant enough to really create trouble for Tinubu.
All right, brilliant. Let's see if we have Ajan Lekoko. We'll sample him and then go back to Man of Prestige to talk about Aisha Buhari releasing this boy. Ajan Lekoko, are you with us?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, all right, brilliant. Ajale Koko. So, no surprise, and nobody gets any prizes. The Arewa Consultative Forum, they are telling us they are backing Atiku, and Dogara Yakubu. He has also told us that Atiku is the best man. So, clan over country, blood is thicker than water. Ajale Koko.
Thank you, woman. Look, we should not be surprised by the action of Dogara and Arewa. You remember that the town hall meeting that was organized by Arewa Group, Kwankwaso did not attend that town hall meeting on the basis that they are Atiku men and they are just doing boju, to call on every candidate to come and tell them their plan on the direction they want to take the country. So, and some people did not believe them, but yeah, we have seen the outcome of it now. So, Arewa Group, for that town hall meeting that they invited Atiku, you remember that was where Atiku made that tribal
speech, yes,
speech that they should vote for Northerner and not Igbo man or Yoruba man. So the Kwankwaso group refused to attend on the basis that the Atiku men, I mean, they are backing Atiku, and look at the outcome. So they are not. I mean, they saw their reputation now by this action. They were acting as if they are.
Does this impact on the political landscape in any way? Because I suspect that politics should have facility. Does it impact on the political landscape? You tell us, Ajan Lekoko. This now announcement.
Oh yeah, you make some impact because I believe they have some influence on the, to some extent, politically over there in the north. So, being a tribal, being a regional political group, some people will be convinced by their action that yes, this is where our people are going, and let us go and vote for Atiku. Yeah, it might not have a significant impact though, but at least I believe they have people over there that believe in them and believe in what they stand for politically and for their tribal interests whatsoever. So, but their action have proved Kwankwaso right. Alhaji Galadima was saying it loud and clear that this group of people, they are Atiku men, they live together, they know them, they know where their politics they stand, and they refuse to attend it. That is an effort in futility. They are not going to go and be talking in the town hall meeting organized by supporter of their opponent. So that is that is it right there. Then on the Dogara, I'm not surprised as well, because Dogara was a PDP man before he moved to APC. Now him moving back to PDP, to me, is just
homecoming, Abi.
Yeah, homecoming. So I'm not surprised that he's back home. So it was a PDP man. It was in PDP by the time that him and Saraki run that assembly, and it was after they left. It was after they were defeated and they were not back. They were defeated and they couldn't come back to the assembly. That was when he moved to APC at a state, and he's been in APC up till and work for Tinubu.
Ajale Koko, let me pause you for a moment because something happens all the time. And let me just address it. There's a guy called Bade who always tries to join our conversation, but he never fully connects. So Bade, this is why you can't connect. It says you will need to connect your mic before I can add you. So something is not connecting your end, Bade. We do want to hear from you because of course, we are always canvassing for new voices. But it says they will need to connect their mic /cam before they can add them, before you can add them to the stream. So your system is not connecting fully. So Bade, try and come back in, but make those adjustments. Sorry, Ajale Koko, every single time that guy tries to come in, but his system is not connecting properly. But you were talking us then through what was expected. It was fairly predictable what we're seeing from
Yeah, so it's just homecoming. He was in PDP during the is it 12th assembly they call them, or what do we call them? During the Saraki period as the Senate president, and he was the Speaker of the House. So they run the assembly together. They performed very well. They stood their ground against the Buhari administration. They represented the interests of Nigerian people well until when they were taken out, and since he was taken out, he was lured into APC, and he remained in APC up to the time that Tinubu emerges as the presidential candidate. And when Tinubu now picked Muslim as his vice president, that was what angered him. And since then, they've been, going frontally against that pick. And, he's back to APC now. To PDP now. It's just back home to his original party. So it's not surprise to me. So welcome back home, Dogara.
All right. Ileya Odomale. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, back to you, Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, I want to play you this mini clip. Of course, you know the backdrop to this clip, Man of Prestige. Donyo Kukwe, he has been expelled from the Labour Party. This is according to the ward/area where he was registered. So he has been expelled, but then of course now this. So watch this, and then let's give us your reaction.
It has come to the attention of the national leadership of the party that the Ogun State chapter of the Labour Party has purportedly suspended one of the leader or one of the party member who happens to be the Director General of the Presidential Campaign Council. The Ogun State chapter has acted outside its constitutional jurisdiction. The party has internal conflict resolution mechanism of handling cases against party members as enshrined in the party's constitution. Therefore, the suspension of Dr. Doyin Okupe from the party by the Ogun State chapter is null and void. He still remains a card-carrying member of the Labour Party and the Director General of the Presidential Campaign Council. The party is solidly united and are behind its leadership and the leadership of the Presidential Campaign Council. We are also not unaware of attempts by our opposition in some political parties to infiltrate the party structure at all levels. Since it has become obvious that the chances of the Labour Party's candidates emerging victorious in the upcoming general election is becoming brighter day by day. The party leadership will do everything within its powers to ensure that our cohesion is not tampered with and will not be distracted by the antics of the opposition of the opposition candidate until all our candidates becomes victorious in the 2023 general election, inshallah. The Ogun chapter have fell short of contacting the party. Our constitution has enshrined in it a conflict resolution mechanism and disciplinary procedures. Before you discipline any member of the party, there are certain procedures that you have to follow. You have to follow by querying, you are just calling for and other procedures, and that has not been followed. No any complaint has been written by the state chapter or his ward to the local government, to even the state, to indict any of the member. So we are not unaware of what is going on, but we are telling you categorically that the national headquarters of the party is not aware of what they are doing. They are doing it on their own, and we are going to set up a committee. The NWC will sit down, set a committee, and then appropriate disciplinary action will be taken against the perpetrators in the state ESCO. We're going to pitch them out and take the appropriate disciplinary action against the state ESCO. That will do it very soon. Thank you.
So there it is, man of prestige. So rules were flouted by an errant member of a local branch, and the local branch then reaches to the constitution of the party to see how it was prescribed that they should be addressed. And then they followed the prescription of the party to give the person opportunities to change their ways. The person ignores those opportunities, and then the local branch of that party then applied as was prescribed by the party's constitution. So they did exactly as was stated in the books. But then, of course, man past man, not all animals are equal. For abiding by the rules now, the local party members are about to be flogged by the central space. So what are you then making then of this rules-averse position of the Labour Party?
Okay, one man, you stated that they follow the rule according to the Labour Party constitution. I mean, I didn't see. That's not what they said. So, are you stating your own view from what the Ogun
we read it out yesterday, and the Ogun State chapter read the pertinent part of the party's constitution. They read they listed all of the relevant part of the party's constitution, including the prescription for anomalies or people not following the rules. And they told us in sequence how it was detailed in the party's constitution and the actions they took to abide by the constitution. But then the constitution, as always with Nigerians, is not for big men. So okay, is this the sort of country that the Labour Party will want to run? The constitution not for big men?
Well, there's more into this conflict we're talking about right now. I mean, just did they follow the normal conflict resolution mechanism? Did they file any kind of complaint initially to the to the state chapter before doing all this? Don't you have to at least file any kind of conflict? Don't you have to follow a conflict resolution? You file any kind of complaint, even to that extent, you suspend somebody before you just automatically, terminate the contract. And going by what they said, just for not paying fees for six months or whatever. When I first heard about it, I thought it was a fraud. Maybe he embezzled the state fund or that kind of things. So there has to be more into this. If you can realize, a few months ago, in that Ogun State chapter, there has been a lot of rancor going on in that place. So it has never been an organized institution when it comes to that particular Ogun State. So there has to be more going on in there. I don't think they have the constitutional right, because the national Labour Party have the right to override whatever they say. I mean, like they said, it's null and void right now. So I don't think this is a big deal. I mean,
this doesn't concern you.
No,
because this is bigger and wider than that Ogun State space. we're talking about law and order. We're talking about
did
due
they
process.
Follow the right? Did they follow the right?
They followed the prescription of the party's constitution.
But the Labour Party chairman, the Labour Party Congress say that's not true.
No, it is true, because they read us the pertinent parts of the Constitution, and the part of the Constitution did not tell us that big men are exempt from the rules. So
No, I'm not talking about big men. I'm talking about following the really, complete resolution mechanism to handle such a case.
It wasn't a conflict. So what are you talking about? It was somebody not abiding by the laid down prescription of the party. So it wasn't a conflict, and he was given copious opportunities to address it, which
Can I interject?
Okay, hold on. Did they write any kind of compliant, written any kind of compliant, written to the state before they even took?
No, they don't have to. It's an administrative.
There has to be a process.
No. The process is there are rules and regulations for that party, as there are with every organization. And if the rules are not abided by, the errant person is brought to notice that you are not complying with the rules. Please comply. If you need support, let us know. And they followed that process, gave him several endless opportunities to address it. He ignored those opportunities, and then they followed through. So it was just an administrative procedural thing.
Okay, one man.
If he was, what do you mean they should? 6 months. 6 months.
This is the only complaint that we had. One man. I don't know why you siding them, because you are not privy to the
okay.
You're taking a one-side. You're taking a one-side statement.
Oh God, man of
no. It's not about us because I'm obedient.
Of
course. This man is very important.
All right.
It's very important to Labour Party. So there's nothing they're going to do. I mean,
it's very important to Labour Party, and that's now you got there.
And it's going to start.
So if he was a cleaner in the party, it doesn't matter. But if he's a big man,
it doesn't matter, because he did not violate any kind of. It's just a rubbish stuff, So somebody's paying them to do this.
So the rules in Labour Party. The rules in Labour Party don't apply to big men. So Ajale Koko, you heard it. The rules in Labour Party, they don't apply to big men. I'm
gonna give you back to you.
No. I'm only quoting your words. The rules in Labour Party don't apply to big men.
I didn't say that.
All right. Let Ajale Koko interject. Ajale Koko, are you hearing this?
Hey, the highest organ of the party, the national, has spoken, and we have to go by what they said. They said it clearly that the Ogun State chapter did not follow the rules. They did not go by the conflict resolution mechanism in that is enshrined in the Constitution in resolving issue. They did not get any complaint from the ward to the local government, and as such, their action is regarded as null and void. This is what I was saying yesterday, and I'm glad that this video came up. The highest organ of the party and the national have said they did not follow the due process. This is what we are saying. You cannot. There is no party that will expel any member on the basis that that person did not fulfill his financial obligation. The most dangerous thing that a member can commit against the party is anti-party activities. When you acted against the interest of the party, that is what can earn you dismissal, not financial obligation. It's never done anywhere. If you don't have money,
sorry, Ajale Koko. Why were those rules in place and the prescription for non-adherence there? So why did they say give them 6 months? If they don't comply, kick them out?
Those guys are not reading the actual those guys.
They read it verbatim.
No,
they read it verbatim.
Forget. They can read whatever they like to justify their reason for the expulsion of that guy. There is no constitution of the party that will say if member does not make payment, it should be expelled. It's never done. Political party membership is voluntary. Anybody can be member of the party. It doesn't have to commit financially to the progress of that party. You don't have to give any commitment in terms of finances, financial commitment to that party.
Every organization, they have membership fees now. They have membership.
No. It's never compulsory. I'm telling you.
What do you mean it's never? How is the party sustained if they don't have membership fees?
Yes, it is voluntary. They cannot tell you. Yes.
Then why are penalties? Why are penalties in place for non-compliance? Why are penalties in place?
It's never going to be true. There's no party that will say if you don't pay your make a financial commitment to the party, you cannot be member of the party.
You want me to go and dig it out?
No. That's a blatant. That's a lie right there. No constitution of any party. And I'm standing with it. I'm still standing on what I'm saying. I was telling you yesterday that even if that expulsion has to come, it has to come from the ward, and the ward will recommend it to the local government.
They quoted Ajan Lekoko, you were here yesterday now. They quoted chapter and verse.
I said those guys.
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko.
Yes.
They were making a big decision, and they were going after a high-profile person. So they had to get it word perfect. And that was why they brought out the constitution of the party to say that this was the rule that was flouted. These were the opportunities given to address, and these were the subsequent penalties that the constitution prescribed. So it was to the letter. So
right,
this is big manism.
Let me tell you this. If a political party will recommend to members to make financial donation, political party will never state it in their constitution that it's a must for you to donate to the party. There is no political party which said if you cannot commit yourself financially to that party, you cannot be member of that party. It is never. It will be in the constitution as voluntarily, and if at all it is written in that constitution as those guys stated yesterday, that expulsion will come from the ward level. There is no way that party members will make donation to the progress of the party, will send that money directly to the state. It has to
it's not a donation. It's not a donation now.
No,
it's a membership fee.
Wait, hold on. Whether it is fee or donation or whatsoever.
Ajan Lekoko, pause your thoughts for a moment. Let me bring you this. I'll speed through it. The Ogun State Executive Council of the Labour Party on Thursday expelled the Director General of obi-datti Presidential Campaign Council, Dr. Doyin Okupe, and 11 others for refusing to pay their membership dues. According to the SAC, which made the pronouncement after a meeting in Abeokuta, said the action was in violation of the party's constitution. Those that were expelled alongside Okupe include, and then it gives us a list of names. Addressing newsmen in Abeokuta, the state chairman Michael Ashade and Feyishola Michael, state secretary, alleged that Okupe and others had refused to pay their membership dues despite repeated reminders that they should validate their membership by updating their financial status. he asked Okupe to provide evidence of any payment in respect of membership dues prior to December the 1st, 2022, into any account of the Labour Party. He asked the national chairman of the party, Barrister Julius Ebere, and the party's presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, to obey the party's constitution by relieving Okupe of his position as DG of the PCC immediately and appoint another DG for the body. Ashabe hinged the action. So here it is now. Ashabe hinged the action on Article 9.3, subsection 6 of the party's constitution, providing that only fully registered and financially up-to-date members of the party shall have the right to vie for office in the World Executive, Local Government Area Executive, State Executive Councils, and National Working Committee of the party, or be a delegate to the Congress and National Conventions. He said Article 9.3, subsection 3 of the party's constitution states as follows: only members who pay their monthly membership dues at rate prescribed shall be deemed to be bona fide members of the party. Arrears of dues up to 6 months shall lead to forfeiture of membership. Despite repeated demands from various meetings I had with Dr. Okupe in respect of his mandatory constitutional requirements to fulfill membership status, he has failed woefully in this regard, with some others to flagrantly disobey the constitution of the Labour Party. In line with Article 19.3 of the Labour Party's constitutional provision, we declare that Dr. Donyo Okupe, having failed in the payment of his membership dues for the last 6 months of joining the party, has forfeited his membership of the party and no longer fit and competent to continue to act as DG. So there it is, right? It's to the letter and it's their constitution. But the constitution does not apply to big men. This is what you're saying, Nigerian Lekoko. The constitution does not apply to big men.
That is not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that if at all he did not pay his dues for 6 months,
which he did not,
it is the ward executive, the ward organ of the party that we hold him responsible for that. It is not the state, because the organ of the party is formed at the ward level, at the local government level.
Yeah, but are you not being sorry, are you not being bogged down by minutiae? Whether it is the ward level, did he flout the rules?
No.
Did he not? So if he flouted the rules, and then was the
we cannot believe them that he flouted the rules.
It's not denied.
We cannot believe them that they
made it up. They made it up.
No. Good evening, Mr. Ajanlekuku. Please, can you hear me?
Let me finish. Look, every political party.
Is this not what we are fighting against? Different rule for big men?
No. Every political party is structured in such a way that, what belongs to the ward level belongs to the ward level, and the ward will, execute and run the party at the ward level. The state will not come to the ward level to operate the party for the people at the ward level. Same at the local government. The people at the ward level cannot operate the party at the local government level. So the state cannot come to the local government level to operate the party. So it is structured.
But is that not what that video that we're looking at just stated? I think you're being bogged down in minutiae. I think you're being bogged down in.
I am telling you
in vague details. No, the greater point is where rules flouted.
The rules is not flouted. That is what the national organ of the party is telling us now. That they said what the party did was totally wrong and null and void.
No, it's big manism now. Can you not see that? It's big manism.
No, it's not big manism. It's not big
God.
manism. And they pointed it out. I believe you listened. That man said the action, if at all there's anything wrong that guy did, it has to come from the ward level. The ward level will discipline him. They will carry out action against him. If they are expelling him, they will communicate that to the local government level, and the local government level will communicate it to
I am surprised that you of all people like
let me help
that due process.
Familiar with the Labour Party constitution.
You are not familiar with the Labour Party constitution.
The due process was not followed, and that action is null and void. So it is not a matter of big manism. Look, an organization that is structured must function according to the way it's structured. It can't be.
Are you not contradicting yourself?
How am I contradicting myself?
You're saying that an organization must function along with its structures, which are laid down rules and procedures.
Yes.
And we've now just had a sequence of laid down procedures that were not followed.
Which laid down procedure that was not followed?
If you don't pay your if you don't pay your subscription for 6 months, you're out.
The action must start from the ward level. That is what it is, not the state that we act and expel somebody that registered at the ward level. If registered at the ward level, is dues, is financial dues, is the record is at the ward level. It's not at the state level. And if the state, hold on, one man. I want to tell you
technicality.
Yes, if the state wants information with respect to its financial dues, the state have to communicate to the local government level, and the local government will communicate to the ward level to get its record.
Okay, Ajanle Koko. So if we set the minutiae, the technicalities to one side, but the overarching accusation, the real reason, did he pay his dues for the last 6 months or not? So that's a yes or no question that needs to be answered. Was he giving reminders to update himself? That's something that needs to be answered. And then, did the policy prescribe what should happen? That is something that also needs to be answered. So those are the key things.
It's not responsible. It's not responsible
for paying his dues.
No. It's not responsible to the state organ of the party. It's his ward that he registered, and if they want to know his financial record, the state will communicate to the local government, and his local government will communicate to the ward to get his financial record. You can't just jump from the state and said, okay, and ask a member, let me see your financial record. It is not done. It is illegal. It is wrong, and that is why the national organ.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's hear from Jimmy, who wanted to interject at some point. Jimmy, you wanted to come in.
All right, thank you, one man. I think I just want to, second what Ajanle Koko just said now. There is no substance in this issue, because the highest decision-making organ of the party has said that that procedure is wrong. Even though if Okupe has not been meeting his financial obligation to the party, the
rules should be ignored. Even if it's not meeting.
No, I'm not saying it should be ignored. Even if at the ward level it has been expelled, they need to communicate that back to the state, and the state will communicate that back to the highest to NEC, because of the position of Okupe. If the NEC says that this suspension should not stand, it will not stand. That's just it. So there is no substance. We shouldn't be arguing this. So what those guys have done, I feel is sponsored basically.
Jimmy, how is this different from when the court orders that Abdul Rashid Bawa should be in prison for not obeying court order? They ignore it, and they said the IGP should be put in jail for not obeying court orders. They ignore it, and then the rules prescribe that if you're not up to date for 6 months, you are out, but they ignore it. So how is this different from the Buhari administration?
This is different.
Really?
Yeah. The reason why I'm saying that is different is because they don't have these people at the ward level or the state level, they don't have that final say. They still have to send this recommendation back to the NEC, and the NEC would then say whether they uphold that or they turn it down. So if the NEC has come out to say that no, this is similar to what the case of Oshiomhole. When Oshiomhole was to leave, they suspended him at his ward, and the NEC upheld that suspension. So that was why he had to go. So I don't see this standing, to be honest. I think these guys are sponsored and they just want to rock the boat. That's the way I see it.
Is Tinubu, Abi? Is Tinubu? Is it
Tinubu? No. I'm not saying it's Tinubu. I'm not saying it's Tinubu. It might be, but but they just those guys are sponsored.
One man, can you give me a minute to summarize my opinion on this?
Yeah, back to you, man of Resi. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, we can stay here and flog everything we said. The national chairman has spoken, and let me tell you why. Because I'm in tune with the Labour Party constitution, and you may say, how do you know? But anyway,
have you read it? Have you read it? Hold on. Have you read it? You are okay.
Hold on, one man.
Oh yeah, go on.
Safe chapter. Follow. They failed. They failed. To follow the policy and style procedure of the party. Because they did not utilize the proper modality. And what are these modalities? When there's a dispute within a particular chapter, you have to follow the due process. You have to write. Whomever party that is involved, anybody, you have to write them up several times, and that didn't happen. Forget about what they present to you and say this happened. And after that, you have to go to the national chapter and follow the due process. They failed woefully in the right modality to follow, and they didn't follow any of them. So how are you going to come here and argue for them? And the national chairman has spoken, which is the highest body. And whatever they say stand, and that's final. That's the way it's been done. So it's not about big manism or whatever, like you said there. But forget about this one man.
All right. Yeah. What only surprises?
Yeah. I hope it's not going to materialize. So
no. Man of
you want to disarray to a Labour Party, so that's not happening. Okay?
I really don't. But I thought some of the things that we are all collectively fighting against was that for rules to apply in equal measure from cleaner to the CEO. And that is one of the things that the Buhari administration stands accused of the most. That they pick and choose.
They didn't follow the right modality. It's not equal at all.
They pick and choose what to obey in the constitution.
No, don't give that comparison.
But then the Labour Party now picking and choosing what to obey in their
They are not picking and choose.
So it
wasn't followed.
One man, sorry, let me just give you a scenario.
They are being infiltrated.
Let me just give you a scenario and I will drop off.
One at a time. Yeah, go on. Give us that scenario. Yeah.
So, if you look at the structure of the civil service, let's say in a school, unity school, so you have level 1 to, let's say, 7. The principal can hire and fire. But when you start getting to level 9 and above, the principal can suspend, and then they have to write to Abuja or wherever, Federal Minister of Education, to either uphold that suspension or turn it down. So that is the same way here, because Okupe is not just an ordinary member of LP, so whereby somebody can just suspend and that's it. They have to take it to the highest decision making. That is just the same scenario I want to paint to you here. It's not like different rules for different folks. No, it's just the level of the person involved.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you for that. So thank you for that. So back to you, man of prestige, and it looks as though the pressure has now broken the back of the wife of the man from Dogara. So this little boy that she had chained to her bedpost, she has now released him. So we're talking about the student that called the first lady fat. He has now been let out of prison just in time, by the way, for an exam that he has to sit on Monday. So what are you then making of that then? These are sort of a law and order that we have in Nigeria.
Yeah, there's many levels to this injustice, being, permitted to this boy, I mean, since I heard this story, I've been crying. I said, man, if I have the power to do something, because this is a situation where, apart from what has happened, the Amnesty International and some other people, of course, the obedience has led to the charge. You heard about Datti Baba spoke yesterday. He's the only president.
I didn't pay attention to Datti Baba, but
okay, go watch it again.
Yeah,
he has a powerful statement that he stated that the guy must be released. That's the reason why they released it. Forget about other people, protesting or whatever. It was because of Labour Party, statement that made them release him. He was very unequivocal that
Labour Party must be very strong.
Look at that.
Huh?
As a Labour Party must be very strong that they released the guy.
They are the most, forget about whether they win or not, they are the most popular party in Africa, not just in Nigeria.
Okay, so, I have a few prisoners in America that I need help with.
In where?
In America. Maybe they can help us release people.
I just told you they're the most popular party in Africa. I didn't tell you America or what the word. So what are you talking about? You need to go with that space I just mentioned. But anyway, his complaint, yesterday made a very good, made a big difference. I mean, you can say, you can say maybe other people pressure the fans, the international, they've been complaining. But anyway, having said that, I mean, the detention of that boy is unjustified, because according to what I read, apart from them going there, I think, was it on November 8th or whatever, when he was arrested? So they actually tried this boy and brought him to Aso Rock and whip him and do everything. I mean, the guy was well beaten. That is injustice to the highest level. And I always thought of this lady to be a reasonable, person, being a woman. What kind of ruling are we? I mean, you know what? I'm going to call her a name. I'm not going to say just fat. Another word for fat is fat. So that's what she is. That means somebody who is bigger than fat. Woman, have you seen her?
Sorry, have I seen what? I went to get some water.
Okay, I see. Have you seen Aisha Buhari? That lady is fat.
Yeah, no, she's like a sumo wrestler now. She came in all skin and bones, and now she's like a sumo wrestler.
Not just a sumo. She's fat, so she's fat, so which is bigger than fat.
Or robo, as we could say in Yoruba.
Yeah, because she looked 3 times, as she is right now. Yes. 3 times when she first came in. Yes. So the guy has a constitutional right. I mean,
it's very much under free speech now, and it's not even excessive. It's not even excessive. And the reasons why he made the comment, perfectly understandable. He's at home 8 months kicking his heels, and he lashes out at the system. That's the template of free speech right there.
Right. That is absolute. What kind of country we live in? They're totally absolute, higher than authoritative, ruling. And she ordered it because people have been speculating. Remember, one man, maybe she wasn't aware of what happened or something. So apparently she ordered this to happen and detain the boy and everything. And not only that, he was tortured, but I'm glad he was, he had been relieved. But kudos to Labour Party. That's going to be the Nigerian ruling party. So that's where we go.
So the credit goes to Peter Obi.
That's going to tell you how the rule of law is going to prevail in Nigeria going forward after Labour Party come in.
The rule of law.
What?
So the credit goes to Peter Obi for releasing the boy.
Yes. Did you go and watch the statement that he made yesterday?
Nothing to do with the outcry from the National Association of Nigerian Students.
I'm not saying they didn't contribute, but
and that impassioned lawyer who something that went on.
Oh, that guy.
He doesn't get the credit, and the whole of social media and Twitter that were raging, they don't get.
I said they contributed, but I'm telling you what the final nail on the cuff was because of what that he said yesterday.
No, man, Nigeria get the credit, not Nigeria get the credit. Nigeria.
Yeah, they do. I'm not disputing that fact, but Datti statement yesterday was the final nail of the coffin.
Forget about Datti. What did he do? Did he hire lawyer to fight for his life? Somebody just make statement. You said that statement is
you don't know how powerful. You don't know how powerful
Which power? Which power? Who
man
knows
of
Datti?
I have a simple request for you. Can I see your tongue? Can I see your tongue? Can I see your tongue? Can you just stick your tongue out? I want to see the Kool-Aid that you drank.
Look at that.
Yellow Kool-Aid. Yellow.
All right.
Yeah, that one. Let's see your tongue. Yellow Kool-Aid.
Kulata and Ajale, you know, you all are my brothers. So, you know, I don't come here and make noise.
All right. Let me take you to another space, man of prestige. So let me take you to this space. You know, this oil derivation that we hear about all the time, the 13% is quite a sizable amount of money. Our presidency releases details of 625 billion shared to Akwa Ibom, Delta, Rivers, and 6 other oil-producing states in 2 years. So 625 billion, by the way, naira. So then, of course, I was just quipping that somewhat accounts for all of these monies that Wike has been flashing around. But do you see developments in those spaces commensurate with this now Mansa Musa level monies that they are getting from the central space?
No, I don't see the equivalent of the money being allocated to this. Is that 5 or 6? I think about 7 of them. Cross River, Imo, River State. I think Lagos State included. But from what I realized,
Lagos wasn't included, but Ondo included in this list at least.
Okay, you mean the oil derivation, right? I guess I'm talking about the total allocation anyway.
Yeah.
Which I think who has the highest? I think it's Akwa Ibom, and they are one of the top in depth of state in the country. So what are they doing with the money? Do you know that Akwa Ibom is included? Niger Delta, as you know, one of the highest in depth state in that country. Plus all this money they are being, getting from all angles. So it's just a shame. That goes to show you what's going on in Nigerian space. We can't just blame Buhari for everything. I mean, some of these states, they get this money and they don't use it to develop anything. Wike is doing a little bit, but look at the difference, between the amount of money he's getting. So he can do whatever, he can do a lot of things. Of course, embezzle half of them. Then he used half of them to act like he's doing a lot. He's doing something, but that's a shame in Nigerian space. So we cannot just blame Buhari for everything. Half of the money, if not 70% of the money, particularly look at what happened in Niger Delta. They can't even account where the money is going, where the money has gone. So he's supposed to be coming out to tell us where the money went and everything. But what surprises me most, the most is Akwa Ibom, one man. That the state, is ranked, I think 1 or 2 as one of the highest, one of the highest debted state in Nigeria. Plus the money they receive.
What about Bayelsa? Bayelsa has 8 local governments. They have salary arrears for, I can't remember the number of months.
Yes, Kulata, you are right. That's one of the poorest states. I can't believe it, when I read some of it. That's one of the poorest states in Nigeria, Bayelsa.
But man, I think Akwa Ibom is one of the best states in Nigeria, in my opinion. One of the best states in Nigeria.
Who, Akwa Ibom?
Yes.
But they say they are one of the highest in debt states in Nigeria. Okay, if you're going to get all this revenue, all this money allocation, why are you borrowing so much money? Tell me, are you from there? You can give me more information. I'm going by what I read.
Charles is not from there. Charles is an American. Are you not? Which state are you from, Charles? Do you know?
Anambra.
Who told you that? Was that what mommy and daddy said?
No, I am actually from Anambra, born in Nigeria.
How do you know that? Igbokwenu. What does Igbokwenu mean? Charles, Charlie boy.
It means, I don't know.
You don't know? Of course you don't know. How would you know? You're an American now. But no, so thank you, Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige, to this final space, our alliance with PRP is for liberation, not like Obasanjo, Babangida's allies who destroyed Nigeria, AAC, Congress. So it looks as though, as a lot of people have been saying, the Showore party is now forming alliances with like-minded people to form a bigger mass to launch at the Nigerian space. I have a little clip, just about 2 minutes. Watch this and then give us your reaction.
The national chairman of the Balaraba Musa faction of the People's Redemption Party, PRP, Abdul Majid Daudu, said that Due to worsening state of economy and bad leadership, the party members meet to strategize and focus on their energies on how to win the forthcoming 2023 elections. The chairman therefore said the party resolved to continue to struggle against the dominant of the major parties who he alleged brought about setback in the nation.
Sai an kawar da duk wani tsari na 'yan jari hujja, duk wani tsari na sai da dukiyar al'umma. Yau an sai da NEPA, an sai da NNPC, an sai da neman ake ilimin jami'o'i a mai da shi sai wane da wane kudaden da 'ya'yanmu da bayan Allah ba su da biya.
Kuma sana'a ta ba ta taimakon masu shi ne ba, wanda a taimakon shi ta gudu ba su da shi. To ya zai yi kan masa da sana'a guda biyu ga ilimin na addini wanda wanda cewa na Qur'ani cewa gaskiya ce.
Okay, so they revert to their language which they don't understand, but the upshot of it is that they are forming an alliance with the AAC, and they are saying they are packing their support with the candidate of the AAC, which is of course Omoyele Sowore. So is this the direction of travel that would yield fruit for Sowore and his party? Unmute. Unmute, man of prestige. Unmute.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I mean, if they do form alliance, I don't think it's going to have any impact on the national level. But on the, I think something on the background.
No, I can't.
Okay. Okay, it's better. If they do form an alliance with with another party, I don't think it's going to make any impact in the South. Definitely, I don't know the other party. What kind of credibility they have in the North. So that's going to split the northern part. Maybe one state or get some electoral value, 20%, 5% somewhere. Maybe that's going to on the popular vote. But I don't really see any part. For them to have any kind of impact, they need to align with some of the big four. Which are the big four? The PDP, APC, Labour Party, and NNP, Kwankwaso Party. So probably Kwankwaso Party will be a beneficiary to that or Labour Party. I don't see them aligning with PDP or APC. So no, they're not going to have any impact regardless. In my opinion, they're just making.
No, it's not about impacts for the immediate election. It's about relationships for the future. And
okay.
Yeah, because a lot of these things, they has echoes of the Soludo essay that for anybody to really launch at the power base of Nigeria, alliances of like minds has to be formed. And I think the green shoots of that is what we're seeing here.
Well, that has nothing. I mean, Soludo is on a different space. I mean,
forget the hatred for Soludo. The overarching principle of what he has to say is what I'm speaking to.
Okay, if you want to go there, this alliance has been happening. Tinubu formed his own party, and that's why APC came to be. So these alliances have been happening, and it's nothing new or phenomenon. That's why I say Soludo all transit is kind of nonsense.
All right.
He's on a different base. He has a grudge and dissent against Obi, so that's in a different space.
All right.
Well, let me take my point, man.
No, you are shooting the messenger, and I was inviting you to
that messenger doesn't
the
make any sense. I don't subscribe to that messenger.
All right.
Absolutely, it's a different team. But anyway, going back to this alliance we're talking about right now. Yeah, I mean, that's just the beginning. Maybe for something in future, I don't know what year that's going to, have any kind of impact. But for now, it has a minimum of zero impact. I don't know the other particular party what kind of space they occupy in the North, but definitely nothing's going to happen in the South. I mean, it's a good beginning for future, whatever. But for now, if they want to have maybe a very little impact right now, they need to, combat their place with maybe Labour Party or so that's the only difference I'm going to see as now. But good step in the right direction. But for who knows when, that's where I see that one, man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, man of prestige. Thank you for kicking things off for us. Let me go from you for time to Ajanle Koko, but stay with us and interject as you deem fit for just as long as you can spare us the time. But on my way to Ajanle Koko, if you ever wonder why I delight so much on this platform, is the interaction of all of it, both on screen and in the comment section. And what am I talking about? Is this comment by this guy, Oga? So a lot of you may have heard some of the smaller skirmishes that is going on in the United Kingdom, So there's a woman called Ngozi Fulani that was spoken to in a manner by one of the palace administrators, to the point we're talking about the Queen's, now the King's Palace, of course. One of the functionaries of Prince William's, I think, she spoke to this. Okay, they were in some event, and this woman, who is of Nigerian heritage but British by nationality, she was at that event as well. And one of the king's consorts, or one of the consorts of the prince, came across her in interaction and was asking her where she was from. And the woman said she is British, which is this woman. And then the prince's consort, she was not having it, and kept laboring the woman, because she's looking at the woman, and then the woman also has dreadlocks as well, and then she strokes the woman's dreadlocks back and asks her again, where are you from? And then the woman said, I am British. And she kept on laboring it, but where are you originally from? And the woman answered again, I am British. And that caused somewhat of a kerfuffle in the United Kingdom, to the point that the prince's consort had to, or functionary, maybe not consort, but functionary, had to resign her position. You know, and then they are going to make her do some course on racism or something, because that fell under the racism cusp. So all of that is what Oga is commenting about. So this is the name of the woman. He says, how do you carry a name like Ngozi Fulani and not draw questions about your national origin? So there it is right there. It's those sort of witty remarks that I enjoy about it. It may not have any meaning to anybody that doesn't know the UK landscape, but that's quite witty right there.
Yeah.
From
one man, I was following the situation yesterday, you know, but
yes.
I was quite surprised about the woman. Sometimes I think some black people overreact sometimes, you know, and what happened now? They're going to make it on all black people, you know.
No. It's a space that has to be addressed, because you know, there's a level of ignorance and a level of non-acceptability, especially in this country. When they see you Indian, Chinese, black, they don't see you as British. They don't. And this is what this woman is really saying. You can be 3 generations deep. You know, they don't see you as British. And that woman considers herself British. You asked her where she was from. She told you she was British. And you should have, even if you don't believe it in your mind, you should have left it there. But she wanted to label it so that she could say, I am from XYZ. And then she would then roll out the stereotypes about that space. So that's what usually happens. And it's a space that needs necessarily to be addressed in this country. It's just, it is unwitting racism. She wasn't even intending to be racial, but that's just how she thinks. So
yeah,
I
understand. I understand. But what I'm trying to say, whatever happened yesterday, it was yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yes, this week certainly.
Yeah. What happened? Of course, my friend would say, they'll be racist to you, and they'll be mad that they are punished. They'll be mad at you too, because they are punished by their actions too. Again, you know, I don't know if you get it. The racist Britain or British will be mad again. That woman is stepping down her position, because she has been in that position, I believe, for a very long time. You know,
about 30-something years. Yeah.
So she's stepping down from that position again. They'll be mad at black folks again that, oh, why are you taking action or standing up for your right? But that woman, I don't know. Some things you just let something go, you know. And sometimes I feel they take it over the board. Black.
No. I don't think. That's why we have. It's festered for so long. People are not letting it go anymore. Okay. And in fairness, in this country, they are making all the necessary adjustments when things like this are highlighted. But Ajani Koko, were you following that space too?
No, I'm just hearing it to reverse time. Yeah. And I'm glad that Ngozi Fulani, you know, stood her ground and didn't.
But how do you even carry a name like Ngozi Fulani? Is what our guy is asking. Now he
don't mind Oga is the Wala guy now. Don't mind
Fulani. you know. One man. How can you have Ngozi Fulani?
The most extreme of names.
Yeah, but it's like with these Eastern people, they have names like Kanwakwo, or they have some name. I don't understand. Yet, the Northern is your worst enemy. Any little thing, but you still have their name. Ngozi Fulani, Kanu Wanko. All their name end in Kanu. Why? What are you doing with Kanu?
What is that's a true Nigeria for you?
Yeah, but you know, in the country where we have law against racism, when you are when you occupy any governmental position, I think they are trained not to be racist against anybody. But you know, some of these government officials, some of them, they are so racist that sometimes they cannot help themselves, and that is what she did, and that's what cost her job. So rather. So some others will learn a lesson from there, and it's a good thing that Ngozi Fulani stood her ground and did not succumb to her intimidation. She was trying to intimidate her for him or for her, rather, I don't know, asking her several times, where are you from? Where are you from? Somebody, you ask a question, she said, I'm a British. What else do you want? Why do you keep pressuring her and trying to intimidate her to tell you where she's not from? I mean, it's just high level racism, and you know, sometimes these people should.
Oh God, Delikoko,
pay their
Are you surprised? When they was making King Charles, when they was, I think he's swearing or whatever, the process becoming the king. I do remember he was on TV, he was shaking his people, you know, and he skipped the black guy, the only black guy in the crowd. He skipped the guy. He didn't shake hands with the guy. You didn't see during Prince Charles'
I don't think Prince Charles is racist. No, I wouldn't even.
But he's that guy now, one man. The actions speak different.
It may be for whatever reason, but it cannot be for reasons of race. But let's get back to the politics of it, Ajane Koko, and this alliance that is at the fledgling stages between the the PRP and the AAC. Surely this gladdens you, especially Ajane Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Hey, we have not had details of that. What do you call this thing? The merger or alliance whatsoever.
Ajale Koko, the music is quite heavy where you are, but carry on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, carry on. Yeah.
Next to me where they play music. So so we don't know how they have finalized it. We want to know how they want to go about this. Are they forming alliance at the state level, or are they forming alliance at the national level? If at the national level, then who is their adopted presidential candidate?
Sure. Not at the national level, but at that level of the alliance, they've announced for sure.
But they have not announced it that what do you call it? Kola Abiola is stepping down for sure for the reason of that alliance. So we want to know what is going to happen on the presidential race. Who is the senior partner? Who is the junior partner? So it's a good thing, because you look at the two parties' ideology are similar, and they are parties that are not money-backed parties. They are parties that their constitution, their manifesto, as socialist by all standards. They represent the socialist interests, and as such, I think it'd be easier for both of them to work together, because they are in both parties. You don't have to spend any kobo to buy form for nomination. The nomination form is free. It's not like the PDP that sells form for millions of naira and APC. So nomination forms are free. Both of them are committed to in their manifesto to uplift, the living standard of the poor people in that country. Both of them are committed to heavy investment on education, on healthcare, on social welfare for millions of Nigeria. So it's good that they hinted us this effort they are trying to achieve, but we want to hear more on this so that their members across the country can really know where they stand, and then people can really see that a strong merger is emerging between parties that really represent the interests of the people, and not parties that represent the interests of the bourgeoisie or the looters. These are parties for the people, and we want to know how we need. We'd like to hear more details how they are going to solidify this merger and then come together as a strong force and then go frontally against the looters. So that is what I'm looking forward to.
All right, Adele Koko, let me come back to you. The music in the background is so heavy. It's so heavy that your voice is not punching through. But let me come back to you. But let me take the conversation in the direction. Let me take it to Kulata if it's ready to go. Kulata, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this space then, Kulata. This because you're a man of finance and whatnot, so let me take you to this space then. Presidency releases details of 625 billion shared to Akwa Ibom, Delta Rivers, 6 other oil producing states in 2 years. So that is in 2 years. That's between 2021 and 2022, 8 tranches of payments, 8 installments of payments already coming through to that amount, more to come. But are you seeing or are you hearing of a commensurate developmental achievement or anything like that that reflects this volume of money? 625 billion to Akwa Ibom Delta, 6 other oil producing states. But what do you suspect they have done with the money, Kulata?
I mean, commensurate development? No, hell no. I mean, if you are to rank the South states in terms of the ones that have at least tried, put some effort into development, Akwa Ibom will be high there. Akpabio did a lot of work. And I think the person before Akpabio kind of set the foundation. So at least they have some infrastructure. They built some roads. They have an airline. River State. Well, Wike does the Wike things. A lot of flyover. Some of them probably meaningless. But I mean, let's be frank with us. Everybody points to the federal government, but it's not just the federal government. Federal government is half of your problem. The state government actually impacts people way more than the federal government, because the state government is the government that should be second to the closest to you, because local government, state has swallowed up the local government. So we can technically say the state government is the closest to you. So those guys, and I hope you know that money, I think that's the 13% derivation, right? It is.
Yes, including subsidies and sure pay. So it's a combination of about
all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you know that is separate from NDDC money. NDDC money, since the inception of NDDC, I was reading a report that they've given them $42 billion since the inception of NDDC. So it's also separate from the 13% derivation. So it just means the governors they're stealing the money. And these are states that can, within themselves, decide to build rail lines that will kind of touch amongst the different state capitals or big cities. They could do that. They could raise money to build private seaports. Lagos did it. They're doing it twice. Why can't one of these states, I mean, come up with something? So I mean, it's a terrible. It's
I
a
mean,
it's an
if they synergize their resources just based on this money alone, that place should be the best developed space within Nigeria.
it should be the best developed. It should be booming. I mean, look at NDDC money in billions of dollars. Now look at this one. Look at this one too, probably in billions of dollars. There's no incentive to do anything but to chop. I think the worst of them all is probably Bielsa, followed by Delta. There's nothing there. There's nothing. There's nothing. I mean, it's crazy. There's nothing there. Especially, I mean, Delta should have a lot, but Delta has nothing. So all they do is just steal, and we have no development. So for Nigerians that complain about the federal government, I think you should point to the state government first and try and get some accountability from the state government. Because I mean, look at the infrastructure these guys could have built. Just think about it. If they've decided to even build refineries, let's pull money together and build refineries that all of us will control together, and we'll be selling it to Nigerian government, and we'll make money. I mean, they're close to the sea. They could have built a port, free trade zone. There's so many things they could have done, but because it's kind of like the money just comes. When wealth is in the ground, you just take it for granted, and the money comes, but the money is not spread around. Uh, is not used to develop the people. They're still paying school fees or some levy. I think River State is free education or something now, but the other ones will still pay some one levy or the other. So they're not even distributing the wealth to the people. And some high poverty rates are in some of these areas. High poverty. Bayelsa has high poverty. Out of school kids, a lot of out of school kids in Akwa Ibom. So the governors are just useless. Let me put it that way. Their governors are absolutely useless, and I don't know. And a lot of these states have been PDP governed states from day one. So it's an indictment on the kind of the caliber of leaders that those people are electing. So good luck to them. That's all I would say.
No, all right, brilliant. But this money though was within the last 2 years, but so probably accounts for all of the flexing that we've been seeing from Wiki. But let me take you to this space then. This young student then that was chained to the desk by Aisha Buhari, public pressure now frees him. But does it end there, or should wider questions be asked?
Frankly, I didn't follow that news that deep, but whatever she did was wrong. I believe is illegal because what crime did that guy commit? He said she's fat. Isn't she fat? I mean, the, she's the consumption. Uh, she's, she's the literal tra- translation of
The
consumption.
consumption of the production.
Eh, she needs to she needs to go and learn production from Peter Obi's wife. So yeah, she's fat. He said she's fat. I don't know why they locked him up. Like, why would they lock him up for saying something on the internet? So it's one of those areas of Buhari's government that is terrible. Like the rights of people, freedom of speech. They just abuse constitution. I mean, they just abuse the constitution. Like, on what basis? I think maybe they've seen that they messed up. That's why they're now inviting the guy to go and see the president. Otherwise, why would they even invite him to go and see the president? And then Nance is apologizing. Why is Nance apologizing? So the
It's
entire
unbelievable.
the whole thing is just crazy. Like, the what did the boy do? Nothing. He said something. Is it factual? Yes, factual. Feelings hurt. Yeah, she's a public figure, so why should she be looking at what people write online? Like, come on. So if it's a sane society, I will sue them and make money from it. I will sue the first lady because she's a private citizen. You probably cannot sue the president, but I will sue the first lady and try and cash out from it. That's just, I mean, this is like Banana Republic where you lock someone up for what? For being a troll online. But he's not even trolling, he said the truth. So no.
I think what that guy did is the very definition of free speech.
It's
So
free speech.
and what he did also is not beyond the realms of our reason, because we are talking about a frustrated young man that has been at home for 8 months and he's lashing out at the authorities, and it wasn't even excessive in language.
Wasn't excessive now.
Yeah.
He said she's what did you say that she's
Oh,
one that she's chopped all the money.
Yeah.
He
But then
called that
again,
consumption.
you should never mock a woman with her weight, or won't be tight. So
But
this is
what's
the
wrong with
next.
Aisha Gonzalez? What's wrong? Aisha used to be cute. What's wrong with her? She went to Dubai and then she started eating buffet. I mean, what's wrong with her?
I think she may be depressed. I think it might be comfort eating. This is what I suspect.
Because
all
they
of
drove
the.
her out of the country.
Hmm.
She now started eating food. As she's eating food. I mean, isn't she a rich kid? Like, why is she? I mean, if it's irolalry, you know what irolalry is. I mean,
Yes, of course. So that then leads to depression. Something must have happened. Comfort eating now, chocolates for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Anyway, I mean, whatever happened, whatever she did in Dubai, she messed up. Cause she's a pretty woman now. You just let everything go brekete like that, and she's now fat. No, she it's good for her. Maybe she'll go on a keto diet or something.
But Kulata, who is complaining? You or the man that owns the other room? Who is complaining? Other room is not complaining. You are complaining. What are you talking about?
You don't know if other room complained. That's why she entered depression and she went to start eating chocolate and started eating chocolate and burger in Dubai.
You see what I seen in Aisha reaction is this, and is the danger. It's a dangerous thing we find in the leadership in Nigeria. Now, I don't know whether it cuts across every major school that someone attend. When you attend leadership program, one of the things they tell you last is, okay, now that you've got this and you find yourself in a position that leaders should be one of those people that the most humble people that you will find, because you need people to feed you with information. Without information, without feedback, there's no way you can be better than what you are, and that's one of the very way you are going to fail. But you find the reverse thing in the type of leadership we have in Nigeria and those people that are associated with them. Just imagine millions of words or thousands of words thrown at patient Jonathan and the husband. Did you ever hear at once that someone?
Oh yeah. Patient Jonathan to her that she had an incident too. Let's not forget.
Okay. I can't remember, but just you see the way people were insulting Jonathan himself.
Well, she had somebody locked up. Did she have somebody locked up?
Yeah. She had something similar to happen.
Okay.
Patient.
I
have to go and dig it up. I remember.
Okay, but look at her husband. I can never imagine anybody just messed up. You threw word at him like any cheat in the history of that country. You say the guy just will just be looking at you. You call him clueless. You call him everything. But I could not remember any incident where the state security service will come and harass someone for calling this man clueless. Even when there was attack on Buhari, this guy had to provide security to even started protecting Buhari and some of those things. But little thing, you just say little thing against this vampire in power in Nigeria, the next thing they will be after you. The one they cannot go after, if they have something they can hook onto like Twitter, they will just shut everything down. So I think one of the dangers that people should be looking at is this. Don't just looking at candidate, but look at that candidate, whether this candidate I actually.
Ola, you can't determine that now. What you are saying right now is is low self-esteem, because if you read something online, she will have gone back to think about it. Then when she's thinking, maybe she woke up in the middle of the night, then she thought about it, then it pained her. Then before she now come back and say, let's go and arrest this kid. So it's a matter of low self-esteem, because Aisha was probably a babe, So maybe she did not realize that she had transitioned from babe to Orobo Kibo. So
sumo wrestler.
Sumo wrestler. So after she realized she became sumo wrestler, is that dawning on you like, what the hell? I'm now fat. Then maybe she looks herself in the mirror and realizes that, oh shit.
But is that not the story of all of us, though? Kulata and Ola. In our heads, we're still that young, thrusting element that all the women swoon for. But in reality, you are somewhat fat, a bit balding, and whatnot. But in your head, you are still a babe magnet. Eh?
No, I realized that one a long time ago.
But I don't know. But it's still our culture because you find this sometimes within when this some of the girls in Lagos are even growing up. When some of them will be using desacotin to add on weight so that people will see them older than their age and people respect them. But all of a sudden, calling someone fat in Nigeria now suddenly became a crime because you see these people that even when you are in Lagos, if you are slim, there's a way they will just call you. If you are fat, there's a way they call you. Some people they use drug for them to get fat, all those stuff, medication. So to me, I think what Aisha did is just like she didn't realize the position she's occupying, and it's just like carrying sledgehammer killing ants because it should have just left those people. It should have just let it say attack, maybe attack dogs online to just respond instead of him carrying maybe because this person stand no chance against you. So you just the first human being because in Nigeria you just use all your power like someone was saying someone was saying that he should have considered that if he found a child or a daughter in that situation, how happy would Aisha be? Just because someone in power tried to use that against as daughter.
But can I clarify something? Is it true that she attempted to physically beat the
No, that's
boy
been rumored, but I'm not sure that
and she
that's been
broke her
reported.
ankle?
Yeah.
She broke her ankle in the process.
God.
Because if that's true, then this is in another dimension.
It's a throwback to those days of it's almost like an Idi Amin sort of style
It's like Dothan Barracks kind of story.
Yes, it's a space that we thought we had consigned to the annals of history. It's unbelievable. But let me take you to a different space, Kulata. He is the best. Dogara, other Northern Christians pick presidential candidates to support after dumping Tinubu. So, of course, they've moved to Atiku, and the Arewa Consultative Forum, of course, have now come out to tell us that after long and detailed deliberation, they've arrived at Article 2. So is this the clan coming together?
Yeah, let me pieces it together. So the Dogara part will probably break the heart of the obedience because they thought Baba Chair moving that way will also move Dogara and the Northern Christians. But I've always insisted that those block of voters, they are PDP voters. They're not, they're PDP voters. So anyway, it's still going to go to the BTP side. Whether it goes to PDP Pro Max or it go to PDP Light, Labour Party, it's still within the PDP area. So that's expected, but it doesn't, break the way. I don't know if Dogara has any real influence, but it doesn't break the way of it doesn't really change much from a dynamics. Now the Northern Elders Consultative Forum. Remember that Kwakwanso avoided that town hall because he said he knew that they were going to endorse Atiku. Is it the same group that they were addressing in Kaduna that is now endorsing Atiku? Is it that same group?
It is that same group, Northern Elders Forum, yes.
It is that same group. So Kwakwanso already
there's only one. Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so Kwakwanso already knew of this. He already said it. So that's why he did not come for that town hall. So we can see evidence that the North is trying to coalesce around Atiku. Now the question now will be how united is the North to coalesce for Atiku? Because here's the thing. I think everybody out they've learned their lesson that you can't jump from one party to the other just like that, because a lot of people that have jumped parties from PDP to APC or whatever, they regretted it, the likes of Saraki and Co. So I think those were some of the lessons learned from NPDP. So if the North, the Northern governors, the APC Northern governors, because most of the Northern governors are APC governors, if they're going to follow this route, that means they have to, if they're going to follow these so-called leaders, it means they have to tell their voters on the presidency ballot, vote Atiku, then on the governor, vote me APC. So what is the likelihood of that happening where Atiku is going to be a PDP president and they will remain in APC, and how will that pay them overall? I'm not seeing that adding up for me. I'm seeing them preferring an APC government. But I may be wrong, because the interest, the primordial interest there may supersede rationality. But
You see,
I'm just
Colata.
yeah.
You see, I predicted that. I predicted gonna happen. I predicted that. I predicted that's gonna happen. It happened. You see, I was right. I told you not to support on kind. I was right, and it's happening. You see, I was right when I was saying that the other time. I was right, and it's happening.
Yeah, but it's predictable though, Charles. So, but you were right. Yeah.
I think Kwakwanso already alluded to this, but it's just of what material is this of what material value is this endorsement? Is this another Afenifere endorsement that's symbolic, or what's the name of the other one? Is it Indigo
Or Haneze Indigo.
Or Aneze Indigo? Because a lot of those don't mean much. So this Northern Elders Consultative Forum, I think, is led by Babache. It's led by Dati's brother, right?
Yeah, Hakim Baba Ahmed.
Hakim Baba Ahmed. So I don't know. Have they been influential in the
It's
past?
actually led by Ango Abdullahi, but he's the spokesperson about carry on. Yeah.
Oh, Ango Abdullahi. So have they
Yeah.
been influential in the past? I don't know. But definitely Atiku, Atiku needs to pull some weight now. Is he just going to lose everything? So they have to make it tribal. I think this is an attempt to make this 1979 election where every tribe kind of like tries to garner their own votes. Well, how effective will this be? Because all this depends on who has the more sway. APC Northern governors, or this Northern Elders Consultative Forum, or maybe just the voters on how fed up they are with APC and if they're willing to give Atiku a change. Because talk to any conservative Northerner, they don't like Atiku as a person because he's not a conservative person. They see him more like a Southern, like a Lagosian Northerner. So
And they don't even see him as a Muslim. You know, it's disadvantage on so many scores. They don't because you know who the Northerners see as a Muslim. They see Buhari as a Muslim because because he's an adherent one, and then he lives that simple Spartan life that their faith and culture prescribes. So he's that sort of image that they have and they want. But Atiku, the total opposite, cavorting and drunk all of the time, changing women and
dancing in public.
Grabbing them like by the whatever Donald Trump said,
and so many other things like that. So
they don't like him.
They don't like the people don't like him. If you speak to an ordinary Northerner, they don't like Atiku at all because they don't feel Atiku represents their interest. But at the same time, the same thing that they're going to look at Tinubu too, because if they don't like Tinubu, Atiku, they definitely will not like Tinubu too from a religious perspective, because none of them is better than the other when it comes to Islam. So it's not. So it's just like, is this a meaningful endorsement or is it a symbolic endorsement? I lean symbolic. The Dogara one, I was expecting it because those votes in Benue, those votes in Plateau, is going to be shared between. They're going to split PDP, and if Peter Obi can make any headway in that space, Peter Obi will steal some of the PDP votes, and then the APC voters are going to be the APC voters. If Peter Obi does well in Midwest, Plateau and Benue, if he does well, then Atiku is in trouble, not Tinubu, because Tinubu is not supposed to win them, but his votes will remain constant there, and Obi will just eat in more into Atiku's votes. But this Northern Elders Consult, Northern Elders Consult, can't
Consultative forum.
Consultative forum.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they're powerful, if they're influential enough to do much. I don't know. Is either that or the governors? So who's more influential, the governors or the northern? Because those governors have started holding rallies for APC, and those rallies are well attended, even without Tinubu being there. So it looks like I've been trying to gauge if those governors.
What are you making? What are you making of the sincerity of the northern governors backing of Tinubu? Because a lot of people say it is tequila, but then by their body language and actual physical action and activity, they are doing what you would expect them to do, and maybe even more. But people say they're saying it's subterfuge. Yeah,
it's not subterfuge. So because there was a rally, for example, held in Jigawa. Jigawa used to be the old part of the old Kano state. It was a well-attended rally done by the governor on behalf of Tinubu Shetima. It was a huge rally, and I think there was something else done in Nasarawa or something. So they still look like they're working for him, but the biggest issue is going to be who is more fed up about life in general under APC and is tired of Buhari and tired of APC, that will never consider APC and will most likely maybe go to Kwakwanso, not Atiku, more like Kwakwanso. That's why Kwakwanso is more of a threat to APC than any other candidate. The same way Obi is more of a threat to Atiku. So that's where this election, when I think about it, I've gone back to 1979 election. I think it's going to look like that. But what I did was I added some Waziri votes.
No. Remind us what that looked like first, and then tell us how you. Yeah.
So the 1979 election was a five-way election, not five-way. It had Zik, which is the equivalent of Obi. It had Awolowo, which is the equivalent of Tinubu. He had Shagari, which is the equivalent of Atiku. Then he had Aminu Kano, which is the equivalent of Kwakwanso. And then he had Waziri, which we don't have any equivalent in this space. Waziri comes from Borno State, currently Borno State. So Aminu Kano, like Kwakwanso, won Kano overwhelmingly, but that was the only place he won. Shagari won the North widely. He won the North, and I think maybe one of the South states or something. Maybe I have to go back and check. Zik did well in the Igbo state, but also won Plateau State, but did not win Benue State. But Awolowo, of course, won the Southwest states and the North Central states. No, not all the North Central states. Lost Kwara, but it won the Southwest states and some other states. Benin, Edo State and all those areas. He won that. And Shagari won majority. So Shagari was number one. The difference in votes between Shagari and Awolowo was maybe 500 or 600,000 or something like that. Awolowo came second, Zik came third, Aminu Kano came fourth, and Waziri came fifth. So Waziri being Borno, he won. He had a good showing in Borno. But I'm thinking, well, I can as well call Waziri Shetima and add some of Waziri's votes for APC. And if that's the case, that will turn the election round because there's enough votes there that will have made that will make APC win. But that election looks very, very likely like what is going to happen. And it shows where Obi, the people that are more receptive to maybe southeastern votes, looks like the current day Plateau states may be more receptive to an Obi, to a Labour Party candidate than anything. Benue, not so much. So that is how I kind of like see this thing is moving, is inching closer.
How can you say
Kulata, can I interject?
No, let me put
hold
down
on,
Kulata question.
hold on.
So hold on. Let's hear from Ajahn Lekoko first. Yeah, yeah.
How can you say Benue not too much when Otom, the governor of Benue, is championing Sadana, and the Plateau governor is the chairman of Tinubu campaign committee?
That one, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
talking about 1979, and I'm projecting it to now.
Okay.
I'm talking about what happened in 1979. Zik won Plateau in 1979. Zik did not win Benue, and I'm saying it's still possible for it to play out that way. Because
okay, I got you.
Kulata, can I interject?
Yeah, man of prestige, yeah.
Okay, Kulata, let me tell you why you fell on this year permutation. What you said, everything you said makes sense, but you came out wrong on your final analysis.
Because I said
because
Obi
if
will
you're
come
going to use
third.
this year permutation, remember by that time it was just a popular vote. Now you have two ways.
No. It was not just the popular votes. They had states.
How many states do you have to win by that time? Does it have state and popular vote?
We had 19 states then.
Two-third. You know, that's what Akinjide rule. It has
exactly.
to be 2/3.
We had that 2/3 rule.
So Shagari won 2/3 of the state and popular?
They went to court to settle it. So Shagari won in court eventually.
Okay, even at all that prevail on your permutation right now, that's still gonna make the whole thing coming to second round. That's my own opinion. So the analysis may make sense, but your final analysis that is gonna go.
But you know why it may not go the second round? Because in 1979 there was a candidate called Waziri. It was a Kanuri man. And the equivalent of Waziri, there's none on this ticket. So if you extend Waziri's support as something that Shetima will be able to garner, then it may not go that way. It may not hand.
No. You're wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Because right now there's 4 leading candidates. So that's the analysis about just because there's no Waziri.
Then there were 5 leading candidates too, Prestige.
It's still going to come to second round if we have to follow your analysis.
Is Obi more popular than Zik?
Be more popular than Zik. I don't know about it. I don't know about
back in the day. Zik back in the day was a pretty popular candidate.
Zik was a Pan-African. It's not much of an Igbo candidate.
1979 Zik, not 1950 Zik. 1979.
He was more of a Pan-African, so he's not going to gather that.
What is Pan-African in Nigerian politics?
That means
what are you talking about?
He's more interested in Africa,
What is Africa? He cannot win in Yoruba land. He win only in Igbo.
But what I'm saying, I'm talking about his philosophy. This is why he didn't garner more vote as much as expected in the Southeast.
Who cared about Pan-African?
Which Pan-Africanism? What is Pan-Africanism has to do with Nigerian politics?
What I'm telling you is people don't look at him as a representative of the Southeast in that.
He won the Southeast.
No, he was representative of Southeast. What are you talking about?
He won the Southeast.
He won all the Southeast.
He doesn't have that much influence like Obi has. That's the only comparison I'm
making. But he won the Southeast.
Man of prestige.
All Igbo leaders, majority of them are behind.
This is different.
Take it from me, I'm an Igbo man. I'm a good in that area.
Election. This is the difference. You see, Ekweme and another Igbo man was Shagari vice president. Now the question is, what percentage of the Eastern vote did Nnamdi Azikiwe won? Now, if Okowa is able, because let's assume that all the region now, let's classify them as Biafra, right? South and Southeast. Now, what percentage of that region can Okowa take away from Obi? Now, that's my question for man of prestige. But my question for Kulata, for me to understand your data, is who represents Shagari in this permutation and who represents Obafemi?
No, I mean, I said, look, it's not exact. It's just, I mean, Shagari, I'll say Atiku is the closest to Shagari in this current cycle. Even though Shagari came from Sokoto, Atiku comes from Adamawa, northeast versus northwest. So they're not exactly the same. But from an ethnicity, they're both Fulani candidates and they're northern candidates. So it's just a rough estimation. It's not an exact science. I'm trying to see because our voting patterns, our behavior hasn't really changed since 1979 in terms of religiosity and tribalism. It hasn't really changed. So
Okay. So what part will party play? Because considering that angle too,
no, party
MPN.
will play a role for sure. Party will play a role. But if you look at the behavior now, old Anambra State, Zik got 82% of it. Old Imo State, he got 84% of it. Isn't this exactly the same way Obi will perform? It's the same way he's going to perform now. In Plateau State, Zik got 49% of it. Shagari got 34.72%. So when you look at, Obi is going to win the East the same way Zik won the East. That's what I'm trying to say. And when you look at Rivers State, Shagari won Rivers State, South. And Rivers will vote PDP. Shagari won Rivers State overwhelmingly. But that's the comma here. Wike is the X factor for Rivers State. We don't know how Rivers will go this time around. And I'm just looking at it based on that lens. And it looks more,
Kalata, sorry. Good evening. But why are we counting Obi as one of the leading candidates?
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
No. I'm just being factual here because I'm right here in Nigeria. There's nothing Obi I'm seeing. This Lagos.
Thomas, don't come here with that narrative. You always come here.
Hold on. He's giving us an on the ground account
because he's very biased. He's very biased.
No, please now. Can you not do that? Don't personalize it. Let him have his say. I'll go on because he's giving us from the streets of Lagos. But then so what led you to make that comment, Thomas?
There is nothing on ground. There is nothing. This Lagos, they've suppressed every party in this Lagos. There is nothing on ground. That 25%, I beg, go and rethink. Forget that 25%. Let me finish now.
Hold on, Thomas. The fact that you are saying, because the fact that the capacity to express their political leanings has been suppressed, it doesn't mean that they don't have those political leanings. And when they get to the ballot, they will exercise that. So the fact that you are not seeing Peter Obi's posters all over the place because Tinubu is tearing it down does not mean he doesn't have support in Lagos.
But people are not even talking about him. The people
but the people you gravitate amongst are Yoruba people.
Maybe that's your own echo chamber.
But Kolata, the people I gravitated with is Yorubas. Fine. But they still need the Yorubas big vote, isn't it? Is it only Igbos that will vote for him in Lagos to attain that 25%?
There's some Ajebota Yoruba that will vote for
Thomas, you came here and stated that they're not going to release the Igbo PVC. So does it mean that APC has the power to do everything? Don't come here and be giving that kind of biased opinion.
No.
Man of prestige. See, bias is part of the discussion. So let's just leave.
Yeah, but be a little bit more relevant with your biasness. Coming here to tell us they're not going to release their PVC. Are you INS or APC is INS?
No, man of prestige. Just see Thomas' opinion as his opinion. It doesn't mean
that you need to give something that makes sense.
Hold on. Let's not go down that rabbit hole because it always ends in a mess. But what Thomas is saying is from what because he's in Lagos now, and of course he's been part of the conversations we have been having all the way from Australia to Lagos. So he's taking that conversation to test the space, and what he's finding is what he reports. So he's saying that they are not allowing the Labour Party to campaign in Lagos, which we have heard even outside of his confirmation, and he's saying that they are trying to suppress Peter Obi's vote in Lagos, which we have also heard outside of his confirmation. So he's just saying as a find. I don't think it's I don't think it's deeper than that. So back to
Thomas. Okay, can I say something, please?
Yeah.
Thomas, let me tell you why Obi is a major candidate. You see, the politics in Nigeria is ethnically biased, and Igbo as a group is the third largest ethnic group in Nigeria. And when you see now, you can almost guarantee without even being a prophet or maybe soothsayer that he's going to win that region. And his vote is capable of destabilizing either Tinubu or BAT. Now, saying that he doesn't even have a political patronage within the Yoruba, it depends on who you shout with. For example, if I go to my school, my schoolmates now, for example, some of them 10, whether they will go out on that day to vote is another thing. Even within my former workplace too, there are so many obedient there. Whether they will go out on that election day is another thing entirely. So the one you see on the streets may be different from one you see from the corporate people that will prefer to keep quiet, because I speak now, some people will keep quiet, but what they will do on that election day is within them. So to me,
Ola, sorry for just 30 seconds. What I observe in Lagos, people are just obedient with mouth. They don't even have this PVC. Almost Igbo. At least I'm in an hotel now. I have Igbo guys here. They don't even have PVC. They are just obedient by mouth. My brother, let me speak my mind. You may not agree with me. I don't care. I'm reporting what I've experienced with people. So we are not fighting here. We are having conversation. If you let me be, I would like that, please. I met many obedience here. Do you have PVC? No. Do you have PVC? No. Did you have PVC? No. You can't win by mouth. You will win by going there at the day of election and cast your vote for your candidate. Did you register? No. So what are you obedient for? Is your mouth going to win election? I'm telling you what I saw on ground here. So that is just my submission. You can't be obedient by mouth. Your obedience should be a card, PVC, go out there and vote. I'm not against Obi. I'm just reporting what I've experienced with people.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, for being a very good correspondent in Nigeria. Okay, for filling us in. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Great correspondent.
All right. So all's well that ends well. So back to Kulata then. Kulata, to that space then. No surprises that Dogara, and I think it's a combination of
one man.
Yeah.
One man. I think I want to agree with somewhat with Thomas to some extent, because most of these young guys that are shouting obedient every year, they are not reliable voters. A lot of them have not voted before. They don't have PVC through, but they're making loudest known voice, and that is going to be a big setback for. That will record a big setback for Obi on election day. Most of these young people, they are just something else, man. You can't rely on them on election day. They are not reliable.
That's a global phenomenon, by the way.
If you're gonna make that statement, doesn't that apply to other parties? It's just the obedience, young obedience that don't have their PVC. How about the Jagaban young people? Why you make such a statement? Come on, you must be better than this.
No. Oh, sorry. Let me just address one thing. Man of prestige, keep the conversation to the conversation, and so let me mute Ajanleko for a moment. Keep the conversation to the conversation, and leave the commentator leave what they are reading of what. So just leave it. Don't say you are better than this, or leave all of that. Just address what they are saying. But you are right.
Thank you, sir. I will correct myself.
It's not for.
I take your point.
Oh, right. It's not for you especially, but really for the platform. Because sometimes when you make a commentary about somebody, they take it personally, and then we go through that 20-minute window of trying to settle matters. But you are right in what you're saying. It applies right across the board because it's a global phenomenon, voter apathy in voting amongst you know, when Britain did Brexit to come out of Europe or not, everybody thought that the vote was going to be for Britain to retain in Europe because the vast majority wanted that. And amongst that vast majority, the largest portion of that was young people who wanted to be in Europe. But when the results came in, Britain was out of Europe. But then when they went around the young people, they said they did not vote. So that is a global phenomenon. And yes, it's not obedient or right across the board. You are right. You will see voter apathy amongst young people because it's a global thing. But thank you. But back to you, Kulata. Back to you, Kulata.
Oh, okay, let me continue with some lessons I've learned from this 1979. In 1979, for example, Cross River and River State did not vote for Zik. They voted for Shagari. So if we want to say that some of the behaviors and patterns from that day still hold, then we can say that the South is not an automatic it's not an automatic ticket for it's not an automatic vote for Peter Obi. It may not get overwhelming votes in there. It may not even win it because the same people that voted for Shagari over a Zik is the same, it's just one generation away. I don't know how much they've changed from 1979 till now. But for example, in River State, they voted for Shagari 72%. In Cross River State, which was the same Cross River and what's it called? I'm calling that Akwa Ibom. They voted Shagari 64%. And when you look at what they gave Zik, 7% for Zik. And in River State, 14% for Zik. So those voting behavior, I'm not saying, I mean, it's changed, but I don't think it's just an automatic vote to be. So obedience they should be aware of South. I'm not expecting this kind of behavior. Then some things that have changed. Kwara at that point voted for Shagari. So Kwara was the old Kogi and Kwara. I think Kwara has shifted more. They've urbanized a bit more. But I don't think Tinubu will get the kind of margins Awolowo got in the Southwest, for example. Awolowo was getting 92% in Ogun State, 94% in Ondo State. Tinubu will never, ever get those kind of numbers.
You sound in bad. You sound in bad shape, man.
I mean, I've been like this for all week. Don't worry about it.
All right.
So, I mean, there's some things you can pick up. I think a lot of Waziri votes will go APC, but it's a useful exercise. And again, there was a Christian ticket, Awolowo and Umeadi. Awolowo had an Igbo vice president, and he did well. The Christian ticket, and what's it called? Shagari had Ekweme as VP. They didn't do well in the Southeast, even though they had Ekweme there. Zik still beat them silly in the Southeast. And the only area where it shows Obi may do well based on the past is the Plateau State, which is the current Plateau and Taraba. I think they broke out the current Plateau and Taraba. And Zik won there by 49.7%. Shagari came a close second. So these patterns have not they've changed, but they've not fundamentally changed. So this may look like what that election will look like. So it's still a shot between Tinubu and Atiku. That's my conclusion. So Dogara, I don't know Dogara.
I think you are using an ancient permutation. You know what does it
I
exist
know it's
anymore?
ancient.
I
said
very,
so.
very
It's a generation away.
No, hold on. Because I always sort of I shudder somewhat when people try to disregard known data, already collated data. Often instances you can predict what's to come with we have data now, so we must use it. But yes, of course. And then when 2023 produces a new dynamic, then we factor that into data as well. Because we're only projecting, and it has to be based on knowledge. Dogara, it doesn't add on remote. It's like Pade Banjo endorsing Peter Obi. It has no meaning.
Dogara has no meaning to me. And again, you say Babachela will go one way, Dogara go another way. Then PD is still the same PDP. At the end of the day, it falls to the same equation that Obi is stealing PDP votes. as opposed to APC votes. It's only, it's only Kwakansia that potentially have some APC voters in them. So the formula of this election hasn't changed. But the reason why we have to go back to 1979, because this is the second time we're going to have this almost exact voting patterns. Between 1979 and now, it's just been mostly two people or three people where the third person doesn't matter. So 1979, for those that love politics, go and study 1979. I don't think it's going to be that fundamentally different from 1979, in my opinion. Whether you have G5 or you don't have G5, with G5, just take away some here, put it there. That's all you have to do. And if you look at the gap, let me tell you, from total votes, Shehu Shagari got 33.77% of the total votes. Awolowo got 29.18% of total votes. Zik came a distant third, 16.75% of total vote. Aminu Kano got 10.28. Waziri got 10.01. So you can see how this is going to play out. So there's a ceiling for some candidates. There's a potential ceiling.
Is that an ethnic ceiling? Because there's somewhat ethnicity in those figures you just read out.
Oh,
so
yeah,
is it an ethnic ceiling? That ceiling.
It's an ethnic ceiling.
Hold on now, my God, man! Please now, man of prestige, please. But carry on, Kulata. Yeah.
Prestige no like with
Yeah.
they talk.
Yeah. Carry on.
There's a ceiling. There's an ethnic ceiling there, and there's an ethnic ceiling, and also when you look at the ethnic ceiling, applies to the South in general, the Southwest and the South, and the voting patterns was extremely ethnic. In the North, it wasn't that ethnic; it was more religious, and that's why Yoachagare do extremely well up north. And for the few Christian part up north at that point in time, which is Plateau and Benue still voted Shagari anyway. Plateau voted Zik, but Shagari came second, but Zik still did. Zik did very well. He got 49, close to 50%, 49%, 49.7%. So ethnicity up north doesn't matter much. It's more religion. And if Zik's pattern is going to be Obi's pattern, then there's a ceiling. If Awolowo's pattern is going to be Tinubu's pattern, there's a ceiling too. But could Muslim help him? I think it may help him. Maybe that's why they even went all this Muslim, because that will nullify reservations in the north. But the pattern
Then,
is the
Kulata,
pattern.
if you want to go by your analysis, using that 1799 and 1979 results, to forecast what will come in 2023. So you are telling us that Atiku will win the election. Is that your final analysis?
No, I can't. Let me tell you why I can't tell. Because of Waziri Ibrahim. Waziri Ibrahim is fully
No,
a Borno man.
Forget about Waziri. We have APC controlling that space now, at least.
And that's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm trying to explain to you why I probably can't give it automatically to Atiku because of Waziri. If APC takes the Waziri vote, APC is not going to win as much Southwestern vote as they won under Awolowo. So we need to see. We need to kind of like take account profit loss. Then if you factor G5, that means the way Shagari won the South, Atiku may not be able to win it in that margin. He may still win it, but not in that margin. So that will reduce Atiku number of votes. But Shagari did not win the Southeast at all that time. So that's why I've kind of looked at Zig's ceiling and extrapolated it to Obi's ceiling. So it's still a close contest between Tinubu and Atiku. I can't tell who will win between Tinubu and Atiku. Then Kwakwanso is an X factor. Kwakwanso may outperform Aminu Kano. Who knows? He may just outperform Aminu Kano because Aminu Kano only did very, very well in Kano. He got 76% of the votes in Kano and got 31% of the votes in Kaduna. And Shagari did well in Kaduna. He came second in Kano, even though he got 19% in Kano. So Aminu Kano totally dominated Kano the way Kwakwanso is expected to dominate Kano. And Kano of those days is Kano and Jigawa. So you see, it's still.
So that is the more reason why it's it's more difficult to use that
It's difficult, but I can do some
data
plus and minus.
to predict,
I can put
because
a
we
range to
cannot.
it.
That's why it's difficult to use that 79 to predict what will likely happen in 2023, because
This
a
is what
lot
I'm
of,
going to do.
yeah,
This is what I'm going to do.
because number one, we don't have the same number of states that we have in that past. In 1979, we have a dominant party now over other, which is APC. But back then, there wasn't that dominant party. Those
NPN was dominant. NPN was dominant.
It was not that absolute dominant the way we have APC today. APC is absolute dominant. So there's no other party on the ground now that we can look at their their base and 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 see them as a threat to any one of these two political parties. But as of today, APC look more dominant by number of party, number of governors, number of senator, House of Rep, local government they control across the country. They are they are the dominant party. So the rest of the party, PDP, Labour, they have anything to show on the ground today to as a threat to APC. Unlike in 79, if those parties that you mentioned, the PRP, the GMPP, the MPN, and UPN, if they were if they were able to merge together, they would have knocked out MPN. So MPN was not an absolute dominant party. Yes.
Everything you just said, if I'm going to put it into mathematics, I'm going to say for NPN and UPN, if I extrapolate it to PDP and APC, I'll give them plus or minus, between plus or minus 15 to plus or minus 10. That's how I'm going to extrapolate 1979. Because all right, APC is in control of things. That means
no, you don't get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to boil it down. I want to boil down the difference.
Hold on, Ajahn Lekoko. Let's see if in his expression. Yeah, go on, Kulasa.
I want to boil down what you've articulated and the differences to numbers. And if I'm going to boil it down to numbers, what you're saying is APC has more advantages than the old UPN. And I said, okay, that's fine. Then we say, in the case where you factor, economy is bad and everything is terrible, minus 15% for APC. But APC has structure, APC has this, plus 15 for APC. So if I add that plus or minus 15 to what they got in 1979, I'm in the ballpark of what the number will be. If I add that plus, for the other parties, you can say plus 10 or something. Are they in the ballpark of winning? No, they're not. So that is what is comfortably making me feel that maybe Kwakwanso and Zik, I say Kwakwanso and Obi probably will not win with that plus or minus whatever it is. Because if I had a plus 15, if I had a plus 15 to Kwakwanso, I extrapolate for Aminu Kano, he's not going to get to the winning number. It doesn't even get to Awolowo's numbers. Same thing with Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe will beat Obafemi Awolowo's numbers by just 2%. If I had a plus 15, if I had a plus 15 to it, is that likely? No. Then if I take the entire Waziri, Ibrahim, which I said the closest is to Shetima, and I had it to Obafemi Awolowo, That's way past Shagari by like 6 points. And that is in the likelihood of things. Then if I add Waziri's numbers to Obafemi Awolowo and I'll do that plus or minus 15, it's more likely to what is going to happen in the election day. So at the end of the day, it's likely APC, but it's still APC PDP, but it's likely APC.
Do you see the pattern that you've just described, Kulata? Do you see it? Has it played out all the way through, given ebb and flows of that inflection that you've just described? Has that been somewhat just plus minus margins, the voting pattern in Nigeria as always has been?
Yes, if we have your tribesman on the ballot as a southerner,
okay.
and if you have a religious person in the north as a northerner, it's always kind of like being similar to that. But 79 is just so stark and it's so close to 2023 that you're tempted to want to go and look at it.
All right, Adalekoko, you wanted to counter?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that as of today in Nigeria, we have to use what we have on the ground in terms of the representation from each of the party to predict what will come in 2023. Yeah, there could be some ground shifting due to tribal this here and there, but the already established, stronghold is an advantage to the existing party.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike party that have no establishment in whatsoever anywhere around the country. So the established stronghold of these two parties is what I believe will play more role in the winning number. So if we want to go to 1919 number, I think we'll be getting it wrong. We're not going to get it right at all.
That's what we
don't say. We cannot get it right.
We don't say exact. We don't say 79 is an exact. Is an idea. You now have to put a plus or minus error factor to it to get to close to what we'll get.
You can't put plus or minus to it because even plus or minus using that will.
Hold on, Adalekoko. Yeah. Is 1979? Is it what best mirrors 2023 in the manner that Kulata has just described? Does it mirror somewhat in terms of what the field presents? Does it mirror 1979, 2023?
Oh yeah, you kind of want to look similar, but the two party we have now, we weren't having two party back then. We were having like 5 parties that are, and they all have their stronghold.
But we have 4 parties now that all have strongholds.
Labour doesn't have no stronghold anywhere.
No. We are talking about the personalities. Okay, let's leave the party. We have 4 personalities that have strongholds.
Look, until election day and the outcome of that result will now tell us who have stronghold or not. Because as of today, they have nothing to show for it. And
they all have a base, so we can't say they don't.
No.
Kwakwanso has a base, Peter Obi has a base, Tinubu has a base, and Atiku has a base.
Yes, the only party, yes.
Are you talking about their structures? Is it their structures we are talking about?
Yes, and even the base. The
Ajanle Koko. The results in 1979 shows Zik had no structure in the north.
Let me finish this. The APC, PDP have structure, they have base. Kwankwaso have structure in only Kano and Kebbi, they have base there. Obi does not have no base now, no structure that we can point to. He have no representation whatsoever anywhere in terms of elective office that we can say, okay, this is their stronghold. They are strong here. So what I'm trying to let us know is that if we want to go by 1917, is it 79 or yeah,
79.
79. Yeah, 1979. If we want to go by 1979, we have political parties, 4 or 5, that have their structure and they have their stronghold that other party cannot take from them. But that is not what we have today. We only have 2 parties that are dominant in Nigeria, extremely dominant in Nigeria. But as of in 1979, all of them have their stronghold and their bases. Awolowo, we know it is west. Azikwe, we know it is east. We have the north scattered among 3 parties, and Shagari. We know that Shagari have some place in the north and in the south, while Waziri shares some places in maybe Gongola State and Gongola State, and we have Aminu Kano, have Kaduna and Kano. So they scattered. Those parties are on the ground with their presidential candidate. They all have established and their stronghold that other party cannot take from them.
But
it's a different ballgame today.
The result is not going to be far. Obi is still going to dominate the southeast the way Zeke dominated the southeast, and probably not dominate elsewhere. The result is not going to be far from 79, because yeah, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, the pattern still looks like it's going to repeat itself. We just don't know which. I mean, it's likely now that the old number 2 may be number 1 now. If we say Tinubu and APC, that's the only difference I see.
Yes, I think I'm somewhat on board with you, but Okulata, you still have the floor, and we're still here wanting to hear your permutation follow through on that space. But let's hear from Dapo Awoshika, who joins us for the first time, just to document his politics, and then we hear from Water, who I think wanted to comment on that space, and then we'll come back to you, Kulata, to carry on with your narration. So good to meet you, Dapo. What are you making of the conversation?
Well, I think let me say hello to everybody. It's nice being on the platform today, and I want to thank you for the good work you are doing. Though it's many times the videos are long, but they make sense many times, and sometimes you don't want to leave. I mean, the conversation is always many times interesting. Well, I didn't follow per se, but I think where I slept off at the time, then woke up again.
I think where you slept off. Should we find you?
Yeah. I came in eventually. Concerning, I think you were talking of Dogara or something. Dogara's okay.
Yes. Yeah, crossing over to join Atiku, which is not really a surprise, I don't imagine.
Well, I don't really think those guys, they don't have any electoral value. Himself and Babaji Lawal, they don't have any electoral value. In my own estimation, I don't think they have any electoral value. They don't have any impact on the last commentator. I think he too said something similar to that. I don't think they have any electoral value. They won't have much effect on the elections. Now, and concerning Atiku, well, in my own view, I think Atiku has lost the election before it even started. Is
that the Yoruba in you talking, or is it?
No. I'm a strong supporter. No, I'm not at all. No at all. I'm not an ethnic bigot. I supported Buhari now before he now did all this. In fact, the 2 times. Before he turned himself to a monster. So I'm not an ethnic
In fact, this even this Tinubu that they are shouting, after the answers, I so much hated Tinubu. I so much hated him, and I was like, no, you will not win this election. You will not win this election. But of all the candidates that are presenting themselves, it seems for me, it seems the most competent. So I don't have a choice than to, crawl back to him. It seems the most competent in my own view.
Take us back to what you were saying, that Atiku wasting his time. How have you arrived at that conclusion?
He lost election during the primaries. He lost election. He has already lost election. Atiku should have just put somebody else not necessarily from the north. Well, he should have supported somebody else. How can you? I mean, they've been supporting you all this while. Now, for you to now support somebody else is not a problem. Must it be him? It doesn't have to be him. If he had supported Obi, in fact, PDP would have just won this election.
Can you not see why he did what he did, though, Dapo? Can you not see? Atiku
Sorry?
has been I said, can you not see why Atiku did what he did? Atiku has been nursing this ambition since I think probably the 70s. He has been promoting. You know, he was a contender under the Abiola space. He has been having this ambition. Tinubu said a lifelong ambition. He's not the only one with that lifelong ambition. It is a lifelong ambition for Atiku as well. Now, this opportunity 2023, the best and also crucially the final opportunity that Atiku will be 80-something in a couple of years' time. So this is the absolute categorical last chance that he has to fulfill a lifelong ambition. Can you not see why he would not step aside and say somebody else go?
No. It doesn't. It can't work, because look at even Buhari even did a little well. Maybe would have considered another northerner. But look, I'm sorry to say this on this platform. The North, the northern leaders, I'm sorry to say it, please. They have been our albatross all this while. The northern leaders. So we just
justify that comment.
I mean, they've ruled us the most.
Right.
Both military days, even civilian, they've ruled us the most. They've been our albatross all the. I mean, out of 60 years, maybe like 40-something years. If we had somebody like Papa Olowo just for 4 years, Nigeria will not be in this mess that we find ourselves.
But you can't say that, because that you are looking through rose-tinted glasses. You cannot say if we had, because if we did have, we don't know what would have happened. So a lot of people like to romanticize about Awolowo, and I am one of those people. But we've not experienced him to know then what he would have done.
My brother, one man is not romanticizing anybody. I'm not romanticizing it. Look at Awolowo's antecedents before he died. Look at all the achievements. First in this, first in that, first in, he had a vision. So it's not romanticizing anybody. And you see, at the end of the day, all this military intervention and all, and even up to this moment, the North has deliberately held us down, held the Southwest down. They don't want any part of the country to be more than, to perform well than any other part. That's how they now turn all these things to him. I'm sorry to be.
Hold on, because the facts don't lend to that expression. Because if you are saying that the North have ruled the country longer than most, which is a factual statement, what also is a factual statement is that Lagos until the birthing of Abuja, Lagos has been by far the most developed space in the country. So how can you say they are holding you back when they built Lagos for you?
Well, in my own view, had it been they left it the way the former structure was, where we had regional heads, the West will not be like this at all. It would have still been better than what we have now. This feeding bottle center, it would be better. If they had left it to everybody manage your region, then there's a healthy competition. among the regions. Okay, this the West has done this. Okay, let the East too will strive to do it. Okay, the North, the South, and they've done this. Okay, fine, we'll do this too. You know, if they had left it, it will still be far better than what we have. This unitary feeding bottle center that we have, it will still be far better in my own view. So it's like, and that's why they are resisting this restructuring. They don't want anybody to appear like a superstar again, in my own view. Because I don't know why on earth somebody like Buhari will say he doesn't know anything like restructuring. Look, if an angel comes down to this Nigeria, to govern this Nigeria with the current system, it will never work. Even all this Tinubu we are shouting, blah, 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 Peter Obi, anybody, if they put them there, any one of them that wins, if they don't restructure this country, it will not work, sir. It will not work. Anybody that wins that is not ready to restructure this country, it won't work, sir. If it's this unitary system we want to continue and all that, no, it will never work. An angel, if he comes to this country, it won't work.
All right, stay with us. There's a lot you said that I disagree with. So certainly, I'm going to wrestle you on that in a moment. But stay there. Stay there. We did have Water. We had Water wanted to come in. But he seems to have left. So let's go back to Kulata to continue with this journey that he was taking us on. So you started from 1970 something, and you are seeing somewhat elements of that repeating in 2023.
Yeah. I see elements of the pattern, and all you have to do is figure out what you want to do with Ibrahim Waziri vote, and then figure out, put a plus or minus to factor for changes that we have from 1979, being that APC is the dominant party, and Tinubu may be is a weaker candidate, and Awolowo in the Southwest, and Obi is probably just like Zeke, and that's how I see it. So make of it whatever you want to make of it. I see it as a good prediction of what can happen. It's close enough for me. And it's still the same two-horseman race, even though we have a lot of noise now. I don't think it's fundamentally changing. And Dogara's and Northern Elders Forum stuff is moot. I don't think it carries any weight, in my opinion.
All right, thank you. So now this fledgling alliance of sorts that is evolving, AAC Omoyele Sowore, forming some sort of relationship with the oldest party in Nigeria, which is PRP. So do you see an ideological convergence in that space? Do you think this is a direction of travel that Sowore should embark on? And who do you think should be the lead in that space, Kulata?
Honest answer, I don't care. They're not going to matter. They're too small. They're not really going to matter whether it's PRP.
No, they won't matter for 2023 now, but 2023 is already fait accompli. So we're looking now to how we expand ideological politicking within the Nigerian space.
Let me make a prediction. All of them combined will not get 100,000 votes. So what's the point? What's the point?
Well, there is a point. There is a point.
Oh,
now,
Kulata, you are not nice, so you are not nice.
There is a point now, Kulata.
Sowore got 30,000 votes the last time. He's going to do way worse than the last time. And to combine with PRP, what did PRP get the last time? I don't know. Is it the one that's close to PDP that gets mistake votes? If it's that one that gets mistake votes because it's close to PDP by nomenclature, it's still going to be 100 and something thousand. But
election is never conducted. Free and fair election is never conducted in Nigeria. Forget about what Sowore got last time. They're going to allocate vote for everybody. That is what they did in 2019, and the same thing they are going to do as well in 2023. Nothing is going to change.
And
so
there's no point for us to kind of
all of you that are just jab mouthing or running up and down and shouting one candidate. Nigeria is not a place, it's not a country that stands for fairness, justice, equity, free free and fair
Ajale
election.
Kuku love those words, man.
Nigeria does not represent any free and fair election or created whatsoever level playing field for everybody to operate, as an equal contestant. So
Ajale Kuku, what about Beavers? What
forget
about
about
Beavers?
Beavers. Forget that one. Oyinbo tó ṣe pencil ló ṣe eraser. Look, computer. People operate computer, and they can operate it the way they like. The software there, is just boju. Forget about that. Beavers or beavers. What concern Nigeria? Nigerian dubious way of doing things. Do you think they respect anything?
Can I ask you a candid question, Ajale Kuku?
Yes.
So, in a free and fair election, is there a remote chance that that Showore will win a state?
And don't give a sentimental answer to that. Give a fact-based answer, Ajale Kuku.
What I'm telling you is that already as it is now, the feed there is no level playing field for all.
What if they were? Well, what if they were?
So, yes, if they were, and you have a free press, you have a vibrant press that can take on all these candidates, then it's going to be a different ball game, where you don't see corrupt political process. Showore will perform better, and other smaller party will perform better as well. But you have a system that is corrupted. You have a system that is already manipulated. You have a system that is monetized. So you can never have a free and fair election as it is today. And that is why they will come out at the end of the day, allocate vote, and then give their own man. How can you look at the president? Is the one that appointed the INEC chairman. He's the one that
if they don't
appointed the residential
INEC
residential
if they don't allocate votes,
commissioner.
these guys can't win.
Hold on. The president is the one that appointed the INEC chairman.
We know all of that.
Yes, those are the things that will never let you have free and fair election.
Yes, but
the system is corrupt.
We know that now.
If Nigeria was heaven with Nigerian map, Showore can't win because the electorate.
No,
Ajale Kuku. Hold on, Ola. Let that conversation.
I don't know why you guys just look at. You see that the system is a corrupt system already.
Yeah, but let's leave all that one.
No,
he can't win.
No, you have to consider it. You cannot leave it.
Can you hold on, Ajale Kuku? Ajale Kuku, where Kulata? We all know what you're saying. Nobody, and we are all offended by it. But where Kulata is inviting your comment is saying, all matters being equal. So we know that all matters are not equal. So you don't have to tell us that. But he's saying all matters being equal, can Showore win an election? And he's positing that Showore does not resonate with the people. That's the greatest thing that is contending with. So I think that's what he's asking you to comment on.
If all matters being equal, Showore will win election.
All right.
But you people don't look at, yes, hold on now. Hold on. But you see a system that is already a fraudulent system, and that is why Showore does not reckon with people. You see a system that is monetized already. That is why Showore does not reckon with people, because Showore will not bribe anybody to vote for him. You see a system where issue is not discussed, not an issue-based election. And that is why Showore does not resonate with people. But if you have all of these in contest and everything is free and fair, Showore will resonate with people and people will vote for him.
I don't think so.
Because you don't know. Awolowo does not bribe us. We were voting for Awolowo in 1979. Awolowo did not bribe
Awolowo
in
is
the
a
first
different
republic.
kind
Hold
of
on.
is a different kind of
Hold
personality.
on. We forget about different place. We were telling you.
No, not different place, different personality.
No,
Showore is not
it is a
Awolowo level
corrupt.
now. It's not Awolowo level.
It is. We are not
So
saying Awolowo level.
Showore is like Tai Sholari. It's like a Tai Sholari sort of.
Look,
that's his level.
Awolowo party was ideological based political party. The same with party of Showore. The rest of them have no ideology. They have nothing to show to Nigerians that this is the way we want to take Nigeria. And you see a manipulated system, a corrupt system, political process, highly corrupt.
Ajaliko, we know that. If you say for five more times, we know
like
it.
will not resonate because you are corrupt. The process is corrupt, and this process already been manipulated. How would Professor perform when the process is already manipulated?
Me, I'm not corrupt, so I don't know why.
Look at what we are saying.
Kolata, the corrupt man.
Adewale cannot perform well because the system is corrupt. But these are the guys with ideology. These are the guys.
Okay, let me put it one way. Adewale stands better chance of winning an election than Showore.
Okay,
Adewale, he stands a better chance of winning an election. And I also make a prediction.
Don't worry, you will see when the allocation
he will do better. He will do better than Showore in this election.
Don't worry, I'm not contesting that. When the allocation comes, everybody will take his allocated vote and they will go home and go and
allocation.
Showore is not in this election. Showore is not in this election at all. Forget that one. He's not there.
Allocation, they will allocate you vote. Don't worry about Showore.
You fail to consider one thing. There's a personality and charisma thing that I think Showore lacks. Many people don't gravitate to him for one reason or the other, but they may gravitate to other personnel. I mean, forget about bribery, corruption, and all those other things. Yes, we know all those things, but from a personality,
gravitating to the established and corrupt politician.
But even somebody like Adewale, he has what Kolata is saying, and correct me, Kolata, of course, if I'm wrong, is that there's an element missing within Showore that does not draw people to him.
Yes.
You know, maybe it's an arrogance, maybe it's something, maybe it's some aura, whatever it is, you know.
It's like the way you kind of like, I mean, it's not a shared Guevara or something.
What is drawing? Do you see anything drawing voters to Adewale now? What do you have to?
His demeanor is humility, his personality, his personable.
Is showing on the field.
Not personable now.
He's showing on the field, right? You've seen it on the field already.
No, he'll be on the field only. Well, we'll find out in February.
So what are you guys talking about? What are you talking about?
The optics.
What is the optics?
They connect with the people.
You don't want to recognize that there's some missing personality things that doesn't
there is
draw
no missing
people.
personality. It's you people that are not getting it right. And that is why you can never get
So
it
if we don't like
right.
someone, it's our fault. It's our fault for not.
I think you people that are not getting it right, and you can never get that country right. That is just it. It's just the way you've been manipulated to see things, and you are falling in line with your corrupt politician, and that is why you guys are talking like this. Something is wrong with your.
I said we take corruption aside. Personality, charisma, likability. You know, there's a likability thing.
Okay, there's a likability in a candidate that does not give you manifesto, right? Is that normal?
There's still a likability there.
There's a likability. Look at where you just found. Look at what you guys are just saying.
I mean, that's the fact of life now.
Does it make sense
It
candidate that
doesn't
have
make
no
sense.
manifesto, you like that candidate,
It's
is telling you the
intangibles,
word of
All right,
mouth.
all right,
These
all
are
right.
Is telling you
intangibles.
the word of mouth, and you are
We
saying
must
the likability, and you want to go and give him your vote.
we must move
Does
on.
that not tell you that
Koko
something
will
is
never
wrong with?
see it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, no
Does that
problem.
not tell you that you people should even check yourself? A
Check
candidate
yourself
that
before
has
you
no
wreck yourself.
manifesto, presented no manifesto, is telling you everything by mouth, and you are
But he's a
taking
likable
him.
character.
What is likable there? This is not a family affair. This is about a
But
country.
that's human
This is
behavior. Ajani Koko,
this is not family affair. This is
it's human behavior we're explaining here.
we are talking about the rescue of a nation that is going down fast. And
But
you are saying you are liking a
it's based on
candidate that is just
individual
telling you
choices.
word of
It's
mouth,
based on
that has
individual
no
choices
plan
that rest on human
black
behavior.
and white on
All
how
right,
you want to take the country.
all right. Thank you, gentlemen. This is just going to loop round. I don't think Ajanle Koko will yield that space, but let me take you to a different space. Entirely Kulata, and then from there going to Thomas, who joins us from Lagos. To the space. Do I even want to go there? It's the back and forth between the PDP and Oshiomhole. You are seeking attention. Focus on the whereabouts of your imported wife. Atiku Presidential Campaign Group slams Oshiomhole. So you know Oshiomhole, of course, he shoots from the hips in terms of politics, and he personalizes it very much. And he was saying that Atiku, forget him, he cannot hold a party together. It's a serial betrayer, and he cannot even hold a marriage together, always divorcing his wives. So they, of course, then you know that this peperimpe, this yellow pawpaw that Oshiomhole went to import from Cape Verde. Apparently, she's done a runner. And people are saying, go and find your wife first before you comment on people's domestic affairs. So, any thoughts on that space, Kulata?
Yeah, I watched it. Oshiomhole actually gave a good performance in that thing. The guy, I'm not really. He's pretty talented in what he does, because a lot of what he said had some factual basis, and it did not come. He did a good job because it did not come across as being sinister. It didn't come across as wanting. It was kind of like matter of fact. This is what you claim. These are the facts. Then I think Dino now went there. Dino now just dabarued everything and went everywhere. Innuendos, because Oshiomhole was not using innuendos. Dino was using a lot of innuendos, a lot of like almost gutter stuff on verified things. But he just muddled the waters with many things he said. So he attacked Oshiomhole personally. And some of those, I don't know his relationship with his wife. I don't know. And he brought some allegations that many people have not heard of, that Tinubu's real mother died a few years ago, that he didn't even go for a burial because of his identity, the alleged identity theft, if you may call it that way. So he went into many places, and unfortunately, it turned to gutter politics. I appreciated the way Oshiomhole handled it, but you can't go to a fight and try and dictate the rules. If you've gone to attack PDP, then you should be expecting the wrath that PDP brings on. And Dino just went there to kind of like, he went there to kind of davaru everything. So that's why you have the likes of Dino in politics and the likes of Oshiomhole in politics. Everybody needs an attack dog. And it was entertaining. It was entertainment for me. I have no dog in the fight, so they can drag each other anyhow they want. It's up to them.
All right. Let me take you to one final space. But before I go there, 130, one instance, 140, nearly 150 people are watching us concurrently, but are less than 50 likes. So if you guys can address that for us, it'll be nice. If you look at your screen, you see it. That's what helps. But I'm not even yet attacking you for money, but it looks like, and we've maintained that 100% on the coffee Ayo as ever. So thank you, Ayo, for that. Let me take you to this space. Kulata. So I think this somewhat, it sounds like a threat, but that's how I read it. Let's see how you read it. Don't expect our support if you work against Atiku. Ex-minister tells PDP candidates. So do you think then this, because when I read this, I understood it to mean that if we win this presidency, we will punish you. So what are you then reading into that? And what do you think that signals to the G5 group?
This is a direct threat to whoever is in the G5 that's still contesting for one office or the other. And this, from the sound of this sounds like money bags. It sounds like people, the campaign bundlers, the people that kind of like put cash in there. And they're also throwing a veiled threat that if Atiku ever becomes president, that they're gonna go after you, which is true. So it's more like telling these guys, like, you guys, I mean, I hope you are thinking through what you are doing, and I hope you understand the consequences, because they're gonna be mad consequences for you if we ever get successful with this thing. And also, don't come behind my back and badmouth Atiku and then ask for my support and my money. I'm not going to give you, number one. And number two, whenever Atiku gets in there, we're going to deal with you. So this is a not so veiled threat, actually. It's not so veiled threat. It's a blatant threat to members of the G5 or people working in collaboration with the G5 that still have an interest in public office. So that's how I see it.
It's unbelievable. Interesting time.
It's mafioso politics style of thing. So I don't know if the G5 people, they better know. I mean, if they're gonna bank on Wike better come out for them financially and everything to cover up. But Seyi Makinde, isn't Seyi Makinde the only person still going for governor out of all the G5? I think the rest are leaving off.
And that comment came out of your state, by the way.
Okay.
So
why did I even mention Seyi Makinde?
Yes.
That's where my mind went to. He's the only one contesting for governor. So Atiku still has some. They still have. I mean, there's still classic PDP structures all over the country, and apart from the like of Rivers State, where Wike probably owns every single PDP structure. The people that are not following Wike, like Secondus, they can't talk right now because Wike has totally dominated those spaces. But in states like Oyo, I don't think Seyi Makinde has any sort of the leverage. He doesn't have any sort of leverage on them outside of just being the PDP governor. And if he's not going to like pull the weight of PDP, they can F him off. And most likely they will F him off if they have the chance, the opportunity to.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kulata. Always an excellent analysis by Kulata. Never factually accurate in all instances, but always well presented. So that's Kulata, of course. You all know Kulata. So Kulata, 4-time. Let's go on from here. I was going to go to Thomas, but I think his system dipped out. So let's go to Water, our in-house stockbroker, who wants to present us a question. So Water, to you. What was the question you wanted to present, Fidelis? Fidelis, you've been saying, look at that, this guy. Are you there, Fidelis? Water. Is it worse? America, you know what the network is there, those third world countries, you know.
What are you talking about?
One man don't say that, please. We are the most advanced nation in the world.
And then
more advanced than Japan. Yeah, you must be joking.
Go to Ade DJ. What's the new guy that just spoke the other time?
Dapo.
No. Is one man saying Japan is more advanced than America?
Well, I suspect so. They are all soft one-touch. Is a one-touch country, isn't it?
When several times World Peace will be sounding like toy here, like robot.
All right. Let's go to Dapo then. As I think the question Water wanted to ask us, and I'll put it because he's written it in the comment at private chat. It says, ever since I came across your platform, I don't think I have ever missed a session. So thank you for that. I hope you're subscribed. I am an option trader and make a lot of money from trading, even though I moved to the United States last year. So you say that, audio millionaire, we've not seen you in the betting and we've not seen you in the super chats, but he claims he makes a lot of money. Ever since I came across your platform, I don't think I have ever missed a session. I am an option trader and make a lot of money trading, even though I moved to the United States last year. My question is, how do you enjoy life in diaspora? It's definitely boring in Florida, like I'll ever trade life. I don't know what it means by that. It says like I'll never trade life in Nigeria to United States. So he says he would never trade life in Nigeria to the United States. So let me make that a round robin question. Oh, there you are then. So I've put your question. So I've put your question to the room. So then let's do a round robin on that. I hope everybody understood what is it water or be water?
Yeah,
water. So let's address that. So is life in diaspora boring to you? And if you had the option to live with all of the safeties and comforts that you have in diaspora, would you prefer to be living in Nigeria just for the excitement of it, nothing else? So we kick it off with Man of Prestige. Is life in Florida, and you're both in Florida, by the way, boring to you? Is life boring in diaspora?
No, it's not boring. We never move to Nigeria regardless.
What do you do to occupy yourself? How do you keep yourself entertained?
Well, I have a lot of families here, and I do a lot of traveling. We have like family, I guess, because I have a lot of my families here. So that's why almost all my family, immediate family, we're all here, and I have 11 of us. So that makes it very interesting. I feel like home here. So all of us are pretty much reside here. We are doing okay, comparison, So I do go to Nigeria. That's where I see it. No, my answer is no. Life here is better for me. I won't relocate to Nigeria. Everything being equal. I guess because I came here when I was young. So this is like.
Oh, okay. So you don't really know life differently, do you? Really? If you
yes,
went
I do
young,
know life differently.
Honest, President, you came when you were young. Now you're 70 years old. Eh?
No, leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's a young man. He's a young man.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, having said that, that just what I feel. Just me. I'm not going to say everybody in my family feel like that, but this is just me. Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you. And that question to Ajan Lekoko as well. Water wants to know: is life in diaspora boring for you? He makes a lot of money, so it's not financially strapped or anything, but it's just bored. So, would you say life in diaspora is boring compared to life in Nigeria, Ajan Lekoko?
Well, I think his situation is different to ours. He just came last year. I believe he's missing a lot of his friends and his, those routine that that he runs in Nigeria to make life better. Those routine is he enjoyed in Nigeria. I think he's missing everything, so that is why he's talking that way. If he stays here for another 2-3 years and get used to the situation here.
Do you think he hasn't found himself a girlfriend? Is this what we are talking about, really? Yeah. Is this what it is? You don't get me?
No. The thing is, I'm married. I have a wife. My wife is the one that petitioned for me, and I came to US. But the thing is, I don't see the life in US. I don't see it because in Nigeria, I can wake up in the morning.
Sorry, let me see, because I think I may have some understanding. Are you saying life is too regulated? Is it too regulated? Is that what
Exactly.
you?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The only thing I do here is just wake up and do my option trading, and because I don't do full-time work, I do my option trading, and that's the only thing I do. And the thing is, that's what most everybody do here. They wake up in the morning, go to work, and if you go to church, you go to church and come back home. That's the only thing. But in Nigeria, I can wake up in the morning and see my friend. Even when I come out from my house, I live at the Keja Outback precisely, and when I come out from my apartment, I see a lot of my friends. I talk to them in the morning. We can just stay in front of my house and have a drink till 2 a.m. in the morning. Life is kind of is full of life in Nigeria than here.
Yeah, those are the things that is missing, and it's missing all those life that you enjoy in Nigeria because it's new here. But I want to tell you, brothers, after some times when you get settled down well and you get acclimated to the lifestyle here.
Okay, Ajale, let me ask you a question. You said when I get acclimated to life here, is it a life that you can go to a club and somebody can come with a gun and start shooting people?
Oh, God.
That's not a life.
That's the extreme
That's
version
not a
of
life.
that. That's the extreme now.
No.
That's not a life.
No.
Do you read about the news that one guy came to? I mean, the guy was working in Walmart and he started. I think the guy has a mental issues and he started shooting people in Walmart. That's not a life.
No, you can't. You can't get yourself locked in that kind of mindset. That if you want
but
to.
It happens. It happens almost every day in US. That's
but it depends. Club, they're different.
Okay, it's not club now. It's Walmart. It's Walmart. The guy was working at Walmart.
That's just an isolated extreme incident. But let's run through with that question. So Ajanle Koko, you are saying when he has time to adapt, he'll find the excitement.
Yes. When he gets time to adapt and he can understand how the system works, how it's so easy to run your business without any interruption from anybody, how it's so easy to, there are a lot of things, healthcare. Your children will go to good school and you don't have to pay good public school and you don't have to pay heavily like you are in Nigeria. Your children will finish their high school and they will get scholarships to go to one of the best universities. If you have students that children that they offered scholarships to go to one of the best university and you don't have to pay a dime. Maybe they give them full ride scholarship. There are a lot of things that
I get that. I get that.
Hold on.
One man. You know what it is?
I just want to run through it.
You don't have to stress out. You don't have to lose. You don't have to over labor yourself or almost kill yourself because you want to live a good life. In Nigeria, you have to be extremely rich to live a new life. But somebody like you that is, doing your trading stuff, God bless you. You are making money in Nigeria. But millions of our people are not lucky like that. So unlike here, you don't have to be too rich to live a comfortable life. So that is the difference. So
all right, thank you, Ajale Koko. We take the question to War Peace next. It's just a snapshot question, but really just I have some sympathy with what you're saying, Water, because I think it's that sense of communal living and that comfort that you have wrapped around you in Nigeria, where you feel a sense of freedom relative to, of course, the safety concerns in Nigeria, and you can go down the road to the buka and eat and just sit on the fence and drink beer with your friends and talk shit and look at the babes and all those sort of free as a bird sort of living. It's somewhat constricted abroad. You can't drive too fast, you can't go too hard, you can't do this and you can't do that. You can't. It's so regulated that they almost take life out of life. I think that is where you may well be. But War Peace, is life in Japan boring? War Peace.
I'm here. Hold on. Hey, you should keep quiet there.
Well, all right, let me come back to you.
No, I'm here. Let me answer.
Oshetawa.
Yeah. Anyway, to my friend Water, I believe everybody passed through this thing you experiencing right now. Your first 1 or 2 years in abroad, you want to move back immediately because you've not settled in. But trust me, when you settle in, man, you start seeing the better side. Understand what you're passing through. You're going to pass through 2 times. Your earlier stage, you just arrive, and the later stage where you are more stayed and you'll be tired of everything that you've been saying. After the fun, you want to move back home. So life is better in abroad than Nigeria. Nigeria we have right now. Now I see it, one.
All right, brilliant. I'm almost reticent to ask Kulata. He doesn't even know the meaning of boring because everything is all mathematics and computation to him. But Kulata, if you know the meaning of boring, which I suspect you may well not do, it doesn't fit with your lexicon. But to Kulata, to Water's question, is life in the abroad somewhat dull and just constrained?
Well, me, I prefer the somewhat dull life because I mean, you are going to sacrifice community for your personal space. I think I prefer my personal space to the community, and I mean, I'm not a big fan of the feferity that many people like in Nigeria. I can live without it. So even if I go back to live in Nigeria now, it's still going to be mostly a solitary existence. And if I want to see my friends, I'll see my friends. So I still keep my network. A lot of them are in Nigeria, but they're now on WhatsApp. Then they're on Facebook. We video chat each other. But the whole life in Nigeria is played out. Once you grow older, your kids are getting older. You lose interest in all the things you used to have interest in Nigeria. You now start looking forward to vacationing in one place so you can have memories. And I mean, not all the lagbo, this
What
party, that
constitutes
party.
what constitutes excitement for you, Kulata? What gets you excited? What constitutes excitement?
What gets me excited now probably has to do with maybe achieving something at work or
Oh
maybe
God.
traveling to a destination that I've not been to, that I can take a lot of pictures. I can just see life in a different vein, experience new culture, experience new people, soak everything up before you get back to the rat race here. Because when you get here, there's no difference between last week and yesterday. It's like Groundhog Day almost every day. Yeah, the same habits, the same things. But I'm a creature of habit. I'm fine with that. But I know when I want to choose to break the habit, I'll break the habit and I'll go and travel and see the world, then come back and continue the Groundhog Day. But I'm okay with that. I'm used to it. I mean, I have kids that are growing, and so
Yeah,
all
but
the night.
you're reserved and conservative. That's just the thing. So
Yeah,
you're probably
I'm
more
not the.
suited to.
I'm more suited to abroad than
Yeah.
the
Yes. Yeah.
going to club, going to this, going to that in Nigeria. Wear this, wear that, drive this car. Everybody sees you. No, those kind of things don't move me at all, at all.
Oh, all right, let me add an appendage to Water's question, just off the back of what Kulata said. But this one just bang three. Leave Nigeria out of it. What are your 3 dream destinations to visit or holiday? Give us 3 if you have them, Kulata. Where would you most like to visit?
Oh, me,
I'd like to
my
visit the
favorite.
Maldives for me, but yeah.
Well, Thailand, Bali,
Oh God.
Southeast. I love Southeast Asia.
No, to go and do what, Coletta?
You know,
To go and
Kí ló máa ń
look,
ṣe
look at
kí ló máa ń ṣe yín kí ló máa ń ṣe
look
yín
at
ẹ ṣe
my
ní dirty
God.
man báyìí
Hmm?
no, they're very lovely places, like, and they're cheap, and you get to experience a different set of nice people and different pictures, different things. Like, I don't know, you have to go there to experience it to know what I'm talking about. It's different from if you go and do vacation in some place in Europe or something. There's a flavor of the third world there, and there's some flavor of comfort there, and they're generally nice people. But then when you now start seeing different islands and different things, and I mean, you can spend little money.
Do you swim? Do you swim? Do you
do.
swim?
I
All
do.
right.
I do.
Because if you know how to swim well, then Thailand is a good space.
Yeah, and I mean Bali too, very very good. So many different things you will see, different cultures, so many things. And then outside of that, well, some Africa, like, I mean, South Africa, and there's some islands near Africa like Seychelles, Mauritius, those kind of places. And I want to explore.
There's a particular island, Kulata, where they are black, but they have piercing blue eyes. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, they have piercing. I think they're a special genetic being. They are
Yeah, I think I've
totally
read
black.
about that
Yeah,
before.
but they have piercing blue eyes like white people.
Yes, and I think it's near that Mauritius area, if I'm
Yes,
correct. Yeah,
yeah,
I've
you
been
are
there.
correct.
I've been there before for someone's wedding. But those are the kind of things I like, and then I want to now start exploring, like getting a little bit more oyinbo, like go hiking in one of these, maybe Peru or somewhere. Just there's some, life at some point in time. It's not about stuff you buy. It's more about experiences you can
Come to
remember.
Abata for hiking.
Canada just be like America now. It's not different enough for me.
So you said hiking. That's why I say come to Canada for hiking.
If I'm going to hike in Canada, I can as well hike somewhere local. But I mean, just different culture interests me. I want to see how other people live, just to take your mind like this is another life that you are seeing. Like if you go and experience somewhere like China, is not anything you've kind of imagined in your life. And when you see millions and millions of people, you fly over the air, you see many skyscrapers, like cities like New York, you see like 20 or 25 of them. Then you kind of look like, man, ayelele now, this is another life. That this is totally different. So it just lets you reset your brain before you come back to America and come back to the normal grind. So that's what I like.
All right, brilliant.
Kulata,
Hold on.
You need to visit Spain. Go to Barcelona.
I've gone there before.
I've been to Barcelona. I've been to Barcelona.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're very nice. Another city in there is Malaga.
Malaga, yeah, Malaga.
Yeah.
I drove from Portugal to Spain. We went to some little place. There's a place called Lagos in Portugal. That area. Then we drove
to. That is where they got the name Lagos. It's a Portuguese word.
It's a Portuguese word.
Yeah, Costa de Lagos, coast of the lagoon. That's what it actually means.
Yeah. We drove to Spain and back. I also wanted to go to that place near North Africa. What's the name of that place again? Oh my God, I've forgotten. That you just take a ferry and you get to Morocco.
Oh, I know it well. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Is it Cape Verde? It's not Cape Verde, is it? No.
Yeah. It's not Cape Verde. It's not Cape Verde. It's There's a British and Spain fought for it, but now it's controlled by the British.
Is it Falklands?
No, not Falkland. That's in Argentina.
No,
this one is in Spain area. Gibraltar.
Yeah. All right. I didn't know that. Yeah. All right, brilliant. But if you do go to Thailand, by the way, Kulata, before you look at the girl, look at the neck. If it has Adam's apple, it's no matter how pretty, it's not a girl. They call them lady boys.
Lady boys.
Look at this guy. He wants to go to Thailand. Actually, into there. All right. So Ola, to you then the question: what do you do for excitement? And give us a rundown of 3 places that you'd like to visit. This is question Water is asking.
Yeah, to Water. You see, one thing is this: when you are in Rome, try to behave like the Romans. If you are coming from Nigeria and still with that Nigerian mentality, things become very difficult. I will tell you for sure, when my people are still eating Namala, I started adapting myself to food there, because food there very easy for me to eat all those stuff. So I try as much as possible to get myself integrated. And one good thing about here is this: the more people you know here, that's more likely you are going to be successful, because you don't just sit down at home and don't mix up. So what I do here, for example, I have activities for summer, I have activities for winter. I will tell you for sure, if there's a major hockey game tonight, don't be surprised if you come to the stadium and see me there. And
my God, Nigerians are now watching hockey. My God.
Yeah, because it depends on the type of people you are. Because my first job when I got to this country was to work with the sales guy. I'm not the sales guy, but I was the one managing the project. And because the sales guys, they are very outgoing, so you don't want to work in the sales environment and you just sit down in your room. Man, it's very difficult to survive that. I learned something in this country, and you'll be shocked. Maybe Agale Gokwa and those people in the sales we know. You will think Oyibo don't bribe people, right? You'll be shocked if you really work with the same people. The way they bribe people is totally different from our own people. So don't let me go into detail. So what I'm saying is you will go out, you will go to restaurants, you will go to club, you will go to all those places. So then you will have a lot of activities. Now, even my boy, for example, plays football. Play football. They call it soccer here. During the summer, where they are doing provincial competition, we can be off for like 2 weeks, and from there use that opportunity to move around. I do go to lake, do boat cruising, and a lot of activities. So I can tell you, in a weekend, we may decide to say, okay, we don't even want to sleep at home. Let us even go to a place and go and explore the place the way it is. So one thing I notice about Nigerian community here is this. They want to work like 20 hours, save money, and buy the biggest house and show their car. See, life is beyond big houses and big cars. I'm not saying people should not enjoy their life, but if all about you is to work to make money and buy things, then what's the essence of life? Okay, there was a time in 2019, but I promised myself I will never repeat that. When I went beyond my boundary, that I went to this red line of roller coaster, at the speed of 91 kilometers per hour. That day I promised myself I will never go for that thing. But
I know they do those things anymore. Honestly,
you see, for almost a year, I dey fear to enter aircraft. With the way the thing just descended, man, not be small thing though. So I enjoy myself.
I would say get yourself a motorbike. If you get yourself learn how to ride one and then get yourself one. I think America is suited to motorbiking. I think that's how to really tackle.
Well, I don't do motorbike.
Not you, water. But
okay.
So round that off and then give us your list of 3, and then
So so that's how I keep myself busy. Well, my destination, if you ask me where I want to relocate to, maybe United Kingdom, for example.
Not relocate just to visit. Yeah.
Well, I will always like United Kingdom because of my club, Chelsea, because I want to watch the matches, then I want to follow them to Champions League and move around in Europe. So then is places I do visit. I've visited like Georgia Aquarium, for example. I've visited the Coca-Cola World, and I still want to take my kids to Disneyland. So there are a lot of activities that if you line up those activities.
The one in Paris, Disneyland Paris.
No, Disneyland in America. No.
Right. Okay.
So if you really line up your activities, there are activities in America that is even enough to occupy someone for his lifetime that will never for one day be boring. That be bored. And saying that Nigeria is safer than America is fallacy, my brother. Let me tell you.
It didn't say that though.
See, that crime you are talking about in America, if you really watch the real statistics, it's just because America have a way of documenting their own. Our own, we don't even know how to document that. Right from what is even happening in our campuses in Nigeria. Talking of what is happening on the street, man, see, may we be safe wherever we go. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. All right, let's take that question to Dapo. So Dapo, so you're up next. It's just really just a short little narration of your experience, if you're bored abroad or not, and then a quick rundown, just in snapshots of the places you'd like to visit. So Dapo, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, carry on. So where are you, by the way? You sound American. Are you in America?
I'm based in Lagos.
All right, okay, there it is. All right, okay. So give us a
kind of the grass is always greener on the other side. The person saying that is bored of America now. If he comes to Nigeria, I'm sure he won't spend more than maybe 2 months and he want to run back. Well, so, and I'm sure if for example, a lot of Nigerians here now, they want to japa.
That's always the thing, though.
That's always the thing. The grass always greener on the other side. For me, if I want to visit places, maybe UAE, Dubai, maybe US and Canada. Those three places.
All right, brilliant. And let's go on then to Babati. So Babati, I hope you heard the question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what? Somewhat bored, making all this money, but are still bored and just lustring of memories of back home. So he's asking, where do you find the most exciting to leave Nigeria or where you are? And then I added on, if you were on a holiday, your top three destinations that you'd like to visit. So to all that, Babati, the prince.
Yes. So I think the feeling that he's having is normal. The first 3 to 5 years are usually the toughest when you move abroad, especially if you're very social, if you're a very outgoing person, extrovert. So it takes about 3 to 5 years to adjust to the American society. But I will suggest that, because what for me, what I do for the last 10 to 15 years, in America now, I always go to Vegas and Miami are my two top, because I can just go there real quick, have fun for the weekend, and fly back to what I'm doing. So find whatever works for you, like whatever you love doing back home, or be open to something new. Like last 2 months I'm trying wine tasting now. I've been going to wine tasting events now.
Look at that.
So,
Unbelievable.
So
I want Aristo, yo.
I want Aristo. Look at that. Wine tasting.
And
it's a gun collector wine tasting. Do the two even going to go together? Yeah, drunk with a gun.
Like, I love for me, I love like golf weekends, rodeo show, of course, gun shows, and I'm gonna go double.
What of women tasting?
Look at that. Which is the real thing. I think Kulata has already covered that with his Thailand trip.
Madam is listening, so let's not talk about that.
All right.
Yeah, the only one for me, nobody else.
One man, can I ask Babati something?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So Babati, are you one of those white nationals? I know you are very conservative, that think, we want to take your gun. Is that why
I am a proud NRA member for the past 11 years.
Okay, I see. You're one of those mega. That's fine.
I am not mega. I am a proud American. So
that's fine. You sold your soul, man.
Oh, how did I sell my soul? That's not a.
Come from anyways, become a mega. That's fine.
But anyways,
what's your political leaning? Not in Nigeria, but America. You are not obliged to divulge. But what's your are you a conservative or a Democrat?
I'm conservative and I'm a registered Republican.
Republican, yes, not conservative. Yes. Well, it tallies then with wine tasting and gun toting, but
no, it's not. No, but let him find something because I like photography. Like that's my own passion, hobby on the side. So find something that you love doing, expand it, and you will love it. If you like comedy shows, they'll have open tryouts, amateur nights. Go there. Jazz. I love open jazz night. You can go to a jazz night, jazz club open. There are so many things. Go to go to eventbrite.com. Eventbrite.com. Put your zip code there. They will tell you everything available that weekend in your area. At least you have 100 things to pick from. Eventbrite.com. Just put your zip code in. There are like 200, 400 things you can do in your area that you don't even know or you never heard of. So at least try those things out and you can go from there. And to answer
sorry, is that American or is it worldwide? That events, whatever it is.
Eventbrite. I'm not sure. Eventbrite. It's bright like
BRIGTH.
No.
BRIGH.
No, BRITE. Eventbrite.
All right.
So if you go there, put your area code, whatever, they will tell you whatever they got going on that weekend in your area from Monday to you, so you can have fun. Do whatever you want to do, just try things out. So at least try that first, but skip because I'm not really a big fan of going to Nigerian parties, to be honest with you, unless my wife drives me to go there. Like, oh, I know these people, but if I don't really know you, I don't show up. I don't do Mugbomo branch. If I don't know you, I don't show up to your party as a Nigerian. I'm sorry. I'm not the every weekend party kind of person like that. So, but my top 3 destinations. One man, I'm doing. I want to cover the 7 wonders of the world. I've only done. I've done 1, 2. I've done 4 so far. So I've done Chichen Itza in Mexico. I've done Brazil. I've done Cairo. I've done the Great Wall of China. So I need to do Peru. I need to do Machu Picchu in Peru.
Machu Picchu, yes.
That's on my next year list, Babati. I'm going.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to
nice.
Machu Picchu.
You know those statues. You know a lot of speculation that they are black faces. That they are. If you look at the nose, they are black people.
No, I'm not. Woman, I'm not. Let me be honest with you. My time spent in. I've learned things when I travel. Now I always have a tour guide to those historical sites, and I remember the time I went to Israel, and we had to take a. I didn't even know that Bethlehem was not in Israel. I didn't even know that Bethlehem is in today's Palestine. So we have to drive into that to the border into Palestine. We go get into Bethlehem to see where all that historical stuff. And the statue of Mary, right? The Mary that we know, the Mary woman that we got, is a black woman. But they now built 2 statues by her side that are newer that shows a white person and an Asian looking person. But the original statue, they cut the nose off. And the person was saying that each time you have a historically black figure that is very popular, the racist people back then, they will cut the nose off. That way you don't know. They will cut because you can tell the black person in most cases. So they will cut. So if you look at most of these artifacts back then, the nose is always missing. So that is done deliberately. So, but
all right. So Jesus then was an African.
That one. No. Don't let me put that one too far. But
all right.
But the one that I loved the most was my time in Egypt. I asked my tour guide. I said, I want to take me to places where people don't usually go. And this guy, I didn't even know it was a top shot. When they had their Arab Spring, their protests in Egypt, it was their top guy. I didn't even know it was a radical back then. His brother got killed, but it was a top guy. So I'm like taking to places where they don't allow people to go when they are touring, and it took me to places where they were barred that you need red tape to even get in. And this guy would take me into tombs. Like when you go underground and you come up, it's a huge tomb and it's all black kings and queens, and like this is mind blowing. And even him, even though he was Arab, he said, "Trust me, this is the black tower. This is the black land owned by black people." And it was giving me this, and it blew my mind. It was amazing. It was an amazing experience. So that one I've done. But for my other travel thing, I want to do St. Lucia, Bora Bora, Santorini, Greece. I love that thing. Santorini.
What stands out St. Lucia for you?
Oh my God, the water. It's just it looks amazing, man.
Blue oceans, is it
Blue
oceans?
Man. Yeah. I mean, I can only compare that to my experience in Jamaica. Jamaica's water is just green and blue. But the ones I've seen the picture of St. Lucia just looks like cleaner and it just looks beautiful with the scenery. So I want to do that with maybe Florence in Italy, but my top 2 would be St. Lucia and Santorini in Greece. I love that Santorini landscape. It looks beautiful. So it will be my top 3.
All right, brilliant. So if you ever become rich, the life that you should live is what Babati is describing.
No.
Look at that.
What? Do you still trade spy? If you don't mind.
Of course, I trade spy and KKK. That's what I bet on.
So do you see us going to 425 soon, or are we doing more puts or
Okay. The thing is, J. Powell came out to speak on Wednesday, and the market skyrocketed, and I made a lot of money.
That get about $12 in one day. That was crazy. I missed that. So
yeah, that was crazy. But the thing is, the market is still bearish. So the way the thing is, I still have a lot of. I have a put on SPY, and I have a put on KKQ.
What man? So So see you at 395 then. Right.
All right. See you at 395. What we have to do is we have to do a session, and we've been threatening this, but it's never happened. Where you water, and if Babati wants to volunteer, both of you come and give us a master class on that space, because a lot of people, they are looking for this sort of things, and you seem to have the expertise in it. But what do you work from home? That's the question? Do you work from home?
I work from home.
How often do you leave the house? This is the thing. Are you homebound?
Gosh.
Is that what it is? Look,
It's crazy. That's why I told you that if the only thing I do is I look at my trading account all day because
Well, that's where your boredom is right there.
But what that is not healthy. You have to take breaks. Take a week
No,
break.
my money is at stake, so I have to.
No. But why are you longing on options that you can do daily trade options? That way,
Yeah, I'm doing day trading. That's what I'm doing. I do day trading, so I can't leave the system.
No. But do you use TD Ameritrade?
No. I use Weibo.
No, forget Weibo. TD Ameritrade, you can program it where it will just tell you to come back to your system. That
No. It's day trading. It's day trading. I have to be on the system. Although I swing. I do swing trading as well. But day trading, I have to be on the system every time.
Okay.
All right. Before all of our audience run away, but they say,
okay.
what's going?
Okay. Send me an email, though.
But I think it's like you forgot. You sent me an email before, and
let me check.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for all that. So back to the politics of it, which is really what people came here for. Let's take Ajanle Koko then to that space, Shore, and that alliance with the PRA.
Let me talk to Water.
All right.
Water. Sorry to ask. Which part of Nigeria are you from?
Well, I'm from Ogun State. I'm from Abeokuta, Ijayi.
Okay. Babati, Papa going Balo.
Mo máa ń wo tí bàbá ti bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ mo kàn máa ń wò pé bàbá ti gbé bí tí ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ mo wà gbogbo ohun abẹ́ òkìní BBHL mo ti BBHL.
Ibi táwọn olówó ti wá nìyẹn àti
BBHL mo ti parí high school mi so mo lọ sí ìlà
lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lórí òkè omi pẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ó yá Ajálẹ̀ Koko ẹ kọrin fún o.
Àwa lọ́wọ́ Abẹ́òkúta.
Ọmọ yẹn ọdún máa yọ Ajálẹ̀ Koko can sing
lórí Olúmọ ọmọ Olúmọ làwa o.
Florida side bon Florida ló wà. Which side of Florida? Are you in Miami or?
No, I'm not. But Miami is like 4 hours. I'm in Tampa. 4 hours different from 4 hours drive from Miami.
Anyway, it looked like there's no that Nigerian strong base in
exactly. That's the problem.
Really want to have fun, but I don't know if you would like New York, or maybe Atlanta. I may recommend Atlanta. We have a lot of Yoruba people in Atlanta that they like fun. They enjoy themselves. But New York,
maybe a man of prestige. Maybe you can just go and drag him out and take him out. Go and drag him out of the house.
Prestige is in the West Coast.
If you really,
I'm inviting you to come to San Diego, man. We have a lot of Nigerian players here. We play soccer, at Babu Park.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. How far away is San Diego from where you are, Water?
Oh no, very far.
Oh no, that's a long way. That's like about 6 or 7 hour flight.
It's like London to New York.
If you want to drive like 6 days to get there.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Ajale Koko, don't be exaggerating. Stop it. It's like about 6 hours.
I said by driving. You want to drive from what do you call from Florida to there? It will take him a long hours now.
Are you talking about driving or flight?
Driving.
Oh, okay.
Is San Diego not in Florida?
No.
Excuse me.
Oh man, don't.
No, I don't know America. I didn't know that.
So if you really want to have that kind of outgoing life, couple it with what you're doing, New York will be the best place for you. We have a lot of Yoruba people You can even go to, I mean, the weekend, you can even go to a live band restaurant where they play live band, they play music, they play the look, just like Wasiu and all these things. You will really have fun, you know, in those places. So you have to state by state, where as a Yoruba man, I believe you can enjoy Atlanta, but I don't know much whether they have fun like New York. I know like New York, there's some restaurants where there is live band, where you can this okay, where you can spray.
All right. Just to move the conversation on, Ajale Koko, let me skip you for a moment and go to Dapo instead, because you know it's in Lagos.
Okay.
But before I skip you and go to Dapo, just finally with Woto, are you an Owambe or an Ajebota? Which one of those spaces are you? Are you Owambe or Ajebota?
No. The thing is, if you see me, you would think I'm an Ajebota, but I'm from Abeokuta, where the place that you know. No, I'm not. I'm Ajepako, not Ajebota. Ajepako, real Ajepako, not.
Do you go to Fuji reggae something or the other?
Yeah, I like all
right.
this.
Okay.
Barista, Oshupa, Pato.
Okay, there's no hope for you in America.
New York,
because life to
one man, the muscle is from Ijaye. They are like Igboro people.
Exactly. You get this Babati. All these Igboro things, maybe all these.
You know, survive America. Make your money and go back home.
You can. If you come to Atlanta, you'll find some of these Igboro things in there. You can,
because they have Nigerians in Florida, but they are more bourgeois. Like,
but where you are, you have to go and develop your own interest and your own habits.
The only people I see
solitary interest.
Yeah, but Kulata, for him to be able to develop that a lifestyle there, then he has to be like an Ajebota, because an Ajebota will fit in that. But if it's Owambe, then Owambe, you can't find Owambe in Florida now.
No, that place even is. It's a
Tampa.
It's Mexicans. It's Latinos dominated area. You see,
Ajanico, you are right. It's Latino dominated area.
And everywhere you go, it's them that you will see there. You go to store, you see, that is their place. So you cannot really have fun there.
You can have fun. You can drive to Orlando. Orlando is like an hour away. You can go to Orlando.
Okay, let me make a recommendation to you, and then we move on. Learn salsa, because because the lifestyle of the Latino is not too far from ours. But then learn salsa. Abi Kulata, if you learn salsa, how to dance salsa.
If you can do salsa, and all these, there are many Hispanic things you can pick up, because there's also the Cuban, there's a Cuban Latino, there's the other Latino, the one from
all those Cuban ones, they are beautiful now. You should be having your fun with them. All those Cuban babes now.
Yeah, it's trying to insist that it's a married man, because Madame is in the
background. Dominican too. But you won't see any
Look, let me tell you, those
people
lifestyle are completely opposite ours. They are completely it's a two opposite lifestyle. So there's no way you can really adapt. A person like him came from Nigeria, loved Nigerian lifestyle.
Can you ask him
no
first?
way you can fit in or adapt to their distance.
Can you ask him first, please? What on a more serious note? You want to be Nigerian? We're all Nigerians. We go to Nigerian party once in a while. But are you willing to expand to at least explore other things? That would be the first question to even ask you.
Okay, the thing is, I'm a typical Nigerian man. I like my space. I'm used to Nigeria, all the stuff that we do in Nigeria. And the thing is, I'm trying to adapt, but it's just kind of hard for me to adapt. The lifestyle here is kind of different. It's different, totally different. But I'm willing to adapt, but it's just hard for me to adapt.
No, just explore it and just see if you like it or not. That's what I'm saying.
Honestly speaking, Woto, if you can't cope, if you can relocate to London or New York,
Yes,
just
come to
No,
London.
don't go there. Don't go meet one man.
If you come to London, you will forget Nigeria. Everything you want is here. Every single thing.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to get my UEFA license to be a coach, and because I like soccer as well. And yeah, they don't do soccer. The only thing they do is their kind of football, which doesn't make sense to me. Their American football doesn't make sense to me. I'm like,
MLS deal.
Hold on. You know that American football is a misnomer because it's rugby, really. It's called rugby.
No.
Yeah?
One man, let me explain why. That football is what is called football. It's a foot long. That's where the name comes from. Not the foot that they're kicking it with. It's called football. It's the foot long.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same as rugby, which is an adaptation of the British of the English rugby
no.
game. Yeah.
Rugby is different from American football.
But it's the same. If you look at it, they play it similar techniques and all these things now. And they throw you with hands, falling on the floor,
we know where one
falling
man
on
is
top
going
of
with
each
this.
other.
We want to bash American. I know where it's going. I know where it's going. So that's why we don't allow it.
I don't know why they even call it football when they are.
It should be called egg ball. They should call it egg ball.
I mean, handball. They should call it handball. They throw you with hand.
Exactly. Yeah. They throw it with hand.
It should be handball. I don't know why they tell it football.
No, it's foot. No, it's the ball size that is a foot long. That's easy to call it football. It's a foot long. So it's football.
Yeah. Let's forget about that.
All right, let's go on to that one. So hopefully you got enough from there to reflect on what. But let's go on to that one just to bring it back, mainstream it back. So Dapo, tell us about life in Lagos, because Thomas, visiting from Australia, gives us a different narration a day. But the politics, you are on ground. So what is the feel for Peter Obi in Lagos? What is your reading of the political landscape? Who do you imagine will be the next president and why, Dapo?
Well, are you talking of Lagos, winning Lagos, or generally?
Yeah, start from Lagos. What is the feeling for Peter Obi in Lagos?
Well, the feeling, I think Peter Obi has quite a number of followership in Lagos. You know, there are a lot of Igbos in Lagos, and well, considering the part of the country that it is, Yorubas too they are liberal, you know. So we have quite a number of Yorubas too, you know, ready to vote for him as well. At least from the elites, yeah. There's quite a number of Yorubas. So I have one in my house gone.
How old is that person? How old is that person that you have?
About 42. About 42.
Okay. All right.
It's a journalist, a popular figure as well. So yeah, Obi has, I think, Obi has quite a number of followership in Lagos, but on the whole, Tinubu will still beat him in Lagos because yeah, you know, in my own view, the APC people, they are not the online type going to abuse people, and they just be doing their thing, you know. Most of them they won't talk, they won't. But I believe that on election day, the obedience will know the scores in Lagos. There are quite a number of they will pull their weight too, you know. The Igbos are ready, and Tinubu too has some, or APC, they have some Igbos now that are ready to vote for them. So, you know, Tinubu is a planner. He's organizing his things. You know, he's a strategist. So he has thought of all.
Dapo, if you were to give percentages, just leave it with Lagos at the moment. But if you were to give percentages to the votes in Lagos, what percentage do you imagine that, from your educated view, what percentage do you imagine that Peter Obi would get, and what percentage do you imagine that Tinubu would get, just from what you have observed?
Peter Obi could get up to maybe like 30% or 40%, between 30 and 40.
of the
then
overall votes in
Tinubu.
Lagos. Yeah.
Yes. Well, depends because Article 2 will get some definitely. So maybe if we consider those three, I think Tinubu should be able to win by about maybe 50%. Then between Atiku and the obedience, maybe they can share 50.
All right.
Then across the country, I think I think the vote, the election may be tinted towards APC. Why I'm saying so is if you consider the primary ticket that Tinubu won, he won it basically from the north. He did his work, the major work from the north. And I believe that the election too may follow suit, although the election pattern has changed now because of the beavers. I noticed Kulata was saying, is it Kulata? I know, Ajanle Koko was saying, like this election will be free and fair. Anybody that wins will win, fair and square, because of the beavers. It will work. And election, I mean, the result transference now is immediately. It's on the spot. It's real time. So rigging, the rigging is a thing of the past, in my view, and that's why it's difficult for Adeleke, Oyetola, to win Osun. Rigging is very, very difficult, and probably even if if they had adopted the new electoral laws in Ondo State, it's possible APC may not win Ondo State. I'm not sure about that now. It's possible APC may not win. So APC too cannot rest on their oars, and I'm sure Tinubu knows that. He's an astute politician, so he knows that. So so far, I think I like his approach to the election generally, the way he's campaigning about it. People throwing stones at him. He's not even bothered. He's just busy doing his thing, throwing all manner of things. He doesn't even care. He's just campaigning.
All right, Dapo, you were saying that people throw stones at him, and and that has been the subject and object of so many conversations. But within your own circle, because I have the imagination that you gravitate with people of thinking. So within your own circles, what are they making of the sort of invective that they are throwing at Tinubu? His endless gaps and faux pas, him being unsteady, but in health and what all of these things that they're throwing at him. What are people making of that? How is that being added onto the permutations, or how are people responding within your circles?
Within my circle, maybe within the youth, maybe it's taken into consideration within the youth, but people a little older, they're not looking at that. People a little older are not they're not looking at that at all. And I believe within the youth too, the APC too, they have the youth wing, they have their own circle of youth too. Maybe not as educated as the obedience, but they have theirs too. So I don't really think all the stones they are throwing at him will make much difference. The stone of maybe Muslim tickets, it's not really pulling that much weight. I don't think people have even gotten over it, kind of. I mean, it's not. Then concerning his health, basically, I think what people want now is somebody that's going to change the fortunes of Nigeria, in my own view. Somebody that would change the fortunes of Nigeria. Generally, I think obedience generally, I think Obi has some followership. Not, I mean, generally, he has some followership, definitely within the country. But he shouldn't rest on his oars that I mean he's going to take the day like that. No, for instance, in the north, I don't see him really taking the north like that at all. I don't see him taking the north. Maybe he will take the east. He have a foothold in the south generally, but he won't take everything like that at all. Because the way Tinubu is deploying the strategy, I believe it's going to give him an edge. But well, we are yet to see that. Maybe by February 23rd or 25th, when the election picks up. I believe very much in the strategy, but I don't want to. Maybe I'm just using my own my own glasses or my own goggles to look at the situation. But in my own circle, I think maybe because I'm a little above 50. Maybe that's why I'm a little biased towards Tinubu. I mean, they make me realize. But I've met some youths too that they are in for Tinubu. They are in for Tinubu. I've met some youths.
Dapo, how much of a role do you think ethnicity will play in this upcoming?
Ethnicity definitely is going to play a lot of role. Definitely, it's going to play a lot. A lot of people will gravitate towards their ethnic backgrounds or their ethnic leaders. But I think Tinubu, in my view, the way Tinubu organized his campaign structure, I think is going to beat that ethnic coloration. The way he organized his campaign structure is going to beat it, in my view. Look at, for instance, he has a women wing, campaigning for him separately. He has a youth wing campaigning for him separately. Those people definitely, I believe that they're going to bring in their bits. The way he deployed, and no other candidate is, employing that strategy. No other candidate is employing that strategy. For instance, in South, he picked the wife of Ayade as the leader of, and they held a rally there not too long ago. And up north, he has placed strategic people there, to canvass for votes for him. So I want to believe that at the end of the day, he may just. I'm not really a fan of him, really, but the reality is, I think he will still carry the day. He's been planning this all the while, and with all these people that he's pushing, okay, go and do this, go and do that, and that, like that. So those people, they're going to count for him.
Just to pursue there for a moment, you say he has been planning this all the while. Do you remember during what was the big incident that everybody was saying Tinubu should come and comment along the Yoruba space? There was some mass killing. Was it in Owo somewhere? Fashonote's daughter. Do you think is that along the lines of you saying that he has been planning this all the while? Is that the thinking in that space?
Well, I believe even that statement is still part of the plan. I believe that statement and his inclination at that time, even towards the NSAS and all that, is still part of the plan. I believe that he wants the vote of the North. So he's been careful not to do anything that will offend the North, particularly. I'm sure even this is supporting Buhari. It's not as if he's a lover of Buhari like that. But I think he just did that. Looking at what is on ground, the man already has like 11 or 12 million votes in his kitty. So he just needed a little push to tilt the election in his favor. So I believe that is what he supported him. That's why he supported him. And with an agreement that after Buhari does his own tenure, he will be the next president. So yeah, so it's all, I just believe it's all part of the permutation.
Do you think that was what played out in the primaries, Dapo? This thing now that you said he negotiated very much his relationship with the North. Do you think that was what played out at the primaries? Do you think that was one of the payouts that
definitely, definitely is a payout, but we didn't even believe it's going to bring the victory back home, because like they did in PDP, they could have as well, swindled him, but somehow maybe it's the God factor or anything, or I don't know. Somehow the thing just, we didn't even, and some few days to the election, he goofed. He did what he was being careful not. He didn't want to do.
Is that the
insulting? Yes, insulting Buhari and all that. It's not as if he's. I don't want to believe an average Yoruba man will be comfortable with the way the country is being ruled. No, it's not in our nature. I don't think so, but it's just, I believe that he's just controlling himself, just let me just do and just get this power. But a few days to the election, he goofed, and we didn't believe that he's going to even bring it in, but he brought it in. He brought it back in, with a lot of support from the North. So he's been planning it all the while when he was growing up. He was never an Awoisto at all. It was never. We joined the Yaduas, even the senior. According to him, he was a strategist under the senior Yadua senior.
No, they all came out on that. They all came out on that show, Musa, by the way, including an article. It was part of the article class.
Yes.
Musa, yeah.
And I believe all those things were, maybe he would have read a lot of Awolowo books and maybe followed him.
Even Kwakwaso belonged to that school of thought, that Yaradua political school of thought. Yeah, Kwakwaso is from there too. Okay. So you see, Yaradua political machine dominate everywhere in Nigeria now.
And I believe that is what is missing in Papa Awolowo's politics. He aligned with the wrong. If he had used this strategy, maybe he would have gotten to the center. But it wasn't. Nobody.
No.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Let's hear. Dapo. Do you think Tinubu's politics is a combination of the learnings, both strength and failing of Awolowo, and the learnings and plus and minus from Abiola, and he has taken all of that learnings from history to present to how the Nigerian. Do you think is taken from the experiences from these people to play his politics?
Correct, sir.
Yeah,
you are correct, sir. That's my belief. That's my belief. There is a student, a great student of those people. He learned from their mistakes and try to improve on it. That's what got him all these results that he has gotten. But all the while, Papa Awolowo's party, none of them got to the center. None of them got to the center.
They were too regional and they are too ethnic in their politics.
Yeah, very, and they and he really stood there till the end of his life.
And Abiola was not
even change strategy.
No. Let me tell you this. I listen to people say this, and when people tell this, they don't put into cognizance that the political structure we had there. I'm talking about the way the country was structured. Then it was along the regional line. So back then we had 3 regions with each region controlling their own space. They have head of premiership. And that was what will, that was in the first republic. So the second republic, we have the same set of people in place, and they were still practicing that regional recognized politics, except the military was trying to break them up for their own self-interest. And, if we don't look back and put into consideration the way the country was structured then, 3 regions in the First Republic, Second Republic, military broke it down into 19 states.
But
and then
I'm sorry to interject too. I'm sorry to interject, please. All the while too, they were crossing over. They were crossing over. I think the alliances Papawolowo made was that he was aligning with the South, with the East, which didn't work out.
All right, Dapo. I don't want to go down far down memory lane. I want us to stay with 2023 because that is what will really impact on us. But you are saying that all of the learnings of all of those Yoruba iconic political names is what Tinubu has permitted into his politics. And I somewhat concur with, I concur with that somewhat. But going still to 2023, how do you think Peter Obi would perform? And what would you consider to be a successful outing for Peter Obi in 2023, Dapo?
Successful in terms of winning or what? Not.
Well, if winning is what you, if when the votes come out by March 2023, what would Peter Obi have to achieve? Either winning, for you to say that he has had a successful outing.
Well, I actually, not because I love Tinubu. I want to believe I'm objective. I don't see Obi winning the election, really.
Right.
I don't see him winning the election.
But winning is not the only metric for success. So you don't see him winning, but he can still be successful in this campaign. But what would he have to,
definitely. Well, overall, if he gets like maybe 30%, I think he has succeeded. If he gets 30%
of the overall vote nationwide,
of the overall vote, of the overall votes. Why I said Atiku, I don't see Atiku in the race because we can't afford 2 northern presidents, consecutively. No, we can't take it. And look, even the North Central, they have said they can't take it. Even the Pogu, they have said we can't take it. And the North Central is inclusive of the Kwara, Kogi. We won't take. No, not with the current outing of Buhari. Maybe if he had done well, we could consider it. But Nigeria is not yet that matured for us to have.
Okay, I'm going to explore that space with you in a moment. But where do you think Peter Obi will come in the election? Where do you think he will come?
That's why I'm saying that if he gets 30%, he has tried 30% of the votes.
And that will place him where on the table?
Maybe second.
Second. So you're expecting him to come second?
Yeah, I expect him to come second.
Okay. Okay. So now the PDP, as you know, is the biggest party in Africa. So for them not to win an election is one thing, but for them not to come second, does that cohere?
Well, about being the biggest, I'm not sure. Maybe you're talking of an old start. You're talking of an old.
Yes, go on. Yeah. Go on.
You're talking of an old start. Yeah. No, I don't think you are talking of the current statistics. In my view, I think APC is the biggest now, and where APC overtook them was when they had another chairman. This what's this guy's name? The Yobe governor. He really did a lot of work for them.
Mia Malabuni. Mia Malabuni.
Yes, Mia Malabuni.
Yeah.
You know, going to states to poach their governors. It really, and it's going to help Tinubu now, or help the current the party now. You know, so I think that and they did some registration then. They and it was chaired by this guy, Yaya Bello. Yaya Bello too is a he's a very, very active man. He has a lot of action. He got a lot of youth then into APC. So I believe that APC is still the largest currently as we speak, and the structures are there. So
all right. What I recall somewhat from is for you to say, if you say PDP is not going to win the election, then that's understandable. But for you to then even not be willing to give them second is where I struggled a little bit.
When they have 5 governors already against them in the south here, they have 5 governors against them already. Those governors are powerful, no matter how ever we decide to see it. Even with the beavers or no beavers, they are powerful. They have the money to throw around and all. So, and 5 governors. I don't see how it's going to wriggle out of that quagmire. I don't see how it's going to wriggle out of it. 5 governors already against him from the south. They have 14 states or so, maybe 14 or 15 or so, maybe with the current Oyo state now, maybe 14 or thereabout. So, and 5 already are already out. So, and Obi is going to share. Obi is going to share part of the PDP votes, right? As we speak, those are the things that are against him. 5 governors already against him. Obi is going to share the east with him. That's the PDP is dominant in the east. Obi is going to share the east with him. What else now? Yeah, those two are they're enough to
Dapo, what do you think is playing out in that little? I say little, it's not little, but the skirmish that is going on between the G5 now, as they call themselves. They've even morphed into what they are now calling integrity group. But really, out of all of that, really, is Yemsen Wike versus Atiku. But what do you think is playing out there? And do you think there can ever be a resolution to it, or do you think it is too late for them to resolve it? So, your thoughts on that space?
In my view, if I don't see them resolving it, because Article 2 is not comfortable with a PDP chairman coming from the north. It doesn't see himself winning with the PDP chairman from the south. Sorry, from the south.
From the south, yeah.
No, I don't think he's comfortable with that. So, and whichever way, if even if they reconcile, I still don't see them. If they reconcile and they decide, I still don't see them winning. The Obi factor is there. Obi is going to definitely share their votes. So I don't see them really achieving much. In my view, I think Obi even has a lot of is having a lot of vibes in the land than PDP, in my view, when it comes to the presidential. So when it comes to the presidential, maybe up north, maybe it's not having, but at least down south here, it has quite a number. So
okay, Dapo. So post the 29th of March 2023, Yemsen Wike still has to park his immunity somewhere, because we've seen how he has been splashing money all over the place. So there's so many to catch him on, but he has to park his immunity somewhere. So he has control now of these 5 states. He has a big war chest, and Rivers State is one of the larger voting blocks in Nigeria. So where do you think Yemsen Wike would move his support for that election? What direction do you think is headed to Yemsen Wike and the sphere of influence?
In fairness, I don't. That is not clear yet. it's not actually clear yet. It's not
What's your
clear at all.
instinct? What's your instinct?
Why I said that, lately in an address, maybe in one of his inaugurations, he invited Obi. He said he's going to give him support. He invited Kwankwa, so he's going to give him support. And I'm sure if Tinubu too comes in, he's going to. So it's not. I think it's just being dodgy about where support is going to lie. Since it's still open to reconciliation with Atiku. But even if you reconcile with Atiku, the problem is not really that Wike wants the chairmanship. No, I don't see him. It's not the chairmanship he needs. He's just a spoiler. That's all. I think he's just aggrieved about that, the primaries. Normally, the PDP should have just considered they should have just zoned their presidency to the south. Normally. So I think that's the bane of the problem. So either way, he's still going to make Atiku will make sure that Atiku loses. Either way. That's my
do you support Wike's stance based on that principle that you've just explained? Do you support his stance, Wike?
Well, it depends. Why I say it depends is Wike is not coming out to say that is his grouse. That,
yeah, but we all know that is it. But do you support him? Yeah.
Based on that, I support it. Mm-hmm. But based on all this. What's he saying? I'm saying that the chairmanship should zoning. I don't believe in all those zoning things. No. I don't believe a chairman can come from any. I don't even look every position as far as I'm concerned can even go elsewhere. You can go to the north. You can go to anywhere. I don't care. But let's us have good governance. That's what and I think that's what should concern an average Nigerian. Let's have good governance. We're not bothered about, at least we in the West here, in the West, we are not bothered about. I want to believe majority of us are not bothered about. We're so cosmopolitan. We're not bothered about who rules us. But
it's you outside the party that is not bothered. But for them inside the party, they want to have sense of belonging. They want to.
But we are the majority. At the end of the day,
some people are running the party.
As in the people that are not in the party. That's what I'm saying. That the people that are not in the party are in the majority, and they are the ones. They are the most hit, and they are the most.
You people are just relevant when it comes to election, but when it comes to party administration, the various interests are at stake, and everybody.
I know. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree. I'm not talking in that direction. You know. I'm talking now from the point of view of an elector, somebody participating in the election, not as a participant. No. And I think we are in the majority. So.
All right, Akpo, let me take you in a different direction. It's only really because you are on the ground and you sound like the sort of mindset that is the mindset of this platform. So we want to harvest as much as we can from you.
Okay.
If Peter Obi comes second or third in the elections, if you were his advisor, the one that he listens to the most, what direction of travel would you say he should point his career to? So what should he do? What should he do next? If he comes, let's say third, which is where people really anticipate that he will come. If he comes third, what should be his next moves? Because just to the options that have been explored, to stay within the Labour Party and try to build it as an entity, to move his support, his newfound fame, back to PDP and try to battle Wike there, because Atiku would have left PDP, of course, or to go to Soludo and do the project that Soludo is inviting him to do. Or do you have any other options for him? What should he do next if he comes third in 2023?
If he comes third in 2023, well, let me see now. Well, I don't see what I think for a very long time, I don't see us having three dominant parties. No, it will always be two. Let's not deceive ourselves. Just like you have in the US.
You don't think the space is yearning? Because we don't really have two parties in Nigeria, do we? We don't. In terms of in terms of the ideological thrust of politics, we don't have two parties because who is APC other than people that moved over from PDP to try and have their own say. So it's still, but we don't have a people-centric political force within Nigeria that is strong enough to either seize power or keep power honest. And that is a space, that's the sort of show space. That is the space that Peter Obi pretends to. So that's that left of center, Femi Falana sort of space. We don't have an occupant for that space. Is that not a space that should be a bit like the Labour Party in the United Kingdom or the Democrats in America?
Well, okay, fine. I agree with you. Maybe not particularly definitive like that, as in two political parties. But whatever will happen, it's either at any particular point in time, I don't see us having more than two dominant parties. Possible, another one will be built up and displace one of the dominant two presently. But per time, you won't have more than two dominant parties. That's my view. Yes, that's my view.
I think I agree with you. That's the convention globally.
So that's the convention. So that's why I even agree with that option A4 that Babangida did at that time. I think there was a time that they didn't have more than two. The NRC and the SDP, is the SDP now. When Abiola did the election, when Abiola contested, so they just formed two parties and that was it. So, and that's what I think we will have. So if he can decide to stay in the party and do the needed work to build the party, to displace one of the current dominant parties. That's one option. That is one option, which is a very, 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 very serious task. Very, very, which it may not really succeed. It may not succeed at all. It may not succeed. It's a very, very arduous one. Very, very, very tough one to do. So, and it may not, if he looks at the work that will be done, because definitely, currently they don't have more than, I learned that in some of their positions, they don't even have some positions filled. So those are part of the things that will militate against the East ticket. So another thing, since he has a followership now, well, any party he decides to go to, I think it would be valued. Anyone, he can decide to go to APC or go back to PDP. Whichever one he decides to take, I think he will do well.
Therefore, how do you think the East would react when the announcement, if and when Obi comes third? How do you think the East will react, or really the Easterners? How do you think they'll react?
Oh well, I think they'll be really sore and bitter.
Would there be violence? Would there be violence?
No. I don't. No. If they're going to do violence, they will do it in the East. They will do it in the East. I don't see them doing violence anywhere. Anyway, but in my view, I think Soludo has told them the truth. But the truth is bitter for them to accept. I told them the truth. You see, that's the sacrifice Tinubu paid for him to be at the center. So, and the governor of Anambra State, Soludo, he has told them that let us, build our. I don't see any reason why the PDP should not be able to give them the South, especially the Southeast, the presidency or zone it to their side. They are now expecting APC to give them the presidency. He said because it doesn't work that way now. When they didn't contribute their vote in the last 2 elections in the APC, they're man Tony. They arrange the thing. So they can't. They will have to. They are new in the party, so they will have to go and queue. So the person saying Emilokon is not saying it for fun. They won't see that. He won't see that opportunity. He won't see it to them. So, but I don't see them doing any. They will just accept it, and life goes on. Nothing will happen. But basically, I think anybody, even if it's Obi, anybody that does well now, and set Nigeria on a straight path and a good one at that, I think will wipe off all this ethnicity, let our people be there and all that. And I think Tinubu will do a good job of that.
What sort of presidency? What sort of presidency? Because I'm hearing it in the undertone of your commentary. What sort of a presidency do you imagine Nigeria will get out of Tinubu? And do you think he's still capacitated in the way that we romanticize about him? Because a lot of people look at Tinubu, but are they looking at him through the lens of the Tinubu of the past? Because the Tinubu we're seeing especially within this political cycle, a source of concern. Do you think he still has it within him? Because just to say, Buhari, of course, we were looking at him as that Spartan disciplinarian from the Diagbon days, and look at what we got.
Yeah.
So do you think Tinubu still has it in him?
Oh yes, Tinubu has it in him. Buhari too. Buhari, well, I don't think Buhari never had it. Maybe we were just deceived and carried away. I think Tinubu. You see, what was missing in Buhari's administration is teamwork. He didn't at all. He didn't bring in everybody. He didn't bring in the country. It was, bringing in his own people, the section of the country. So that's what is missing. If he had, co-opted everybody, let's look, how can we do this thing? Teamwork. And that is what I see in Buhari that is even lacking in Obi. Right from the campaign, you will see teamwork in Tinubu's, you will see that thing is there. When he goes for seminar, anything that cannot, that doesn't have a good handle on. Are you there? Am I still with you people?
No, okay. we are listening.
Okay.
We are listening.
When he goes for campaigns and there's a topic that does not have a good handle on, they will direct somebody that has a good handle on it, which that's what we want to see. You can't be an expert in everything. You can't be an expert in everything at all. So that's what I see. And I think yesterday you discussed about Obi that doesn't. So imagine less than 3 months to the election. If anybody should have a manifesto, it should be Obi, because he started campaigning like 3 months before the campaign started. And for him to have that, in fact, by the time he started building that followership, he should have gone to sit down. A corporate man, somebody that worked in a bank. Those people, they don't work off their head now. No, they don't work off their head. So that's why I believe that it's not ready at all. They said maybe in the next 24 hours. As Pat Tommy came on here today that the manifesto will be out. So
is it even too late for the manifesto to be out now? Because we have to be able to read it, one, and then we have to be able to interrogate it, two, and then he has to be able to defend it, three. All within now, you say now, less than 3 months to the election. So what time do we even have to peruse and interrogate a manifesto anymore?
Well, there's still time, really. There's still at least above 2 months. There's still time. But the thing is, I mean, would he himself go have even engulfed himself in that manifesto? Does he himself would he believe in that manifesto that is bringing out? Because I'm sure it's people that will go and draft him for him, and before he himself will absorb it, make it his own. So that's even another, make it something that he's passionate about. That's my. But let's even see if it's going to come out or it's not going to come out. So I don't
right.
think I believe that he's not ready for the. He's not ready for the.
Do
He
you
can't come out
think? Sorry, Dapo. Do you think that Tinubu has been caught off guard? Not Tinubu, Peter Obi. Do you think Peter Obi has been caught off guard somewhat by this phenomenon that has been wrapped around his name, and is not really prepared for now what presents him? So, do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. As in the manifesto.
No, not the manifesto. This will be Obi, and then subsequently the obedient phenomenon that has taken off over the place like a wildfire. Do you think Peter Obi did not anticipate all of this, and he wasn't even prepared to the point that he doesn't have a manifesto? He just wanted to put his name in the ring.
He was caught off guard. It was definitely caught off guard. He didn't believe he's going to, and he was definitely caught off guard. Yes, he didn't believe that. Nobody will believe it. No, I'm sure it's shocking the big parties. They are not. They won't believe it. They won't believe it. It was caught off guard. That's my belief.
All right. Let me take you to a different space, Dapo. So now the erstwhile slim and attractive, now sumo wrestler size wife of the president, Aisha Buhari, who was called fat by some rascally students, and she's now effected his arrest to the point that the whole country is agog with rage. How is that playing out? The boy has been released, but what's been the feedback? Is that even a topic of discussion? The Adamu Mohammed that was changed by Aisha Buhari.
Well, I don't know why the first lady should order the arrest of the young boy, but I mean, I don't. It's just all these activities is just the marketing APC generally, and painting a bad image of the husband's administration. Should have just I mean, definitely they will talk about celebrities and all, and gladiators. They should have just overlooked. But the obi-dattis, they are cashing in on it, making comments, and I was just reading recently. They said Datti said that they should release the young man. So
So they complied immediately.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's been released. Yeah, I heard it's been released. Yeah, it's been released. But they shouldn't have ordered his arrest in the first place. They should have just let's go.
But they are giving the credit for the release to Datti's speech. They are saying, "Oh, well, it was Datti's speech that released him." Imagine.
No, they want to release him. Is he Buhari? At all. I don't believe that is no, but obedience will cash in on anything. In fact, when I see anything that is any obedient advert now, or I just scroll. I just scroll.
It's like a wada keri now, Abi.
They can manipulate anything. They will any little thing they will paint it, make it look as if. So I don't think them really serious. I don't believe it's that Buhari.
but you shouldn't say that in public though, because they are going to bully and traumatize you. We all think that, by the way, what you've just said, that the whole of the thing is just some ludicrous nonsense. But you can't say that too loudly because they'll just attack you. Let me take you to the Dogara space. So he has now come out to say that Atiku is the best man. And then the Arewa Consultative Forum, they said they've had a good look at all the candidates, and they also say Atiku is the best man. So what are you then making then of the endorsement of the Northerners by the candidate from the North?
Even if they endorse Atiku will still not win. Judging from the antecedents of Buhari, and I don't think any candidate can come from the north again that will have that Buhari cult-like followership again. No, I don't see it happening at all. So, and with all his cult-like followership, he still did not win the election 3 times. So those are part of the things militating against Atiku. Definitely. And you know, in 2019, he still had some followership in down south here because there was no strong southern candidate. But now we have two strong southern candidates. So he cannot. I don't see him really winning the election, even if they decide to give him most of the votes in the north. I don't see him winning the election at all. I don't see him winning the election. I've seen people here that supported him in the last election that they are shouting Tinubu, Obi, and all that now. So I don't really see him winning the election, even if they give him all the votes in the north. And the south, this north-south thing will play out as well. It will play out. I believe most of the people in the south do, not for ethnic reasons or for zonal reasons, but they will want a southern person to test it. Not test like that, but at least maybe we'll have something better.
Yeah, the country
in terms
wants
of administration.
the country wants a break from the north. That's just it. At
A
least
break from the north.
the south, they want a break
Yes.
from the north.
From the north.
Enough is enough.
Yes. Even if it's going to go back to the north later after 8 years, they want a break.
But we want a break from the north.
Yeah.
But let me take you to this space. An alliance seems to be forming, but only maybe at a branch level, but nevertheless an alliance. PRP and AAC, Omoyele Shore's party, having alliance talks with PRP, which has called Abiola as his lead person for the presidency, as you know, but they're having conversations of an alliance. The oldest party in Nigeria are forming a relationship with the newest one. Is this a direction of travel that is necessary for Showore to have the impact that is so covets?
Well, let me first of all analyze them individually. Individually, they don't have much impact. Individually, so collectively too, if I analyze them, I don't see them achieving much. Well, they could come together and all that, maybe to move themselves forward a little bit, or build themselves up a little bit, but I don't see them really having much impact like that. Even if all of them come together, all the apart from PDP and APC, I don't see them having much impact at all. I don't see them having much impact. But they have good candidates. Showore is a good candidate.
Well, what are you making of Showore? Hold on. What are you making? Sorry, Dapo. What are you making of the Showore and his politics? What are you making of him, his politics, and why he's not gaining the momentum that his politics should gain? So, what are you making of the Showore space, Dapo?
Judging him by his ideas, he has good ideas. Most of the youths, they have good ideas, most of them, but to get there is a problem because of the structures on ground, the principalities and powers. So in terms of ideas, he has good ideas, but this revolution now thing has affected his the charisma, the courage, the image a little bit, in my view. I mean, people, there's a level of decorum and attitude you expect of a president, which, in the minds of some people, is missing. He brought that activist days into the politics, but they are two different ball games. They're two different ball game. And I think you see, nobody's happy. I think even all these they are Tinubu that are saying, people are saying they are they are thieves, they are this, they are that. They too, they are not happy with I believe that they are not, at least I can talk of maybe I can talk of people from the south. We believe in they chop too. Even in Baba Olowo days, I don't believe Baba Olowo is a saint. They eat too, but they believe in doing something too for the country. They are not happy too. But I believe Tinubu or the APC, they have this revolutionary attitude too, but they believe that they have to get the power before they can effect the change. Not all these revolution now, we do this, we do that. They have the same goals, but the approach is the approach is different. They have the same goals.
Do you see Shore as a politician and a presidential candidate, or just an activist? But let me remove the just, because that sounds somewhat derogatory and pejorative. But do you see Shore as a politician and a presidential candidate, or is he primarily an activist, just an activist?
Shore is not a politician. Unfortunately, he's an activist, and he will do well as an opposition or an activist, trying to correct the society and all. So I think he's not, and I don't see him really moving that. I don't see him moving far, even amongst his peers, the youths. I don't see him. Not many people want to associate with that kind of charisma. Even if they they associated with it when they were in school. By the time most people are maturing, getting to work in high places, they won't want to associate with that kind of they won't want to associate with that kind of attitude at all. So I think that's one of the things militating against him. Then to get people to buy into
slogan? Hello, is it the campaign slogan that is a problem, or the idea on how he want to the direction you want to, the idea on how you want to direct the nation that matter? I mean, what are you talking about? Is it the slogan of his campaign that is scary, or the direction is telling you that you want to take the country? What is not attractive to Nigerian people?
Well, I think the attitude, this demonstrative attitude, anything that happens, you gather the boys, you go and demonstrate in the road, on the streets and all that. That's one.
Is it wrong idea?
Their Luther spirit is still.
Is it a wrong thing to do under democratic setting? Is it a wrong approach to demonstrate? Is it against the Constitution? It's
not.
Why? Yeah. So why are you people saying it's not doing the right thing?
It's not. Then, maybe then I think another thing that's militating against him. Another thing that's militating against him is not in the mainstream party. It's not there.
Must somebody be in a mainstream party before
you have to? I am sorry, sir. You have to be there.
Why must you be there?
You have to be there.
Hold on.
That's why I said there. Okay.
Hold on. What has the mainstream party given to your country and us as people?
It's not a matter of what have they given to.
No. What have they done?
Nothing. Nothing. But it doesn't remove the fact that
still, and yet you want us to continue with them. You want us to be part of them, and
You
continue
are
to
looking at me
destroy
as an
the country.
individual. You have to look at it holistically, sir. You have to
No,
look at
it
it.
is not holistic. It is irrational completely. There's nothing holistic there. You have
Ah,
a system, you have a political party destroying your country, and you say we should jump into their boat and play the game, the same game with them, and continue to destroy the party. And this man is
hello,
saying
sir.
he's not doing it that way,
Okay, sir.
and you are
Okay,
blaming
sir.
him that he's
If
not
we
playing the
don't
politics right. I
wait,
don't
sir,
get
wait, sir.
it.
Okay, let me respond, sir. Okay, sir. I get you, sir. If we don't jump into their boat, they will still be the one to win the election. So what is the effect of not jumping into their boat, sir? They will still win the election because they have the structure, and the country is not even that developed for us to be able
No,
to choose otherwise.
if me and you,
intellectually,
oh no,
we
hold
are not
on.
that developed.
If you, me, and every one of us on the platform, and all of us that are enlightened, stand against them, mobilize our people against them, we surely defeat them. But you see us, we are so scared. The element of fear in us is so, I don't know what to say. And that element of fear is what is really killing us. It's what is making us not to do the right thing, and that is what is killing that country. We cannot continue like this. We cannot. It is not bad
Hello,
politics.
sir.
It is not the bad politics they are playing that will make a country great, but it's we the people doing the right thing, stand up against them, and take the country back from them. And that is the approach that Showore
Should I
is
come in,
taking.
sir?
But we don't want to
Should I
join them.
come in, sir?
Yeah.
Should I come in, sir? That thing will not happen overnight. It's not happen at the snap of a finger. It will not happen overnight, sir. It's a process. It won't happen. Nobody can command that thing into being. Nobody. That's
Agree, but we are not taking
status.
that process. We are not courageous to even start the process at all.
The process
That
is
is our
already.
problem. That is our problem. Showore
The process.
Showore is taking is in that process already, but we don't want to join him.
No, they can't.
But
They
what is
can't
our
join like
problem?
that.
For God's sake,
People will not join like that. You see, the process has already. The process is already started. You see.
Okay, Showore. Let's leave Showore. Why are people not? Are they SDP guy that is calm? Why are people not lining behind him?
That guy is excellent.
Why
excellent.
Are we? Okay. I'm glad you said that. Why are we not seeing our people behind him? Why are we not behind
That's
him?
what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. The structures.
Forget about structure. Does Obi have structure? Does Obi have structure? Is it not the noise making?
That is why he's still not going to win the election. I've never said he's going to. He will still win the election.
Giving him, okay, hold on. You said he doesn't have, but you are giving him second position now. You said he will defeat Atiku. You said he will defeat that political party that have structure. Why do you come to that conclusion? Why do you come to that conclusion? If you and me making a loud noise with Showore now or Adewale, people will not say, oh, they can't win election. But because of the noise that you see them making about Obi, that is why you are saying it's going to come second. I mean, we are not getting it right. We have to check ourselves. It's we the people.
No. Don't say that, sir. Don't say that, sir. Look, because whatever happens, they're going to pitch the SDP guy and Showore against the Tinubu. It won't happen against the Tinubu in the southwest. It will not happen. Look at this guy has built men. Even if it's the men that he has built and their followers, they will not win that election.
What has his men given to you, Yoruba people? What have they given to Yoruba land? What is that impact they make in the life of the people? And you people will continue to say,
let me tell you. Okay, let me respond to that. You see, they have beaten the Yoruba people to a point that we don't even believe in the government again. We just believe in, look, self-effort. We don't believe government will contribute anything to us again. So, and that is why most of us are traveling abroad to find greener pastures. You know, what can I get for myself? Nobody is interested in government again.
Let's talk about the political space.
Okay.
Those Tinubu and his men that you just mentioned, what have they given? What are the things that they have done to the development of Yoruba people? They failed. But you Yoruba people want to continue to follow them. But you see another person trying to take us on a different direction. You are saying because of the slogan, revolution now, Aluta now, so we cannot follow him. Are we really with ourselves, or we are somewhere, something is remote controlling us, and we don't really know what to do? What is we have to check ourselves. We are the
Can I interject?
We are the big problem of ourselves.
Can I interject?
Yes.
Can I interject? Is it we've discussed this thing over and over. See, we can't blame Nigerians for not following Showore, because Showore is like a product. To sell product to the customer is not an easy task. You have to convince the customer. The Tinubu we are talking today, for example, nobody went to Tinubu and dropped the power on his lap. He walked through his way. That's how he's got it. Because he was convinced people.
Hold on, that, but let Olaland carry on.
Because you must be able to convince people. That is why we say leadership. You know, if you have a project, for example, if you're a project manager, you must be able to carry people along, because normally people want to resist change. It is the duty of the promoter of that change or the agent of that change that to make people embrace the change and go their way. That is why we are saying Showore may not be approaching this thing the right way. If he has approached it the right way, we won't be here be saying this that we are saying for now. So blaming Nigerians for not following Showore, I think that's not the way. It is asking Showore to do the right thing, the way Awolowo managed to capture the mind of the Western people, that even in his death, every little thing we want to talk, we talk of Awolowo. Even up till now, we know how MK Abiola managed to capture the mind of the people, despite fingering him as someone that opposed Obafemi Awolowo, that people even hated him at a particular point in time. But he still managed to sell his vision to the people, that even despite the controversy around his candidacy, he still won the election. So we can't continue to blame Nigerians for rejecting Showore. No, it is Showore that needs to sell himself to Nigerians. That's just my take.
All right, back to you, Dapo. So there it is. Showore has always had something. There's something just missing about him, and there's a lack of humility and a lack of capacity to move away from what brought him to prominence. It's a one-trick pony, and as an activist, that's just it.
One man, can I interject with that guy? Ask me a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, mine is just a statement.
Sorry, Dapo is his name. Dapo. Yeah.
Okay, Dapo.
Okay.
Yeah, nice to see you. Let me make a comment about what he's been narrating. But it's just going to be a comment. It's not a question. Okay. This is my own opinion. This guy is the best correspondent we have from Nigeria ever since I've been listening to this space. Congratulations to you, but with a little bit of caveat. He's even better than everybody in this space when we narrate about this scene. You know, everybody, including me, in terms of being sentiment. So I'm going to give him that credit for that. He's the best, but with a little bit of caveat. And that caveat has to do. He started up very good, and of course, one man. You try to color his narration, when it comes to a big space. So, you know, he went haywire from there. So I'm going to give you a credit, at least about 80%, you know, but there's a little bit of sentiment to what he said, you know, in reference to who is going to win and who is not going to win. But that's your opinion, which is good. I just want to give you that credit. But there's a caveat to that credit, not all 100%. I give you about 80%,
you, sir.
which make you the best ever had, even in this platform. You're better than all of us.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. Funny enough, one of my friends from Plateau,
including me,
I will accept that, but I will not accept it. There's only one champion in this space, and you already
man, I'm saying including us. Yeah,
no.
Everybody's a champion. I really enjoy your meetings. Really.
Hold on. I'm one of you, but there's only one daddy in this place. Nobody is better than Ajale Koko on this platform.
This including Ajale Koko.
Nobody is better than Ajale Koko on this platform.
We attracted him to come here, so
yes, it doesn't matter. Ajale Koko, you're good, but you're not that good.
Including yourself. So he's the champion now. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, one man.
All right, really, and carry on, Dapo.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut in. Funny enough, one of my friends, I wrote an article on Obi today on my Facebook page, and one of my friends that I schooled with in Jos. Now he said that this is your reasoning. I'm not comfortable with it and all that. So I'm surprised that at least in the north, but it's in Plateau State anyway. So and that's the North Central, I believe. That's North Central, are we?
Yeah, I suspect. Yes.
Yeah, I suspect.
Yeah,
so I don't have a feel of what it is now with the northern. I have a couple of friends. So funny enough, on Facebook, they are rooting for Obi. But I want to class them among the elites. It's usually the rural people that come out to vote more in all those places. You know, all the Almanjeri, the underage and all.
The downtrodden people.
Yes, yeah. So at the end of the day, the votes of the elites may not really count much. But I think they have quite a number of their elites for Obi there too.
All right. Finally, Dapo, and away from politics. Sorry, did you want to ask him a question, Ajale Koko? All right. So finally, Dapo.
It's fine.
All right. Finally, Dapo, and away from politics. How did you discover this platform? How did you discover that we were here?
I've discovered it quite a long time, maybe about 2 years ago or so. I just listened, but I don't know how to get in. You know. I don't know how to get in.
You don't know when I'm always saying click on the hyperlink. Did you not understand what that meant? Look at this guy.
Then basically, it's usually too long for me. You know, so maybe I just watch after. But maybe I watch after you are finished. I just pick, move forward, and all that. But I just started listening to it, you know, actively of late in the last. Maybe 2 months, actively. But before, when I just come in, I listen a little bit and go off and get off. But I discovered lately in the last 1 week, I can just listen all through, you know, and it's interesting and all that, you know. So
all right.
Then today I just said, let me just figure it out. Then I noticed that you sent sometimes, you know, when you send this StreamYard thing. Maybe when I look, I don't really see that message ahead. But when I was looking today, I just saw that message just came in once, bam, like that. Okay, fine. I said, okay, let me click this thing. So it's my first time joining a live broadcast.
You must make it a point to join us as often as you can already hear from the feedback, which I agree with. Man of Prestige.
I'll try, sir.
All right.
I'll try. It's interesting.
The only thing that can bar you from this place is to be calling people sir. Ajale Koko is Ajale Koko. I am one man of prestige is man of prestige. But just listing those names. Finally, who are your top 3 contributors on the platform? Who do you agree with the most? Who do you like listening to the most, Oliver?
I think Kulata.
Right.
Kulata, Ajale Koko, and I don't know. Let me see now.
Where is Baba Akure on that list?
Baba Akure, not. I think it's Baba Akure. The third person should be Baba Akure.
All right.
Yes, the third person should be Baba Akure. Yes.
Where is Baba T on that list? Is there and he has big muscles, so you better be careful. He used to be a quarterback. It used to be a quarterback in something or the other, whatever that means in America.
No. I'm sure of Kulata, Ajale Koko. I think Baba Akure.
All right.
One man. Baba T used to be a lineman, not a quarterback. He used to be, he used to be offensive lineman.
All right. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it makes sense. It makes sense to the Americans. But what improvements do you think the platform should make, or are you just happy with it the way it is?
Well, I really thought of it. Maybe,
it's too long, Abby. That's the thing.
It's very long. Oh my gosh, very long. Maybe if you can make it a little short, then people will be interested. Then maybe we control the length of time we engage people, or people allow people to talk, so that we can stay within time. I think if it's shorter, people will tune in some more. Maybe maybe like an hour and a half or two.
No, an hour and a half could never do. Let me ask you this. Do you think the platform has a bias, or do you think it's neutral? Do you think there's a bias to the platform in terms of it leaning in one direction or the other, or do you think it's neutral?
No, I think it's very, very neutral and balanced.
All right, brilliant.
It's neutral and balanced. We have everybody there, the obedience, the showers, everybody's there. So it's balanced. It's balanced.
Right,
and you do a good work of the moderation. Very, very good one.
All right, brilliant. All right,
very,
brilliant.
Very good work of the moderation.
All right.
Yeah. I wonder how you manage. In fact,
I just enjoy it. That's just the thing. It's not there's no real. Nobody over buys me coffee. I just enjoy it. That's just the thing.
Definitely.
I like you know why I stay here. I like hanging out with Ajale Koko. That's why. And he lives in America. So the only way I can hang out with Ajale Koko is to drag him online and be talking nonsense. So that's it. But I thank you, Dapo. Really, try and join us often if you can, because I think the platform responds to your opinion. So thank you.
Now that I know how to join, I'll be joining.
Have you subscribed?
Subscribe as in monetarily?
No.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
You see the subscribe.
There's a red button that says
subscription. The normal free subscription.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, long time. In fact, lately I didn't even know that I didn't subscribe on Facebook. I subscribe on Facebook now lately, but I subscribed in YouTube long time.
All right, brilliant.
Long time, yes. And I get your alerts, yeah. I get it.
All right, brilliant. So whereabouts in Lagos are you?
Sorry, Okwebi.
Look at that. Àwọn olówó náà sọ̀rọ̀.
Àwọn olówó nìyẹn.
Àwọn olówó náà sọ̀rọ̀.
Ajẹbọ́tà ni ẹ́.
Ajẹbọ́tà ni ẹ́. Ajẹbọ́tà. Look at
that. That's like your area, one man, isn't it?
Yes, I'm from Oregon.
Oregon. Very close. We have a link road here.
Yes.
The link road here is just the link road is just like 10 minutes away.
Ojota side, right?
Yes, it's it's between Ojota and Ikeja. You know where what's that Daily Giwa magazine where it used to be?
Newswatch.
Newswatch.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okwebi Road. Road. Okay. Yeah. It's not far from you, one man now.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just around the corner from
it's
me.
just the same line. Yeah.
Maybe next time I come home, we go for a beer. We go for a beer.
How come I know they see you for king size? How come I know they see you for king size, woman?
For where?
I know they see you for king size now. I know even come across your face. It be like say you just they stay at home. You know they come out.
Well, you know, we had a curfew in my home. You can never be out of the house by 9. You know. You know, so
we the for the
you know, my father had a koboko, and I'm not even joking. He had a koboko.
How far are you from Bankole family? You know Bankole family has a house in Oregon. General, you know.
I have no idea.
General. Okay.
You know, we're more towards the secretariat end. You know, towards where towards this. No, it's not Alausao, it's Oregon. You know that road that leads to UBA between Newswatch and Oregon itself. You know, there's a road that leads towards Ring Road that then links you towards the toll gate.
Yeah.
You know, so where towards the Oregon end of that road. There's a big factory, not factory or warehouse, one of these big Yoruba names. He has one big, large expanse there. So Eleganza, yes. Round about that area, that's where we are.
Oh, okay.
I know every nook and craning of that place. So I know they try also.
Sorry, right. I have a question, please. So why then in the beginning, why do you play this in the Kanu and all that? Is there any purpose for that?
I like that question. I like the music. That's the only reason.
The music is beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. But
brother, let me tell you why. Because the obedience dominates this space. He can't deal with that. He cannot do without the obedience. I am obedient.
Definitely. Okay, it's good.
Before Obi came out,
obedient and the savior.
He just like. One man just like that song before Obi at all.
But I'm telling you the reason why. Okay, believe me.
But it takes time. It takes time. It takes part of the time too. Or you don't think so?
No. Well, you know.
But now he's playing. One man is playing. Oyedu
Owendu. Look at that. And they call me an Igbo. What more do I have to do? That they call me an Igbo. I want people
and it's good. The music is sweet. The two of them, they are good.
Yes.
The two of them are good.
All right. For time, let's take the conversation on to Ola. So, Ola, talk us through that space then. Oh, sorry, Ola. Let me go to what... actually, let me come to you, Ola, then. Let's just surrender the session to however it goes. So, Ola, talk us through then the cross-carpeting of Dogara, who is now APC. It was PDP, then APC, now PDP again. The man that is claiming is objecting to Muslim tickets.
No, like I've said the other time, he's just a trader. So he goes to where he thinks he pays him, and I don't really think he's going to have some impact, but I don't think it's going to be significant enough. You know, just like I said the other time. So, well, it's all of them are just looking for what is going to benefit them. So from Tinubu camps, he must have seen it that okay, that's not the way for him to go, and he just carry it straight to another camp. That's just the way I see it. Nothing more.
All right, brilliant. And to the Aisha Buhari unchaining the boy that she had chained to her bedpost, do you think she's damaged herself reputationally from this?
Yeah, the Aisha Buhari is just representing the leadership in Nigeria generally. You see, the reason we find ourselves where we are today is just because the leadership failed to understand what the position of power is meant. Position of power is meant to guide people the right way. It's supposed, you just like a parent providing guidance to the children. So that's how it's supposed to be. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, we see the leadership position of power position as a position to oppress and suppress everyone. So Aisha Buhari is not behaving differently from what those people in a class in our class used to do. So that's why I believe that, because there's something that separates a politician in this part of environment we are from those people back at home. You see, leadership position here is what people prepare for over time. Even some people, they take special training just to know how you behave when you are in a leadership position. But in our own situation, is it a surprise to you, for example, when they tell you that I don't know the quality they are expecting from a minimum of SSC, for example, that said, okay, someone with SSC can even become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Whereas in some other countries, you see people already being mentored into certain leadership position. They even take some courses and they understand how not to misuse power. Like I was saying the other time, when you take some courses there, either you take some like a MBA, you take some leadership courses. I don't know if it applies across the school, but let me say those people that have the same similar experience with me, one of the first things they tell you at the end of your program is humility. How just not to, now that you have you've learned a lot, this is the time you have to be very humble. Don't harass anybody, because even your body language when you're in power, when you are in position, means a lot. So and you think like what Aisha is doing now, for example, whatever anybody is going to learn from her is going to be is a brutish approach. Brutality is what people will learn from people like that, especially because people like that, they are role model to some people, right? So what Aisha did is actually a dangerous thing to our society, where we are fortunate that he cannot just jump here and send SS to us where we are. So we are not going to spare any word. We are going to say that it is. I don't know. I would just say Aisha Buhari behaved like a primitive woman. That to think that when you when you are the most powerful, what you use your power for is to suppress those people that are powerless. Just wondering if someone in Dubai made that statement. Just wondering if Aisha would have done the same thing. So if you find yourself in a situation whereby you can't do what you do back at home, that should be some kind of metric that power is the type of power you have can be local to a particular area. So once your power is not global, you should be able to act in a global way. That this power is something like transcend, it's not forever. So to me, Aisha Buhari should be a case study of how not to behave in a leadership position. I'm sorry to say that woman should be ashamed of herself, because she's a woman, and Yoruba is supposed to be what Yoruba call abiyamo. So abiyamo should behave like abiyamo. You should know that the guy you arrested is just like a child to you. Shouldn't have treated that guy that way. So my comment for that.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So let's go on from you, Ola, to unless there's any other topic that you especially wanted to comment on.
I can just interject, except you have a topic that I don't know. If you can just mention another topic, I can keep it to interjection though. It's okay.
All right, thank you, Ola. So let's go on from you, Ola. Then let's go to Woto. Hopefully still there. Woto, are you still with us? Our resident stockbroker, Woto. All right, thank you. So let's go then back to Ajanle Koko, who I think is now fully settled in and ready to share his thoughts. So Ajanle Koko, to the space, then Dogara 1, and then the Northern Elders Forum 2. They've all now told us that Atiku really is, by their computation, the next president of Nigeria. Is this surprising, or does this add or remove anything from the trajectory of politics as it's been predicted? What are you making then of these people are making this announcement?
I think have
you tackled that space?
Yeah, I've tackled that place earlier.
All right, let me take you to Aisha Buhari then, who public pressure, more than easing of her mind, has forced her to unchain this boy. What sort of reputational damage do you think she will suffer from this? And are you somewhat disappointed? Because I would say I am, because my anticipation of her was not like this. But are you somewhat disappointed by her conduct and then her being forced by the public to step down?
Look, it's so unfortunate that it looked like she was the one that ordered the arrest of that boy, because according to the report, she decided not to go ahead with the trial or with to go ahead with the legal action against that boy for wrongful description of her, as has been, has been said. So, so I don't know that Buhari is so strong like that. So if you can call someone fat or a fat person, I don't know that that can be so painful for somebody of our own caliber to react in such a way she reacted, by using the state intelligence services to effect the arrest of that boy, slamming in jail for several days. There was an abuse of power, and very unconstitutional, as a matter of fact.
But anytime I say we have to civilize these malabs, you are always saying that is that not in that realm, that it just barbarism?
I agree with you, woman.
Yes.
Yoruba have an adage that says that meaning that if a child is acting childish, an adult will act, like an adult, or act in an elderly manner. So, but it's so surprising that she could act in such a ridiculous manner. It's in this modern world, people in the position of authority, position of power, could treat. She's the mother of the nation, and one of your sons, acted. Let's agree that guy acted wrongly, which I would not totally agree with that he acted wrongly, but let's agree that he acted wrongly. Does that justify him to be taken to jail, from school, someone's parent? Someone's son. These people are very heartless. So it's just shameful. I think I agree with Ola that she should be ashamed of herself and her action. And I wish that Nigerian student, it's just unfortunate that the kind of student, this is what we have become. This is what our generation, this generation of young Nigerians, this is what they, when you are expecting them, whenever you are expecting them to act, to stand up for what is right, they will never act. This is the time that they should have acted by
tweeting, by sending several videos all over the federation against this action, daring her, daring the administration to come and arrest them and take everybody to jail. But what have they done for God's sake? They should have gone haywire online on Twitter and making a loud noise, send an hashtag to that effect for the whole world to know that Nigerian president, the wife of the president of Nigeria, order the arrest of a student and be taken to jail. But here we are. It's so shameful. They will not act. I don't know what kind of regulation they are.
But you know, we've had this conversation before about them being docile in regards to Showare's campaign and why it cannot get traction within that space.
Yeah.
But what triggers that revolution? Ignore Showare for now, because they have to start it before Showare can come in. What can trigger that revolution within the youth space where they say it's enough beyond Twitter, beyond Facebook? Well, what can help them get to that point where you want them to go to?
Look, I just don't know what is wrong with them. A lot of things are wrong with them. They are I don't know, maybe the way they are raised.
Yeah, because something has to trigger that, something has to start. Because I thought it was going to be the NSAS. You see that drive that they had? Because I was thinking, man, this is what we've been looking for, right? And it kind of fizzled out. Yeah. But it was kind of organic. So what we need, something triggered that, right? Something happened that triggered those events. But we need something that can trigger it for a long term, where it becomes sustainable for a long period of time to become a revolutionary force where they can change the system itself. So that's what I'm asking. What do you think can be done to trigger them to where they will be concerned? They will look beyond BB Nigeria, whiskey and all that nonsense, and they will focus on the politics of it.
I don't really know what could trigger. So they are so distracted. They have a lot of problem in the country that I think militating against their psyche. I just don't know. They are not. They just don't know. I think they don't really understand the.
Do you not think they've just been conditioned? Do you not think they've just been conditioned to think in a certain way? The spirit has been beaten out of them. Do you think so?
I think that is part of it. But I think for them to, they go on Twitter, they go on this thing, they run social media activities. They are one of the best users of social media in the world. So maybe that is what has distracted them, and they don't really focus on a common cause that really concern them, that really matter to them as the youth. I don't know, maybe the social media that carry them away, and they couldn't really focus on a common issue that really matter to them. I can't really get it. But
no, can I say something? See, you see, in the olden days, student union and some pressure group like Nigerian Labour Congress, those were the one that was actually taking cases like this up. You will still remember this woman that slapped Bode George wife there. When Bode George was the military administrator, that he slapped that woman. I think that woman was a wife to one of the judge. The woman just, a sitting governor, the woman just gave Bode George, your wife, a horse slap. And those days, Bode George retaliated. You know what would have done? The Nigerian Labour Congress student would have shut everywhere down. But these days, when you see this, all these union people shout, the next thing they are just going to collect some kind of millions of naira, and that's what they'll be fighting on. Unfortunately, that's one of the areas I think we lost that battle. And when I talk of all this union, I'm even talking from experience. I know when we were leaving the bank that time, that the union that was even supposed to be fighting for us collected a gunge just to make sure they die the issue and they do the process. So is that country, honestly, we will need a serious leader that will come and help us change our orientation and let us refocus.
Yeah, man. Angelica, my interjet.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Bad Babati. Babati, I hope he didn't take offense to when I call you a offensive blind man. But that was a joke. But the way you speak, I know. Hold on. The way you speak, I know you look like a fine boy. But anyway,
no. I didn't hear what you said. The offensive what?
Okay. Somebody.
I don't think he heard you then. It was
okay. Let me tell you what I said when we was talking about it. One man said you're a quarterback in America. I said no, you're not a quarterback. I say you because he said you have muscle and all that kind of things. I said no, you're not a quarterback. You're an offensive lineman or linebacker in America. You don't look anything. So I was joking with him. But anyway,
you are like a church member that is confessing to Reverend Father Abi.
I hope you didn't take offense to that because the way you talk, I think you're a fine boy. Have me say that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't there's nothing wrong. It's fine. You're good.
Yeah. But anyway, what we are talking about, I think it has to do with Nigeria.
Man of prestige, a lot of no worry, no fear.
It's okay. What we are talking about, it has to do with the youth.
Ola, let man of prestige just land that space. Sorry, man of prestige, carry on.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the youth orientation, emancipated from generation. So it's going to take them a lot. It's going to take them a while to get out from that. Emancipation they have, they have gathered from their generation. That's what I think is the problem. Because if you look at the instance when they started, I don't know how it actually started. And after the military, the government intervened and everything, it just disappeared. So if you look at other youth countries, those kind of things galvanize them more, to come out and protest and do more things. So that's the one I'm leaning towards. It has to do with that. So it's going to take a lot of generation changes for us to attain to that position. Maybe not in my life. I don't know, but I hope not.
It's quite tragic, isn't it? It's just so sad.
One man. But do you know what worked during the NSAS protest? It's because they had a faceless, headless leadership. If you notice, it was very hard to penetrate that space because there was no particular leader that they could attack and arrest or harass. So you kind of just had faceless leaders all over the place. And that was very effective. I'm like, if they're really paying attention as youth, that should give them a clue of how to attack the government or how to attack the system. It has to be a faceless movement where it's just like the people's movement in some sort. Because if you notice, it got to the point where beyond the youth now, you started seeing other groups that were like maybe more the mothers movement. But people that started joining gradually, but they didn't have enough time to develop that synergy. But it has to be something that is headless and faceless. That would be the most effective way to deal with this problem. Eventually, it will have a leader, but the initial push has to be headless. It cannot be like one person leading the move. And we see what happens in Nigeria once you become the leader of a movement. Once you're taken care of, it kind of fizzles out.
I suspect you're right, Babati. In fact, you are right because it was a refreshing moment that NSAS. It just it's just as though the Nigerian youth got their mojo back.
But they had them by the balls. That thing was global. It was every day. I'm like, what is going on in Nigeria? Even people are asking me at work, what is going on back home? I'm like, what? It was that big, but for some reason that killing just I don't know. It just they had the chance. One man, they had the chance.
But would they get that chance again? Because they caught the establishment of guard with that NSAS, but they did not seize the advantage. It was Arab Spring, wasn't it?
Right.
It did not spring.
So now each time the government senses some kind of movement, they will
crack it down. So they've lost it. Yes. Yes, it's just so disappointing. But that could have been the catalyst for, if they had pushed it all the way through, a lot of changes would have come out off the back of it. But
because if you remember, they were even protesting in front of the Senate and House, and they had those people come out to address them, like, okay, we'll do whatever you want. They had them but they had them where they wanted them. And the world was watching, and it was hard to even do anything. At that point, it was because if you notice, one man, the knot was beginning to crack, was beginning to open to that idea, right? People started protesting in the North Central.
And we saw it in Kaduna now.
Right,
Yes.
it was spreading. So that was a good opportunity, man, because they could not use tribal differences, they could not use religious differences.
But Babati, don't you think because it was not a united front? I mean, the North did not really participate. They have their own view about the terrorists. You know, that's where their point of view pretty much lie. It wasn't about what the NSTAT, was perpetuating at that time. Didn't you see that?
No. I'm saying that there was some kind of metamorphosis of that movement where it was starting to evolve towards what Showari talks about, revolution.
But that metamorphosis didn't spread to the North. That's what I was saying.
But you saw it kind of like, woman, am I right? You saw like this signs coming up gradually, but they didn't have.
Yeah, we were seeing green shoots in the North because they were gathering somewhat. Because all of the things that the NSAS space was protesting against is universal to the whole of Nigeria. So I think the message was starting to drip into the North before the crackdown came.
Oh no! But one man, the small shoot that I saw, the Northern Gathering was about something different. I mean, that's the one I saw.
The Northern youth were demonstrating in support of SARS. They were calling for SARS.
Yeah, no, at the first,
at
the first phase, yes, but in the second phase, because I saw clips of people in Kaduna, but it was just a small handful of them.
Oh, those might be Southern Kadunas.
Yeah, but those are green shoots now. Those are green shoots because the whole of the South was already on board.
Okay.
Yeah, but
can I interject, please?
Who's that? Who's interjecting? Who's from Russia?
It's from Japan. From Japan.
I think that was a problem of the.
Example. You are fading out, Dapo.
That was good governance, and they should have stressed it more, but they didn't do at all. They're just saying that was that our problem. That was what they were stressing.
All right, Dapo, we can barely hear
you.
Stress all right, yeah, we can barely hear you.
That's
back to you. All right.
The while or throughout, you're just saying what the police is not governance. We won't the SARS issue at all.
All right, thank you, Dapo. So back to you, Ajanle Koko. Round out that space, the Aisha Buhari space, and then give us a brief feel of your thoughts on the Showore attempt at an alliance with PRP. So back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Okay, so Nigerian youth once again failed themselves, and they failed people like us who expected them to have acted in such a way that will have called for attention around the world. It's unfortunate. So, and that is on that. On the the Buhari wife, Nigerian student, should have acted better and send a message, call for attention around the world, ridicule her, embarrass her, and the world will have once again focus their attention on Nigeria, bad leadership, bad administration, and it will have been a success for them, to once again energize themselves, particularly, and put a position forward against this bad politician that we can stand up against you, we can make a change. This country future belongs to them. Nobody should molest them, harass them, and wrongfully put them in jail. So, but they fail. Again, it's unfortunate. So that's on that. Then on which other thing do you say?
So raise alliance with PRP.
Yeah, that alliance, I think it's at the local, I think it's at one state. I don't think it's an alliance that the party in overall will join together and then and go for 2023 election with common candidate. So if they cannot have a common candidate, one candidate, presidential candidate, and then and share the position among themselves with regards to other elective offices like governors and senator and all the rest around the country. If they cannot do that, then I don't know what the alliance really mean. But at least it's a good sign. They want to start from one street. They can from there spread all over the federation. If they cannot present one candidate for presidential this time, because they already have a different candidate for presidential. So if they cannot have it now, maybe in the future after 2023, maybe they can, strengthen their they can strengthen their relationship and then and join together and then prepare for maybe 2027 in a very strong position and very strong outlook at that time.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, 4 times. Let me go on from you to Babati and to Babati. Babati, let me take you to the space then. Dogara crossing from PDP to from APC rather to PDP, and now telling us that Atiku is the best man for the job. The Northern Elders Forum joined him, but are you surprised by this move?
You see, I am not surprised. What I'm surprised and what I'm disappointed is we from the South, I think we are the one practicing real Nigeria, like the federal system, or we try to practice or some form of it, that one system. People in the North don't let me generalize, but for this sake of argument, for this topic, they understand that the country is not one. They don't play that game of equality or oneness like we would say, oh, we want togetherness and equality. They don't play that. They defend their position and their own people. They could care less of your feelings. They could care less of fairness and equality. Why are we always the one trying to play fair? And you remember here a while back, I was having a discussion with the Otumba Gomez about our culture, right? And he spoke about we being our culture is about fairness and welcoming people. And I said, oh, it's fine. But people up there don't share the same sentiment, those same beliefs. And if you live in the same country with them and they don't, they will keep taking advantage of you. So this is just demonstrating once again that I worry for Peter Obi. I worry for Tinubu. I hope nothing dumb is done to those two, because the way these people are sounding right now, they sound very, 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 very desperate. And from where they are part of the country, they can do something stupid, one man. Because if they are this desperate, even though it's not looking well for Atiku, that means they have something up their sleeves. I don't know what that thing is. But one man, to be honest with you, it does not sound good. It has to be something very evil, very terrible. Because Obi has the momentum. Tinubu is clearly leading the polls. Atiku is not doing well. And if everybody is behind Atiku I mean, those ruling class in the north, based on what you just told me, if that is true, that they're behind him, and Atiku have told you is too relaxed for somebody running for presidency, that means number one, he knows something is coming down the pipe. Whatever is coming down the pipe is not going to be good for people from the south. And we in the south are kind of relaxed, thinking that we are still in one Nigeria. So this is not good. This is terrible, one man. It's terrible.
All right. Yeah, I do believe. Like you said, Atiku is too relaxed in this cycle, which then makes it. And if you add the Wike factor and the Obi factor, it is almost impossible for anybody to announce him president in February. And if they make that announcement, it will yet be the most glaring rigging, even worse than 2019, which is the worst election we've had so far. So it'd be too glaring. And I'm not sure. They say Nigerians adapt to everything, but I'm not sure that they will adapt to that. And if they do adapt to it, then of course, the South can then consider itself a conquered territory.
But what is the perception though of the South? Isn't that we are conquered, and don't we behave that way?
Well, that's what they think. But then, if it plays out and they announce Atiku, then that essentially tells us that we also see ourselves as conquered.
So what did we do when Abiola did not get the presidency? Didn't we just shout for a few weeks and went back to our little space? So my point is, they have figured us out. Remember when Akeredolu was organizing the so-called G70 meeting from the South? What was the response of the North? They were just laughing at you guys. They're like, we know you people now. You will still come back at night and talk to us and even tell us what happened. You have people from a boy or whatever going back to tell APC or whatever what happened in the meeting, right? They have figured out the South. There is no South. Everybody just, I wish we had the one unified South, but one man, there is no South. So you cannot go in opposition against the 1990. Even like Long, the way it comes out, oh, I am against Buhari. When push comes to shove, woman, what does he do? The man right? He follows his people, right? He follows them back to he falls in line. We don't have that down south, and they know that. They know.
Do you think the problem with the South, Babati, is that we're too learned? We intellectualize everything, and we're too about the rules and regulations and fair play and rule of law. Because Swalana is a good example of that. He will go to hell and back to ensure that the rule of law is observed. But Abubakar Malami, who is the Attorney General of the Federation, the rule of law, as far as is concerned, is just Fulani rule. So
right.
Are we too intellectual? Is that what they are claiming?
That's what I'm like. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier. We claim that we have those things, that we are superior intellectually and morally, forgetting that we are dealing with the different people that don't share the same belief system. So that case is the case of Falana. You remember the abuse Falana got when he was in initial support of the government going against to arrest Igbo, and people were like, so how are you? They even accused him of being behind the case of Shewore. That I think it's even you behind Shewore's case, even though he was defending him. It was that bad for him. He had to change stance. So he was quoting the law, they're like, wait a minute. So when they are dealing with Igbo, you are quoting law, but when the people did not, you don't they subscribe the law. So I think that is right. We claim this superiority intellectually, but they don't give a damn about no constitution. They don't give a damn about no education to that level. They are. I won't use the word barbaric in there. I won't use that. I won't go that far. But they have tendencies that concerns me. And see, I don't mind people being like that. Even in America, you have people that are, don't let me use the word that might be derogatory to white people. They call them trash white in some areas. They have them all over the place. But in sane societies, it is the smart ones that rule, the so-called smart intelligence that are in charge. But when you now have the same people control the country, that is the problem. You can have all these beliefs, it's beautiful, that's your problem. But when you are in charge of everybody else, it becomes an issue. But we will come here as we will go in grammar. Actually, the complexity. What are we known for in the house, one man? but we are the one. Central Additional from Ocean State will be there. It's beautiful. I love it when he gives all this submission. But when you have somebody from North come and give a speech, he doesn't give a damn about grammar. He comes there to make his point. He doesn't give a damn if you like it or not. He's going to say what he has to say. But we have to come there and sound like we went to Harvard. I went to Harvard. I went to Oxford. Those irrelevant things that it's not applicable to the Nigerian political space. We start spewing out nonsense, forgetting that fully well who you are dealing with. You should know your opponents, right? That's number one. Know your opponent. Who are you dealing with? So once they are figured it out. They know who we are. Look at how they were supporting Nnamdi Kanu now. Oh, we love him. We love him. He's right. What happened when they locked him up? Everybody abandoned him. Igboho, yes, Igboho is yeah, amazing. What happened when they almost killed the guy? Why did he do it? But they had Boko Haram problem there. Nobody has ever been persecuted for Boko Haram crimes. Am I wrong? Nobody, no single conviction for Boko Haram in the north for the last how many years? So we've allowed this. I think we have allowed it to happen. It's our fault. It's by choice, woman. We can change that, but we choose not to because we are here trying to be in a country with people that don't really give a damn about us. They rule that space. And to be honest with you, woman, I'm sorry to say it, with the way we are going, they're not going to change anytime soon. It's better off we find a way to have our own government in the South, some kind of, the thing they have in Canada, Quebec or whatever they call it. You have your own thing. That is the only way, because we can still relate to Igbo people and people in the South. I think at least we can get along in some ways. But those people in the North, I'm sorry, woman, we are too different. We are just too different, woman. We are different.
All right, brilliant. Babati, you said you had some concerns. Is the Aisha Buhari situation, is that a good example of the concern that you have? Having this boy picked up, chained, stripped, and flogged to the point that he had to be rescued by Nigerians. Has this woman irrevocably damaged her public image? They thought she was the only good one amongst the bunch. Aisha Buhari, Babati.
Aisha Buhari does not have any constitutional role in government, right? By law. She like Soyinka would say she's a mere political appendage, right? The way she used to abuse Goodluck's wife, we say mere political appendage. So how does a mere political appendage give orders to police to go arrest somebody? Who took the orders from her? That is the person we should be talking about, not her. Who is that idiot in the police force? Who gave that order in army, whatever, in the DSS to go and do what they did? That is the person I want to talk to. Because if you don't know your role in government, and because somebody, I know, I'm afraid, or God's wife says so, as to go and do
but there is no rule of law.
That's my point. Like that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
where to the point where somebody that has no constitutional duty is now ordering you around to go and do something, even though you know it's not constitutional. It's a problem.
Because we have rule of man there, and so the husband is the ruler, and the wife is second in command. So what do you expect?
I mean, this woman. Okay, this woman is 3 times. You know, I was making a joke in the conversation about she's not fat, she's just juicy. Earlier, she's almost 3 times what she was when she. Remember, she's almost 3 times as big.
That is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Is she having some health problems or something going on?
I suspect it's health rather than just having glutton. I don't think she's gluttonous, but she may well be gluttonous. But I think it's her health. I think that was what pained her. I think she's carrying some health thing, which is weighing her, and then this cheeky little rascal is making some crude comments. So she just ordered it flogging.
Then if she had a good PR, they can even flip the table on that guy. Just say the woman is going through some health stuff. Get that public sympathy back to her side. That's all you do. You get a good PR people to flip it on that person, like making fun of someone that is sick. They'll be feeling bad for her and they will make him look bad. That's what you got to do. You don't have to go to that locking him up. But it's a lawless country. And some people, for some reason, woman, do you even know? Is it just me? Just look at the security apparatus of Nigeria. It's all controlled by some part of the country. and for some way somehow we are all fine with it in this house. Oh, it's like if you say, okay,
but we're not fine with it though, Babati. But what can we do about it? Is the thing.
What can we not do? Stop folding your hands and stop accepting it. Stop accepting it.
Okay, so then what do you do then? What do you do if you decide not to accept it? What do you do?
Okay, then you have to. What is the job of your senators and your House of Rep members? I know. Okay, but you have to start from somewhere. Like that's the reason I said you don't have leaders in the South.
Thank you, Babati. I like that point. That was the work of the senator and this. Yeah.
Don't they have oversight in they call it civil workforce, right? Where they look at equality and fairness among the space, right? It's like we have condemned. If once you mention the wharf now or the seaports, we all know it's going to be somebody from the north. Once you say sea, it's like we have just pretty much given up on that space. I mean, I live on somewhere that like, oh, the border, oh, it's the Fulani people. Like, how is that normal? We not say it's their thing. What do you mean it's their thing? Are we not Nigerians? We pretty much giving up that space. Once you say security, we say, okay, man, let me ask you. Once you say, I mean, what do we say? It's the Fulani thing. That's where they go, right? We pretty much just giving them that space like it's theirs. Forgetting that we're all Nigerians here. So you pretty much control the seaports, the airports, the civil defense, the DSS. You are pretty much everybody is giving that control, and we sitting now watching. Then we now complain that, oh my God, look at the way they are treating us. What is the job of your governors? What is the job of your own senators and governors? Okay, that Oshibajo, in fact, that guy, and he's from Ogun State, along, and it's supposed to be it's from Ogun State though. A very shameless Ogun State. In fact, let's ship that guy to Kano.
He's an extra
tire. No. This man reformed the judicial system in Lagos. I'm thinking you are a VP, you're a lawyer. Use that same template when you get up north.
It doesn't have the constitutional power now to do anything to affect anything.
I know, but at least let's see that you are doing something. Make efforts. Do something. Don't be those. Do you know that? Don't be a lame duck VP from day one. And do something. Okay. Is my point, Baba. You see what I'm saying? Do something. Let's do something. No. I mean, remember when they were listening that remember when they said that they were disgracing that even that for his own good he should resign. Remember that he should resign, like the way they were disgracing him back then.
Yes.
He said nothing. They dare not treat somebody from the north that way as a VP. Why, when you have a VP from the south, they also have to be those are inactive. Nobody says anything.
I think it was he was the body language of the president
when he fired that guy.
After he fired that guy, so the president now started reacting in a different way.
You think that was when Buhari turned against him?
That was when Buhari turned against him, and he knew that, and he was just trying to take it easy. He didn't want to step on anybody's toes. He didn't want no trouble. You know that. Let me tell you.
Cut the toe off. Cut the toe off like that. Cut it off. No. Because he has public, he can use the public against anybody messing up. If you're on the right side, people will stand for you.
Let me tell you, Babati. You see those people that Buhari have, those people that Buhari got around him in terms of the chief of staff, all the security,
the inner caucus.
The inner caucus, they are all Fulani, and they are very, very dangerous people.
Ruthless.
They are very dangerous. They can do anything to crush anybody or rope somebody up with anything whatsoever and damage and destroy your image. He knew. That man, that second in command, he didn't want to put his head and in line at all. And that's why he just step it back, remain in his office, watching TV, enjoying his salary,
and other things like that. If he had tried to make any move that perceived as a threat to the cabal, I'm telling you, they will have look at what they did to the Supreme Court justice. Look at the way they brought down what do you call this guy? That EFCC guy. Look at the way, and at the end of the day, they didn't find anything against him. With all the investigation that they carried out against the EFCC, Madu, or what is his name, they couldn't find anything. Magu. They couldn't find anything against him. He was recently even promoted or given award. So, look, those people are very dangerous, man. They look, where you have mediocre at the top of affair and got surrounded with mediocre like this, they become very desperate and they're ready to kill anybody that they feel, threaten their position or as a threat to them in any form. They will crush that person. That is why they went all the way against Kano. That's why they went all the way against Igbo to kill them.
It is their accomplice that that pisses me off in the South. That's my thing. Okay, they have this mindset. They know we are not one in the South. They've already figured us out. Then how do we come together in the South to have a formidable, pushback, like a formidable force? Because I was even shocked. I could not believe when I heard that was the first time in Nigeria's history that the governors in the South were missing. Did you know that?
I did not know that, no.
That was the first time. They never had a Southern governors forum before. That was the first time in the history of Nigeria. I'm like, what the hell?
You see, Babate, the idea of a Southern governors forum, for me, it's unworkable because there's a mutual distrust between all of the component parts of the South, especially the Southwest and the Southeast. I don't think they trust each other enough to be of one common cause.
Right, that's what I'm saying, that they have figured us out. So when we come up with this illusion of togetherness from the South, they just laugh in your face because they know you're joking. So don't fool me to say, we have these numbers, we're gonna hold. When they are doing all this, what did they call it? The hands across the Niger. I'm like, hands across the Niger, across the river Oguni. I'm not buying all this unity across the South. I know when push comes to shove, they will go and meet their payment up north and go and bootlick over there and do their bidding. So let's just give up and just pretty much we live in a Fulani country then. That's what it is. That I'm sorry to say, they control the space. We have come to accept it, and we can speak all the grammar we want to speak. If they don't like what we have to say, I have been in an environment where I had somebody that was a general at the time. I didn't know it was that powerful until the good luck story came up, and his name came up that he was the one that they were even waiting for to give approval for the coup. I'm like, I saw this guy is this powerful. I saw this guy lay back and whatever. People are just ass licking him left and right. And these are big men, no? These are chiefs, so top chiefs. They were ass licking this guy for contract or Gaza. I'm like, you guys are respected Yoruba leaders. I'm telling you, respected chiefs, so bootlicking one guy because he's a general. It was pathetic. Because that opened up. So all this forming KBS, forming it on TV. So this is the way you do behind the scenes. No wonder nobody respects you. So I see them behind the scenes. I've seen that like twice already. So behind the scenes, they just like boy. I'm sorry, one man. They are boycott those people. They can be forming chief or Tumba, whatever on TV, online, whatever. They are nothing. They are just jokers to them. No, but they're so serious. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babate. So, Babate, for time, let's see if we still have Water, and then we start to round off. So, Water, are you still there? All right, great. All right, thank you, gentlemen. So we've hit some. And what, by the way, I'll DM you on Instagram because I know you've just spent 7 hours and you didn't even get the fullness of your expression, but you had a cameo. So thank you. But gentlemen, we will seek to start to round off. We are now forming this bad habit of hitting 7 hours just talking back and forth as though we could effect any real change in Nigeria. But we can't effect change, but at least we can prefer some solutions. So gentlemen, to seek to start to round off, really, really strict on the time, no more than 2-3 minutes, just because really we are in almost ungodly hours now. So we kick the rounding off with Ola to land, of course, you know where. Ola, closing remarks. All right. I think we've lost Ola. So Ola, no, I think Ola is no longer with us. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go to World Peace. World Peace, you're up next. All right. I think World Peace has gone to do nappy changing. So from World Peace, let's go on. Let's go to Dapo, who hopefully is still with us because I think the platform delighted in you today. So Dapo, we're taking closing remarks. What's going on? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So have we lost Dapo as well? Dapo. Hello? Dapo.
I think it's there, Avi.
Yes, he's there.
I think his internet is having having issue with his internet.
Look at that. A lot of work for Tinubu to do if he ever becomes president. Dapo. About Sonny, look at that. All right. Thank you. I was quite keen to hear his closing remarks. So thank you, Dapo. Thank you for joining us, and please join us again just whenever you have the time to spare. So thank you, Dapo. So from Dapo, the prince so far, we don't know if we have other princes, but we know we do have a prince, a senior one at that, elegant, erudite, Babati.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for joining the program. I joined a little bit late, but I was listening, driving back home from work. So, and I really enjoyed the back and forth you had with Babaya earlier. I was just laughing when you guys are going back and forth. So that was an interesting conversation between you two. It was interesting to listen to people share their perspective on issues. It's always wonderful coming here, and thank you for hosting once again. We've always said this is the best platform when it comes to talking about Nigeria and politics. So it's been wonderful once again. One man, I know it came up the last minute. I didn't want to bring it up again because I was not too comfortable talking about it. Even when I was talking about it, I felt really, really uncomfortable because I've always come from the perspective of, the way I saw Atiku reacting, like it was too relaxed, whatnot. But with the kind of moves these people I'm making lately, that shows me they are desperate, and a desperate person can do and undo. So, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it go. Man. Well, may God save that country, and hopefully we have a peaceful elections. And regardless of how it ends,
do you think there's still going to be a surprise in this electoral cycle? Because it's just going too predictably, for there not to be there's still going to be some side curve. Do you think?
Yeah, I said two things will still, two major events will still happen that way. I didn't want to. There's one I've told somebody here privately on this chart, and that person I even gave them a date. So I've heard that, and I don't want to say what but somebody might. So I don't want to. I don't one man.
Okay,
I'm telling you, one man. So not everybody might make it. Let me just leave it at that. So that's what I'm saying.
To the ballot.
Yeah, this is not this because if they are this desperate and somebody has the major momentum they want to take down, they might do something stupid. And I'm telling you, one man, for some reason, maybe it's just me or somebody else is feeling the same thing I'm feeling. Something is just not right somewhere. Something is just too wrong that I don't even want to imagine it happening, but I will not be surprised if it happened. So hopefully, for the sake of the country, for the sake of Nigeria, whatever, we don't get to that point. But with the way we are going, one man, Babaja, I'm telling you, this is not looking good, to be honest with you. I am not, my mind is not at ease about what is going to happen. I don't even want to talk about it. It's not, no, this is not right. Something wrong somewhere. Because if Atiku should win, that only means one thing, one man. That means if they reach for him, it will be too obvious. That means somebody has to be missing for it to be obvious. So you know where I'm going with that.
Yes, I don't want to say
it,
that. Yeah.
but you know what I'm talking about. So let's pay attention. So I don't want to see that, but out of desperation, that might happen. And that's Nigeria for you.
The Abiola T, the Abiola T. Yeah.
And what happened when that happened? We just came for a few months and everybody. And you didn't even know what it was. This one running is not even that. This one is not even that. It's not as beloved as MKO. So if he, nobody will care that much because nobody actually liked him that much, anyways. So MKO, at least he was beloved, right? He was beloved by most people. So that was where that emotional thing came from. People don't right now. People don't have that kind of emotional attachment. So whatever happens, one man. So it's just, God bless that country.
Interesting times. So thank you, Babati. Join us again whenever you have the time to spare. So that's Babati, of course, a prince, not a pauper, a prince, but a prince and a king and the daddy of the session, the man with the golden gun. You know who he is, the mighty one himself, the voice you all favor here, Ajanle Koko. The final word.
Thank you, one man, and thanks to everybody that came on board this evening to engage with one man. Greatest thanks that came on board as well for the first time. His contribution was quite fascinating, and I hope that others that are listening to us as well, if you have a strong contribution that you want to share with us and you want people to hear your voice, you can join one man went to Mo and hit on the StreamYard link so that you can come into the studio and then give your own contribution and your thought on issues. So, and other than that, let me thank our guys at the comment section that have been with the session from the beginning to this time. You are the strength of the platform. Thank you so much. Come back tomorrow and come and join one man so that we can do another round. And to the listeners, you have this time to do what you know to do best by clicking on the like button so that you can help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. And you can as well subscribe if you haven't done so. And to one man, you have done it again. Another 7 hours, 5 minutes. It's a very interesting one indeed. Very engaging, very interactive. And thank you, one man, for bringing us together today. Tomorrow, going to be another day. Good morning to you over there in Great Britain, and to Americans, I say good night. Let us meet again tomorrow to continue the struggle. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. We saw him. Let me switch on my camera. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So we saw him at work. We picked Ajanle Koko up at work. We heard him eat his dinner, and you could hear the tiredness in his voice as he's about to go to bed. So that tells you it's been a long, but hopefully not a grueling session. So that's it. So another one bites the dust. We bag another one. So another one bagged and tagged, only for us to unbag and untag tomorrow, only really to rebrand and be repackaged. So Starting to talk gibberish, that tells you then that it's all spent. I'm spent, and I'm sure are you. So to replenish, rejuvenate, and to go again. So let's do that. As Ajade Koko invited, please make sure you are clicking on the like button. You should really be doing that. You spent just the viewership stays consistently as a certain place. It ebbs and flows, but it tells you then that there are people that follow through all the way through. But then when you see that there are people following all the way through, but then you look at the like button, it's somewhat disheartening. So if you have not clicked on the like button, then just do the right thing, fulfill all righteousness and do that. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.